Hey friends, tonight we're heading back to the bustling kitchens and smoky street stalls of ancient Rome, not for grand feasts with emperors, but to discover what everyday people actually ate. Spoiler, it wasn't always olives and wine. At times, fish sauce was used on all dishes, and we truly mean all dishes. From barley porridge and honey dormies to communal ovens and fast food stalls, Roman cuisine was surprisingly inventive and occasionally questionable. So before we roll into our little history story tonight, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you have not already done so. Also, please let us know where you are tuning in from and what it is indeed for you. Now dim your lights, grab that blanket of course, and let's get started, shall we? Imagine yourself waking up in ancient Rome, perhaps around 150 AD, and stumbling toward your modest apartment's kitchen. Your stomach is growling, and you're dreaming of scrambled eggs, toast with butter, and maybe some orange juice. Well friend, you're about to discover that Roman breakfast was about as exciting as watching paint dry on a humid day. You see, Romans didn't really do breakfast the way we think of it. They had something called ientaculum, which sounds fancy until you realise it was basically whatever leftover bread you could find from yesterday, maybe dipped in wine if you were feeling particularly festive. There were no eggs Benedict served here, just you, some stale bread, and the faint hope that lunch might be more interesting. The Romans had this peculiar relationship with morning meals that would make modern nutritionists weep. They considered eating a big breakfast to be somewhat gluttonous, like wearing pyjamas to a board meeting. It just wasn't done if you had any sense of dignity. Instead, they'd nibble on bread, perhaps some cheese if they were lucky, and call it good enough. If you were rich enough to have servants fanning you with palm fronds, you might have had honey on your bread or olives. But for most Romans, breakfast was less rise and shine, and more rise and make do with whatever's not growing mould. The fascinating thing about Roman food culture is how backwards it seems to us now. We've got our coffee shops on every corner, our breakfast burritos, and our endless cereal aisles that stretch like ancient Roman roads. But Romans, they saved their energy for the real meal of the day, which came much later. Breakfast was just fuel to get you through the morning's work, like putting just enough gas in your car to reach the next station. You'd wash down your meagre breakfast with water, maybe some diluted wine if you were feeling fancy or if the water looked particularly suspicious that day. Roman water systems were impressive, sure, but you still had to be careful. A little wine in your morning drink wasn't about getting tipsy. It was about not getting sick from whatever might be swimming around in your cup. The bread itself would have been darker and coarser than what we're used to today. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of whole grain, except it wasn't a health choice. It was just what happened when you ground wheat with primitive tools. Sometimes you'd find intriguing surprises in your bread, like bits of stone from the grinding process. Romans had strong teeth, or at least they did until they didn't. You could get goat's milk if you lived in the country. Cow's milk was more of a luxury item, like truffle oil or premium vanilla extract today. Most Romans in the city would have looked at you strangely if you suggested starting the day with a big glass of cold milk. It just wasn't part of their world. The relationship between the morning meal and social class was intricate and multifaceted. A wealthy Roman might have had slaves preparing elaborate breads with various seeds and nuts baked in, while a poor Roman was grateful for any bread at all. The disparity between the affluent and the impoverished during breakfast time was comparable to the difference between a luxurious continental breakfast at a 5-star hotel and a simple bowl of oatmeal 5-star hotel and a meagre breakfast from a gas station at 6 a.m. So there you are as an ancient Roman finishing your modest breakfast and preparing for the day ahead. Your stomach isn't exactly singing with satisfaction, but you're fed enough to function. The real excitement, the actual meal worth waiting for, is still hours away. But don't worry, when it comes it'll be worth the wait, even if it's not what you expect. So you've made it through your underwhelming Roman breakfast, and now you're wondering about lunch. Here's where things get interesting. Romans had this meal called prandium, which was sort of like lunch, except it wasn't really lunch the way we understand it. It resembled a snack with a sense of grandeur. Think of prandium as the middle child of Roman meals, overlooked, underappreciated, and often forgotten entirely. Most Romans would grab something quick and light around midday, assuming they remembered to eat at all. They were busy people, these Romans, what with their empire building and their complex social hierarchies to maintain. If you were a working-class Roman, your lunch might have been a chunk of bread with some cheese, Maybe an apple if you were lucky enough to find one that hadn't been claimed by someone higher up the social ladder. You'd eat it quickly, probably while standing, and then get back to whatever important Roman business you had to attend to. There were no leisurely lunch breaks where co-workers would discuss the latest gladiator matches. The wealthy Romans naturally had a different approach to midday eating. They might have had cold meats, some fruit, and perhaps a bit of wine that was actually good instead of the stuff that could strip paint. But even they didn't make a big production of it. Lunch was like a brief intermission in the play of daily life, acknowledged, but not the main event. Here's something that might surprise you. Romans were big on cold lunches. This was not due to their proclivity for meal prep, but rather due to the impracticality of preparing a full meal in the middle of the day. Most Romans living in cities didn't have proper kitchens anyway. They lived in apartments that would make modern studio dwellers feel positively spacious, and cooking facilities were shared or non-existent. You'd find Romans eating lunch in taverns, which were scattered throughout the cities like ancient food courts. These weren't fancy establishments. Think more like a combination of a gas station deli and a sports bar, minus the sports and the bar part. The food was cheap, quick, and designed to keep you going rather than to impress anyone. The typical tavern lunch might include some hard-boiled eggs, olives, bread, and cheese. If you were feeling adventurous, you might try some of the prepared foods they had sitting out, though the concept of food safety was about as developed as their understanding of germs, which is to say, not at all. Fish was popular at lunch, especially if you lived near the coast. Romans had this thing for fish sauce called garum, which was basically the ketchup of the ancient world. They put it on everything, and I mean everything. Imagine if someone today decided that ranch dressing should go on every single food item. That's Romans with their fish sauce. It was made from fermented fish intestines, which sounds absolutely horrifying until you realise it's basically the ancestor of Worcestershire sauce. If you were travelling, your lunch options became even more limited. Roman roads were excellent for getting from point A to point B, but they weren't exactly lined with convenient restaurants. You'd pack some bread, maybe some dried meat, and hope for the best. It was the ancient equivalent of grabbing a protein bar and hoping you'd find something better later. The timing of lunch was also flexible in a way that would confuse modern schedulers. Romans didn't have precise timekeeping the way we do, so lunchtime was more of a general concept than a specific hour. You ate when you felt hungry and when you had free time, which sometimes meant not eating at all. What's really fascinating is how Romans viewed this meal, or lack thereof. They didn't see skipping lunch as a hardship or a sign of being too busy. It was just part of life. They were saving their energy and appetite for the real meal of the day. Everything else was just keeping the engine running until the main event. Now comes the fun part, shopping for the evening meal, which was where Romans really showed their culinary colours. But before you start imagining neat grocery store aisles and shopping carts, let me paint you a picture of what food shopping actually looked like in ancient Rome. First, you'd head to the local market, which was less like a modern supermarket and more like a chaotic festival, where everyone was trying to sell you something. The noise alone would have been overwhelming. Vendors shouting about their wares, customers haggling over prices, and animals making whatever sounds animals make when they're about to become dinner. It was like Black Friday, but every day with more chickens. You'd start at the bread stalls, because bread was the foundation of every Roman meal. The bakers would have their loaves displayed, and you'd need to choose carefully. Some bread was better than others, and you could tell a lot about someone's social status by the quality of bread they bought. White bread was for the wealthy, darker bread was for everyone else. It was like a carbohydrate-based social hierarchy. The meat section would have been an adventure in itself. Romans consumed pork, lamb, goat, and beef. However, beef was expensive and typically reserved for special occasions. You'd see whole animals hanging in the stalls, and the butcher would cut off whatever piece you wanted right there. No neat packages wrapped in plastic, just you, the butcher, and whatever animal was looking at you with those reproachful dead eyes. Poultry was popular among the Romans, especially chicken, but they also consumed ducks, geese, and various other types of birds. They had a particular fondness for stuffed dormice, which sounds adorable until you realise they were being stuffed for dinner, not as toys. Romans had some interesting ideas about what constituted good eating. The fish market would have been a sensory experience you'd never forget. Romans loved their seafood, and they had access to both freshwater and saltwater fish. You'd find everything from simple sardines to elaborate preparations of mullet and sea bass. The smell would have been intense, Imagine the strongest fish market you've ever encountered, then multiply it by about 10. Vegetables were sold by farmers who'd bring their produce from the countryside. You'd find onions, garlic, leeks, cabbage, turnips and various greens. Tomatoes didn't exist yet. They were still hanging out in the Americas waiting to be discovered, so Roman cuisine was a lot less red than you might expect. Fruits were seasonal and precious. Apples, pears, grapes and figs were common, but citrus fruits were exotic imports that cost more than most people could afford. If you desired an orange, it would be advisable to have the ancient equivalent of a trust fund. The spice vendors were like ancient drug dealers, but legal and with better business licenses. Pepper was incredibly valuable, so valuable that it was sometimes used as currency. Salt was essential for preserving food, and Romans had some pretty sophisticated ideas about different types of salt and their uses. Wine was sold everywhere, and it came in various qualities. The excellent stuff was for special occasions and wealthy people, while the everyday wine was more like alcoholic vinegar. Romans mixed their wine with water, which was partly about taste, and partly about not falling over before dinner was finished. Shopping wasn't just about buying food, it was a social activity. You'd run into neighbours, catch up on gossip, and probably hear about the latest political scandals. The market was like Facebook, but with actual faces and fewer privacy settings. You'd need to bring your containers for liquids and loose items. No convenient bottles or bags, just whatever pottery or baskets you could carry. Especially if you lived in one of those multi-storey apartment buildings and had to carry everything up narrow stairs, shopping became a workout in itself. The whole experience would have taken most of the day, and you'd need to be a skilled negotiator to get acceptable prices. Romans expected haggling the way we expect barcodes. It was just part of the process. You'd start with an outrageous price, work your way down, and eventually settle on something that made both parties slightly unhappy, which meant it was probably fair. So you've survived the market experience and made it home with your purchases. Now comes the fun part, actually cooking the food. But here's where things get really interesting, because Roman kitchens were nothing like what you're imagining. If you lived in a typical Roman apartment, your kitchen might have been a small brazier, basically a metal bowl with some charcoal in it. That's it. There were no counters, cabinets, or refrigerators humming in the corner. You'd do your cooking crouched over this tiny fire, probably in a space that was barely bigger than a modern closet. It was like trying to prepare Thanksgiving dinner using only a hibachi grill. The smoke from your cooking fire had to go somewhere, and that somewhere was usually everywhere. Roman apartments weren't known for their ventilation systems. You'd open a window if you had one, but mostly you'd just live with the smoke. Everyone smelled like cooking food all the time, which was either charming or horrifying, depending on your perspective. If you were wealthy enough to have a proper house, you might have had a real kitchen with a stone hearth, maybe even a small oven, but even these kitchens would have seemed primitive by modern standards. The cooking area lacked running water and lacked knob-controlled gas burners. Everything was fire-based, which meant it took longer and required more attention. Roman cooking was all about timing and patience. You couldn't just set a timer and walk away. You had to stay with your food, watching it, adjusting the heat by moving coals around, and turning things by hand. It was like meditation, except if you meditated wrong, dinner burned. The most common cooking vessel was a clay pot called an olla. These came in various sizes and were used for everything from boiling water to making stews. Romans also had pans, but they were made of bronze or iron, not the non-stick wonders we're used to. Everything stuck to it, which made cooking an exercise in both skill and frustration. Spices were ground by hand using a mortar and pestle, which was an excellent exercise for your arms but time-consuming. You'd spend a good portion of your cooking time just preparing ingredients. There were no food processors, no pre-chopped vegetables, and no shortcuts. Every meal was earned through actual physical labour. Storage was another challenge entirely. Without refrigeration, you had to be creative about keeping food fresh. Romans used various preservation techniques: salting, smoking, drying, and fermentation. They had underground storage areas called celli for wine and other perishables, but these were mainly for the wealthy. For most Romans, you bought what you needed for that day's meal and not much more. Leftovers were problematic without proper storage, so you learned to prepare just enough food for your family. This meant shopping more frequently, but it also meant your food was always fresh. Water for cooking had to be carried from public fountains or wells. There was no turning on a tap. You'd fill your water jars and carry them home, then use that water sparingly. This approach made cooking more deliberate and less wasteful than modern cooking tends to be. The Romans had some clever cooking techniques that worked around their limitations. They'd use honey as a preservative, wine as a cooking liquid, and various herbs to mask the taste of food that was starting to turn. They became masters of one-pot cooking out of necessity, creating complex flavours in simple vessels. Baking was usually done communally. Most people didn't have ovens, so they'd prepare their bread dough at home and then take it to a communal bakery to be baked. This practice created a social aspect to bread making that we've completely lost in modern times. The timing of food preparation was crucial because Romans ate their main meal in the late afternoon or early evening. You'd need to start cooking hours before you planned to eat, especially if you were preparing anything complex. There was no ordering takeout if you ran out of time. You ate what you managed to prepare, or you didn't eat much at all. Despite all these challenges, Romans managed to create some truly sophisticated dishes. They were creative, resourceful, and surprisingly innovative in their approach to cooking. They had to be. Their survival depended on it. Finally, we reached the cena, the main meal of the day and the one Romans actually cared about. This meal was where they put their effort, their money, and their social energy. If breakfast was a handshake and lunch was a brief nod, dinner was a full embrace. The timing of dinner would seem strange to us. Romans typically ate their main meal in the late afternoon or early evening, when the day's work was done and there was still enough light to see what you were eating. This wasn't about candlelit romance, it was about practicality. Lamp oil was expensive and you wanted to enjoy your food while you could actually see it. For ordinary Romans, dinner was a simple but satisfying affair. You'd gather with your family around a low table, sitting on stools or benches. The meal would centre around bread, which was eaten with everything and used as a utensil. You'd tear off pieces and use them to scoop up other foods, like an ancient version of a dinner roll that actually worked for something. The main dish was often a porridge or stew called pulse, which was made from various grains and whatever vegetables, meat or fish you could afford. It sounds boring, but Romans had perfected the art of making porridge fascinating. They'd add herbs, spices, bits of meat, vegetables, and that ubiquitous fish sauce. It was like the ancient equivalent of a delicious risotto, if risotto were made from whatever you happened to have on hand. If you could afford meat, it was usually pork, lamb, or goat. Chicken was also popular, and Romans had some intriguing ways of preparing it. They'd stuff it with various mixtures, roast it with herbs, or cook it in wine sauces that would make modern chefs jealous. The key was maximising flavour with few ingredients. Vegetables played a supporting role, but an important one. Romans ate a lot of cabbage, onions, leeks, and various greens. They prepared vegetables in ways that would surprise modern cooks, often cooking them for much longer than we do today, creating soft, flavourful dishes that were easy to digest. The wealthy Romans naturally had a completely different dinner experience. Their meals were elaborate affairs that could last for hours and include multiple courses. They'd recline on couches, yes, they literally lay down to eat, and be served by slaves who brought course after course of increasingly exotic foods. Rich Romans might start with gustaccio, appetizers like eggs, olives, honey-glazed ham, or various seafood preparations. Then came the main courses, which could include roasted peacock, stuffed wild boar, or elaborate fish dishes. They'd finish with sweet things like honey cakes or fruit. The really wealthy would serve foods that were expensive not because they tasted excellent, but because they were rare or difficult to obtain. Flamingo tongues, for example, were a delicacy not because they were delicious, but because they were exotic and expensive. It was like serving gold-flaked ice cream today, more about showing off than actual flavour. Wine was an essential part of dinner for everyone who could afford it. The Romans developed sophisticated ideas about wine, creating different types for various occasions. They'd mix their wine with water and sometimes with honey or spices. The quality of wine you served said a lot about your social status and your hospitality. The social aspect of dinner was just as important as the food. This was when families came together, when friends visited, and when business was discussed. Dinner was the social media of ancient Rome. It's where news was shared, relationships were built, and social hierarchies were reinforced. Romans had specific etiquette around dinner that would seem strange to us. They ate with their fingers, but there were rules about which ones to use and how to use them gracefully. They'd wash their hands frequently throughout the meal, and servants would bring water and towels between courses. The conversation at dinner was supposed to be pleasant and educational. Romans valued wit and intelligence at the dinner table, and a good host would guide the conversation to interesting topics. Politics, philosophy, literature, anything that would stimulate the mind while the body was being nourished. After the main courses, the sweet finale arrived, but Roman desserts were quite different from what you might expect. They didn't have sugar in the way we know it. That was still centuries away from being common in Europe. Instead, Romans relied on honey, fruit, and various inventive combinations to satiate their sweet cravings. Honey was the star of Roman desserts. They used it in everything, drizzled over fresh fruit, mixed into cakes, and combined with nuts to make early versions of nougat. Roman beekeepers were skilled craftsmen, and different types of honey were prized for their unique flavours. Thyme honey was particularly valued, and Romans would pay premium prices for honey from specific regions. Roman cakes were dense, sweet affairs that bore little resemblance to modern birthday cakes. They were made with flour, eggs, honey, and various nuts or dried fruits. One popular dessert was libum, a cheesecake-like creation that was often used in religious ceremonies as well as eaten for pleasure. It was heavy, rich, and probably would have left you feeling pleasantly stuffed. Fruit was often the simplest and most satisfying end to a meal. Romans had access to apples, pears, grapes, figs, and various berries. They'd sometimes cook fruit with honey and wine to create compotes, or they'd dry fruit to preserve it for later use. Fresh fruit was seasonal and precious, making it feel special when it appeared on the table. But here's where Roman cuisine gets really interesting. They ate some things that would make modern diners run screaming from the table. Remember those stuffed dormices I mentioned earlier? Romans considered them a delicacy. They'd fatten up dormice in special jars, then stuff them with pork, pine nuts, and various seasonings before roasting them. It was like ancient Roman tapas, except with more adorable woodland creatures. Romans also had a thing for organ meats that would challenge even the most adventurous modern foodie. They ate brains, kidneys, liver, and various other parts of animals that we typically avoid. These weren't poverty foods. They were often considered delicacies. Roman cooks had developed sophisticated ways of preparing these organs, often disguising their texture and enhancing their flavours with herbs and spices. Sea urchins were another Roman favourite that might surprise you. They'd eat them raw like ancient sushi, or cook them in various preparations. Romans living near the coast had access to all sorts of seafood that was both familiar and exotic. They'd eat everything from simple sardines to elaborate preparations of eels and rays. The famous Roman fish sauce garum deserves special mention because it was a ubiquitous ingredient in Roman cuisine. Garum, a sauce made from fermented fish intestines, was considered the umami bomb of the ancient world. Romans put it on everything: meats, vegetables, and even desserts sometimes. It was salty, pungent, and absolutely essential to Roman cooking. The best garum was made from tuna intestines and was expensive enough to be a luxury item. Romans also ate various birds that we don't typically consider food today. Peacocks, swans, and even ostriches appeared on wealthy Roman tables. These were often prepared as much for spectacle as for taste. Imagine a roasted peacock with its feathers replaced for presentation. It was the epitome of elaborate dinner theatre. One particularly strange Roman delicacy was mulsum, a drink made from wine and honey that was often served at the beginning of meals. But the Romans also made a version with added spices that were supposed to aid digestion. It was like ancient Pepto-Bismol, except it was alcoholic, and probably didn't help with digestion at all. The Romans had a peculiar relationship with eggs that went beyond simple breakfast fare. They'd eat eggs from various birds: chickens, ducks, geese, and even ostriches. Ostrich eggs were enormous and were often prepared as shared dishes for special occasions. Imagine cracking open an egg that could feed a family of 6. What's fascinating is how Romans combined flavours in ways that would seem strange to us today. They'd mix sweet and savoury regularly, adding honey to meat dishes and using fruit in preparations we'd consider purely savoury. They'd cook fish with fruit, add honey to vegetables, and create complex flavour profiles that challenge the palate. The end of a Roman dinner wasn't just about food, it was about extending the social experience as long as possible. The meal would gradually wind down with more wine, conversation, and sometimes entertainment. It was the ancient equivalent of lingering over coffee and dessert, except with more reclining and fewer espresso machines. As your Roman dinner finally winds down and you lean back full and satisfied, it's worth thinking about how this ancient way of eating has shaped our modern world. The Romans weren't just eating, they were creating patterns and preferences that would influence European cuisine for centuries to come. Many of the herbs and spices Romans used are still essential in Mediterranean cooking today. Oregano, thyme, rosemary and sage were Roman favourites that modern Italian cooks still rely on. The Romans basically created the foundation for what we now call Mediterranean cuisine, even though they didn't have access to tomatoes, potatoes, or many of the other ingredients we associate with Italian food today. The Roman approach to wine was revolutionary and set standards that winemakers still follow. They developed ideas about aging, about pairing wine with food, and about the social importance of wine that persists today. Every time you choose a wine to go with dinner, you're participating in a tradition that Romans helped establish. Roman attitudes toward communal eating also shaped European culture in ways we still see today. The idea that dinner should be a social event, that meals should bring people together, and that food is about more than just nutrition. These are all concepts that Romans championed. They understood that eating together was about building relationships and strengthening communities. The Roman class system around food also established patterns that took centuries to break down. The idea that certain foods were for wealthy people and others were for the poor, that food could be a status symbol, and that elaborate meals were a way to display wealth and power. These concepts persisted long after Rome fell. But perhaps most importantly, Romans showed us that cooking is about creativity and adaptation. They took whatever ingredients they had available and found ways to make them delicious. They didn't have the global ingredient market we do now, but they made do. They were resourceful, inventive, and surprisingly sophisticated in their approach to food. The Roman kitchen, with all its limitations, produced some truly remarkable dishes. They developed techniques for preserving food, for combining flavours, and for creating complex meals from simple ingredients. They understood that cooking was both an art and a science, requiring skill, patience, and creativity. Roman eating habits also remind us that food culture is always changing. What seems normal to us today would have been completely foreign to Romans, just as their eating habits seem strange to us. They adapted to their circumstances, made the most of their resources, and created a food culture that was appropriate for their time and place. The social aspects of Roman dining, the conversation, the entertainment, the sense of community, are things we could perhaps learn from today. Romans understood that meals were about more than just consuming calories. They were about connecting with other people, sharing experiences, and creating memories. As you drift off to sleep tonight, full of this knowledge about Roman eating habits, you might find yourself thinking differently about your meals. Every time you sit down to eat, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back thousands of years. You're part of a long chain of people who have gathered around tables, shared food, and used meals as a way to connect with others. The Romans may not have had our modern conveniences, our global ingredients, or our sophisticated cooking equipment, but they had something that's perhaps more valuable. They understood that food is about more than just nutrition. It's about community, creativity, and the simple pleasure of sharing a meal with people you care about. So tomorrow morning, when you're having your elaborate breakfast that would have amazed any Roman, remember that you're eating like royalty compared to most people throughout history. And maybe, just maybe, you'll appreciate that morning meal a little bit more, knowing how far we've come from those simple Roman breakfasts of bread and wine. Sweet dreams, and may your meals be as satisfying as a Roman cena, minus the dormice. And just like that, we've come to the end of tonight's main story. But if your mind's still wandering, don't worry, you know how the story goes. There's a whole library of tales waiting for you, from Shakespeare to Sherlock Holmes, and even our most popular stories on the channel that we from time to time throw in here. Maybe that's the one that'll finally lull you into sleep, or maybe not, and that's the mystery we're leaving you with tonight. Sleep well, my friends, and as always, good night. I remember the day I first came to court, a half-starved jester with bells on my hat jangling and dread in my belly. The royal castle loomed ahead, all grey stone walls and towering battlements against a cloudy sky. My heart thudded as I passed beneath the iron portcullis. A pair of guards snickered at the sight of me in my threadbare motley. I clutched my lute and fool's bauble tightly, praying I wouldn't end the day in the stocks. Inside, torchlight flickered on tapestries and armoured knights. Servants rushed by with steaming platters of meat and trenchers of bread. The air smelled of wood smoke, spiced wine, and a hint of something foul from the stables. I followed a steward into the enormous hall, my shoes scuffing over rushes strewn on the floor. At the far end, on a raised dais, sat King Edward of England, my new master. He wore a fur-lined mantle and no crown, yet he radiated authority. He fixed his keen grey eyes on me as the gathered courtiers announced me as the evening's entertainment. Every gaze in the hall turned my way. I felt naked despite my motley tunic and jingling bells. I swept a deep bow, arms splayed comically, nearly losing my balance for effect. A few chuckles broke the silence. "Welcome, fool," called the king, his voice echoing off the rafters. "What do they call you?" "Tom, your majesty." "Tom Fool," I answered brightly, hiding my nerves under a grin. In truth, my Christian name was William, but a new life warrants a new name. My answer earned an approving smirk. "Very well, Tom. Let us see if your humour is as sharp as your tongue is quick," said King Edward. He gestured for me to begin. I started with a jaunty tune on my lute, a bawdy tavern song about a tipsy friar losing his robe to the wind. My fingers trembled on the strings, but the melody came out merry and bright. Laughter rose from the tables at the chorus's naughty twist. Emboldened, I launched into a comic tale, peppering it with jabs at castle life, a joke about the cook over-salting the stew, a quip about a knight's rusted armour creaking like an old ox. The courtiers guffawed, and even the queen hid a smile behind her hand. Warm relief spread through my chest. They were laughing. Finally, I decided to make a bold joke aimed at the most significant target. Balancing on one leg in an exaggerated pose, I lowered my voice conspiratorially. "Lords and ladies," I announced, "I've heard a wondrous secret about our sovereign." A hush fell. I flashed an impish grin at King Edward. "It's said His Majesty has a unique blessing from St. Peter himself. Only the king can sit on his throne and make the angels sing, especially after he's enjoyed a hearty dinner." I patted my backside and widened my eyes innocently. For a heartbeat, silence. Some lords looked scandalised that I'd joked about the king's royal behind. The king's eyebrow arched. My pulse pounded. Had I gone too far? Then King Edward threw back his head and laughed, a deep roaring laugh that shattered the tension. The court followed suit, laughter rippling through the hall. The king mimicked sternness by waving a finger at me. "Mind your cheek, knave, or I'll have you whipped for impudence," he said, still chuckling. I dropped to my knees in a mock-pleading bow. "Mercy, your majesty, I only speak gospel truth in your praise," I replied with an overly pious tone. The king laughed again and gave a dismissive wave, signalling my performance was over. As I backed away, trembling with relief, a servant pressed a silver coin into my palm, a reward from the king. I bowed one last time, cheeks flushed, and retreated to the edge of the hall. My debut had been a success. That night the steward showed me to a small chamber in the castle's upper kitchens, simple but mine alone. I collapsed onto the straw-filled bed, exhausted but exhilarated. I'd arrived with nothing but my wits and earned not only coin but also a place in the king's household. I was no longer a wandering vagabond. I was the king's fool. As I stared up at the ceiling, I allowed myself a grin. Tomorrow, and each day that followed, I would balance between humour and power. In a court of lords and ladies, I, a mere fool, had found a foothold. By autumn of that year, I had become a familiar part of court life, ever ready with a quip to lift a mood. On one crisp evening at a harvest feast, the great hall hosted a grand banquet after a long day of festivities. The trestle tables groaned with roasted boar and spiced ale. I flitted around, refilling drinks and tossing one-liners. Most laughed kindly, but Sir Roger, a burly baron with a perpetual scowl, decided to sport with me. "Ho there, fool!" he bellowed, feigning joviality. "We hear you juggle anything. Try these." He suddenly hurled 2 oranges at me. The first I snatched out of the air, but the second struck my cheek sharply before splattering on the floor. Laughter erupted. Pain flared in my cheek, and my face burned as nobles howled at my expense. For an instant I nearly flung the remaining orange at him. I imagined it smacking that red-faced oaf, but a fool survives on wit, not wrath. I grinned foolishly and juggled the lone orange as if nothing were amiss. "Many thanks, my lord, for the extra supper," I quipped, pretending to bite into the fruit before nearly dropping it in an exaggerated fumble. The onlookers laughed anew, this time with me rather than at me. Even Sir Roger, satisfied that I'd accepted the mockery, gave a reluctant chuckle. I made a grand bow, swallowing my wounded pride. When I risked a glance up at King Edward, he was watching me with a faint smirk. Later that night, a royal page summoned me to the king. Heart pounding with worry, I made my way to his private chamber. Had I overstepped in some way at the feast? I entered to find King Edward alone by the hearth, gazing at the letters spread on a table. His crown sat off to the side, as if even gold and jewels grew heavy for him tonight. "Tom, come here a moment," he said. This was no summons for entertainment. His tone was pensive. The king rubbed a hand over his brow. "News from the shires," he muttered. "Poor harvests and empty storehouses, yet my lords demand their taxes in full." He sighed, then glanced at me. "Do you have a zest for that?" His question was earnest, not a command for a silly face or song. I took a breath. "Sire, if I may spin a small fable, sometimes answers slink out better in story form." At his nod, I spoke softly. I told of a farmer who had a skinny mule that pulled his plough. When drought withered the crops, the farmer threatened to whip the mule to make it work harder, but the beast begged for a bit more feed so he'd have strength to pull. The farmer relented and fed the mule extra grain. Come spring, they tilled enough land to survive and even thrive when rains returned. As I finished, I stole a sidelong look at King Edward. He stared out the window, stroking his beard. For a moment I feared I'd been too bold. My tale's meaning was clear. Then he gave a low chuckle. "Clever mule," he mused. "Clever enough to get his belly full." I bowed my head, relieved. "Mules often do, Your Majesty, especially when they bray in rhyme," I said with a jingle of my cat bell. He turned to face me, and I saw a trace of admiration in his worn eyes. "You've a sharper wit than many in silk, Tom. You wrap wisdom in nonsense." I felt a warmth in my chest. However, I responded lightly, saying, "It's but a fool's simple fable, sire." King Edward managed a slight smile. "On the contrary, I will consider what you have implied." He clapped a hand on my shoulder, a gesture of trust and thanks. "That will be all. Get some rest." I bowed deeply. "Good night, Your Majesty." Before departing, I turned back with a cheeky bow. "And don't forget to feed your mule, sire," I said. King Edward barked a brief laugh and waved me away. I slipped out with a grin. Walking back to my quarters through the dim corridors, I felt nearly weightless. Tonight I had stepped beyond mere entertainer. I had, in my small way, shaped the king's thoughts. It was exhilarating and a little terrifying. A fool's jingling cap, I realised, could carry surprising influence if I used my wit wisely. Although favour can change quickly for the time being, the king relied on the hidden truths within my pranks. Winter brought hardship and unrest. A poor harvest left many starving, and whispers of rebellion drifted into court. King Edward's temper, once jovial in my company, grew brittle as dried kindling. More often I saw him frown at reports from his barons, grain riots, poaching in the royal forests, a distant village refusing to pay tithes. Fear and anger coiled around the court like smoke. One bleak afternoon the king held open court to dispense justice. I stood at the edge of the hall, bells quiet, sensing the tension. One by one, prisoners were brought before the throne. The gaunt farmer who'd slain a deer on Crown land begged mercy, claiming it was to feed his starving children. Next, a ragged group of villagers accused of sparking a food riot in the north were dragged in chains. My stomach tightened at their hollow cheeks and terrified eyes. The barons and courtiers looked on with hard disapproval. Sir Warwick, the king's stern-faced adviser, urged severity. "An example must be made, Your Majesty," he declared loud enough for all to hear. "Clemency for lawbreakers in famine would only breed chaos. Show them the cost of defiance." I watched King Edward's face as Warwick spoke. A muscle in his jaw twitched. The king's eyes, usually so keen and alive, were clouded with worry. He would rather not seem weak. The farmer was up first for judgment. King Edward announced that the farmer would receive a public whipping as punishment. The poor man broke down in tears, grateful that he had avoided the noose. I let out a breath I hadn't realised I was holding. But then came the villagers. A guard read out their crime, leading a mob to raid a granary owned by the crown. An old woman among them cried out, "We only took the grain because our children were dying." Her voice echoed in the hall. Sir Warwick shook his head in disgust. The courtiers murmured angrily about treason and thievery. I bit my tongue, 1,000 thoughts clashing in my mind. These folk had broken the law, yes, but out of desperation. I glanced toward the king. Edward's face hardened as he prepared to deliver his verdict. "By my royal authority you shall," he began, likely meaning to condemn them to the dungeons or worse. But before I knew what I was doing, I stepped forward. My heart thundered in my chest, but I couldn't stay silent. Perhaps I'd spent too long weaving truth into jests. The truth now came out bare and unadorned. "Your Majesty," I interjected in a loud and clear voice to ask if I might offer a fool's perspective. A shocked hush fell. One did not interrupt the king at trial, certainly not a fool. I dimly heard Sir Warwick's hiss of annoyance. King Edward turned his cold gaze on me, more startled than furious. At least yet. I swallowed hard. There was no turning back. I adopted a deliberately light tone, though my pulse pounded in my ears. "These poor souls stand accused of stealing bread," I said, gesturing to the trembling villagers, "and truly that is no jesting matter. But I wonder, sire, if a father is to be whipped for feeding his children venison, and mothers are to be cast in dungeons for snatching a few loaves." I forced a thin smile. "Perhaps your humble fool should be punished as well, for I've been stealing your valuable air all these years without paying coin for it." A few nervous titters came from the back of the hall, then died immediately. The king's eyes narrowed. I pressed on, my voice gaining a desperate strength. "Only a fool would make light of hunger, my lord. I speak not to mock your justice, but to beseech your mercy. Starvation makes fools of us all." I bowed low, my head bent so I couldn't see his reaction. My hands were shaking. No one else dared breathe. For a heartbeat there was silence so deep I heard the distant drip of wax from a candle. Then, "Enough," King Edward said quietly. The word fell like an axe. I looked up. His face was flushed not with mirth but with anger. "I'll hear no more." He stood from the throne, and in that moment he loomed larger than I'd ever seen him. "Who is king here? You fool?" His voice was deceptively soft, quivering with restrained rage. "Do you presume to lecture me on duty and mercy, dressed in motley and bells?" Every utterance from his lips felt like a boulder hurled towards my head. I opened my mouth to stammer an apology, but he silenced me with a glare. "Take him!" the king snapped to his guards. In an instant, rough hands seized my arms. My bell-tipped cap tumbled to the floor as a guard yanked me backward. I heard a few gasps among the courtiers. Lady Marjorie covered her mouth in dismay. Sir Warwick simply watched with a thin smile. My cap's little bells jangled on the stones, a faint jingling that seemed to underline my folly. King Edward's voice echoed in the rafters, cold and formal. For his disruption and insolence, let the king's fool receive the same punishment he pitied. He should receive 20 lashes before the court at dawn. Terror washed over me. 20 lashes. My knees nearly buckled. I wanted to beg for forgiveness, to plead that I'd only spoken out of concern, but my tongue felt paralysed. 2 guards dragged me from the hall as the king's attention returned to the stunned prisoners before him. As they hauled me away, none dared to object or even meet my eyes. They threw me into a draughty antechamber, where I collapsed to the floor. My back pressed against cold stone as I tried to catch my breath. I tasted blood. I must have bitten my tongue without noticing. When I shut my eyes, hot tears forced their way out and rolled down my cheeks. Fool, 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 I cursed myself silently. What had I done? I had wanted to save a few peasants from the king's wrath. Instead, I had only intensified the king's wrath and burned myself in the process. In my mind I saw the king's face again, enraged and unyielding. That image stabbed at my heart more sharply than any whip could. Not long ago I had sat by that same man's hearth trading fables and easing his burdens. Now he looked at me as just another disobedient subject. Toward midnight, the guards came to escort me to the pillory in the courtyard. The sentence was to be carried out at first light. They locked my wrists and neck in the wooden stocks. I stood hunched in that cruel device for endless hours, shivering in the winter cold alone under the stars. Snow began to fall, thin, icy flakes catching in my hair. The pain had not yet begun, but a dread deeper than any wound gnawed at me. As darkness deepened, a lone figure approached through the torchlit yard. I squinted through frozen lashes to see Master Robert, the king's old chamberlain, carrying a cloak. Without a word, he draped it over my shoulders. His eyes were sad as he met my gaze. "You were brave, Tom," he whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. He was indeed brave, if not a little foolish. A bitter laugh escaped me. What other thing could I be? He shook his head and pressed a small flask of ale to my lips. Gratefully, I drank a burning mouthful that chased some of the chill from my bones. Is His Majesty... I croaked, my throat raw from the cold night air as I struggled to hold back sobs. Master Robert sighed. He was alone in his chambers. He's unlikely to change his mind by morning. I am sorry. He hesitated. Some of us perceive the truth in your words, but the king, he's under enormous strain. I nodded as best I could with my neck trapped. A tear slipped down my face, hot against my numb skin. Thank you, I managed to whisper. The chamberlain squeezed my shoulder gently and departed, leaving the cloak as my only comfort. I spent the remaining hours in silent prayer that the king's heart would soften, that dawn would never come, and that I might endure what was to come. I was not a warrior or a martyr, just a fool who had flown too close to the sun. The strange freedom I'd had to speak truth had shown its price. At sunrise they flogged me. I bit down on a leather strap to keep from screaming as each lash tore across my back. Fiery pain exploded with every stroke. By the 10th blow my vision blurred. By the 20th I hung limp in the restraints, unable to stand. I dimly heard an official read out my crime of insolence to the gathered courtiers as the punishment was delivered, as if it were some theatre, and I was the main spectacle. When it was mercifully over, they released the pillory's lock, and I crumpled to the snow. The world spun for a moment as I lay there with my cheek against the white, trampled ground. I could hear distant applause from one or two nobles, an ugly mockery. Warm blood trickled under my shirt. 2 guards lifted me to my feet and carried me away as if I were worthless trash. I drifted in and out of consciousness. Once, through a blur of tears, I thought I saw the king watching from a high window. I couldn't discern his expression. They dumped me in my little chamber and left without a word. I don't know how long I remained motionless on the floor, curled up and gasping. Eventually a kind maidservant slipped in and tended my wounds with vinegar and clean bandages, clucking softly in pity. I thanked her in a hoarse whisper. By nightfall I could at least sit upright on my straw cot. Every movement sent bolts of agony through my welted back. I stared at the dark ceiling, hollow and heartsick. A fool I had been indeed, thinking I could speak for the weak and not be struck down. As the castle around me bustled with the evening supper and song, I lay in silence, tasting bitterness like bile. I did not know what hurt more, the fiery stripes across my back or the cold distance that now yawned between me and the king I had thought perhaps foolishly was my friend. After a week under siege with little progress, the king decided to send a message of surrender terms to Duke Geoffrey. To my surprise, he chose me as the envoy. Perhaps he chose me as the envoy as a form of punishment, or perhaps he believed that having a fool present would emphasize his contempt. Either way, I found myself standing before the king in his pavilion as he thrust a sealed parchment into my hand. Carry our surrender offer to Duke Geoffrey's gate. You've a silver tongue. Perhaps you can persuade him where siege engines cannot, he said coolly. His knights smirked. We all knew this errand carried risk. A rebel might easily kill the king's fool as a mockery of the message. I realized King Edward was effectively sending me as a disposable herald. Still, I mustered my courage. This was the first duty he had given me since my disgrace. Perhaps, if I succeeded, it could begin to mend the rift. As you command, sire, I said quietly. Soon after, I rode out under a truce flag, replacing my motley with a simple tunic adorned with the royal arms. A pair of trumpeters accompanied me part way and sounded a call before falling back. Alone, I approached the castle's gate across a field littered with broken arrows. My spine prickled, expecting at any moment to hear the sinister twang of a bowstring and feel an arrow between my shoulders. But none came. Instead, a knot of the Duke's soldiers emerged atop the battlements, crossbows trained on me. I come bearing a message from King Edward, I shouted up in as steady a voice as I could manage. Eventually, the iron portcullis creaked upward, just enough for a handful of armoured men to drag me inside. I was roughly searched and relieved of my small dagger, more a tool than a weapon. Then they shoved me into a torchlit great hall where Duke Geoffrey himself awaited. He was a formidable figure in steel plate and a crimson cloak, a middle-aged man with a scarred brow and weary eyes. So, he said, his voice echoing off the stone walls, Edward sends his fool to parley. Is he so short of loyal knights? Snickers echoed from the Duke's men around me. I straightened to my full height, trying not to let my knees quake. Loyal knights are too valuable to risk on Duke Geoffrey, I replied, before thinking better of it. My old reflex for wit had slipped out. Some of the rebel soldiers bristled, but the Duke barked a short laugh. "Hand me the message, fool," he said. I presented the parchment with a slight bow. As he read the king's offer, amnesty in exchange for immediate surrender, his face showed no flicker of concession. When he finished, he scoffed. Empty promises. Did Edward think a few pardoning words would make me kneel? He must consider me more foolish than you. A tense silence fell. I realised all eyes were on me, awaiting a response. If I returned empty-handed and tongue-tied, I'd earn only scorn. So, drawing a shaky breath, I addressed the Duke. His Majesty desires no more bloodshed. He offers you a chance to retain your lands and honour, your grace. I implore you to think of the kingdom and your men who have families waiting for them. My voice echoed in the hall. It was a bold speech for my station, but I spoke with genuine pleading. I had seen enough suffering. Duke Geoffrey regarded me with a faintly surprised expression. He spoke earnestly, as if he were a fool. He sighed deeply, and for a moment I thought I saw sorrow in his eyes. "You are young, you do not know Edward as I do. He keeps his promises only while it suits him. Tell your king that Geoffrey of March will not yield to pretty words and hollow clemency. We will meet on the field and settle our differences with steel." My heart sank. "Is that your final answer, my lord?" I asked softly. "It is," he said. Then he leaned forward and added in a low growl, "Tell Edward that by week's end I shall sit on his throne or die in the attempt." I bowed, understanding the parley was over. But as I turned to leave, one of the Duke's captains stepped forward with a hand on his sword, eyeing me with a wolfish grin. Duke Geoffrey waved a gauntleted hand dismissively. "No, he's but a messenger, and an honest one at that. Let him return unharmed. We are not the savages that Edward would claim." He looked at me. "Go, fool. Thank whatever god you pray to that I am not in the mood to play games with a jester today." They escorted me back to the gate. I felt the glare of archers on my back as I walked out, refusing to break into a run. They shoved me out and slammed the portcullis behind me. Weak-kneed with relief, I walked back to our lines. Facing the rebel lord had been terrifying, but at least I survived unscathed. Back in King Edward's camp, I delivered Duke Geoffrey's reply faithfully to King Edward and his council. The king's face tightened at the Duke's defiance. He said nothing to me except a curt nod of dismissal. It was as if I were truly nothing more than a talking letter. That night I sat by the campfires, watching armoured men hurry about sharpening swords and whispering prayers and murmuring about ill omens. Blood would begin to flow by dawn. I felt utterly small beneath the vast dark sky. Once a fool's quick wit had mattered in the king's hall, now it meant nothing on the eve of slaughter. I realised I was witnessing the gears of history turning, indifferent to one humble jester. In the flicker of the firelight, I caught sight of King Edward standing with his generals, resolute and grim. I remembered when he used to smile at my antics. But that was before famine, rebellion, and my own over-bold tongue had come between us. Now, I was just another soul in his train, useful only for the odd errand. As trumpets sounded low and mournful in the darkness, I wrapped my cloak tight and tried to steal a few hours of sleep on the cold ground. Tomorrow's battle would decide the fate of the kingdom. I could do nothing but witness it, a fool on the sidelines of kings hoping to survive the coming dawn. At dawn, King Edward's army clashed with Duke Geoffrey's rebels in a cacophony of steel and screams. Suddenly, I saw King Edward unhorsed. His white charger had been felled under him, and the king was on foot fighting off rebel soldiers who pressed in around him. My heart pounded in my chest. The knights who should have been by his side dispersed, leaving only me close enough to assist him in that moment. Without thinking, I grabbed a discarded spear from the churned mud and ran towards the king. The sight of a motley-clad fool sprinting into the thick of battle stunned both friends and foes alike. One rebel knight charged the king from behind. I hurled myself at him with all my might. By sheer luck, he went down in a clatter of armour, more surprised than hurt. King Edward whirled at the sound and caught sight of me, mud-splattered and wild-eyed, standing over the knight I'd felled. For an instant our eyes met. Then another rebel lunged at the king. Edward parried, and together we stood back to back, sovereign and fool, in an unlikely circle of defence. I brandished the spear wildly, screaming more in terror than fury. In that moment a surge of royal knights ploughed into the melee, driving the rebels back. As the enemy fell into confusion and began to retreat, we pulled the king onto a fresh horse. The battle soon turned in our favour. Duke Geoffrey's line broke under the onslaught of the king's rallied forces. By noon it was over. The rebels threw down arms or fled. Victory belonged to King Edward, but it came at a terrible cost. Bodies carpeted the field and the cries of the wounded echoed in the smoky air. In the aftermath I slumped, exhausted, on a fallen log, my hand still trembling from adrenaline. Blood spattered my once colourful attire, some of it from a shallow cut on my arm. As the king moved among the living and dead, tending to the wounded and gazing sorrowfully over the carnage, I watched in a daze. When at last the king approached me, I struggled to my feet and bowed unsteadily. I expected perhaps a reprimand for plunging into the fight unbidden. Instead, King Edward dismounted and stepped forward. For a long moment he simply regarded me, taking in the spear still clenched in my hand and the drying blood on my cheek. Then, to my shock, he knelt slightly and placed a hand on my shoulder. "You saved my life today," he said quietly. There was an openness in his face I had not seen since my earliest days at court. "Fool or not, Tom, you have the heart of a true friend." "Sire, I only did what anyone would," I stammered, suddenly choking up. He shook his head and turned to the lords gathering around. In a clear voice he proclaimed that my bravery had saved him and would not be forgotten. My cheeks burned with humble pride as nobles who once sneered now inclined their heads to me. I understood that my return to the king's favour was not due to humour, but rather to my unwavering loyalty during crucial moments. That evening we shared a quiet victory meal in camp. Late that night, as I sat by the dying fire, King Edward draped his own fur cloak around my shoulders. "You'll catch your death in this chill, Tom," he said softly. Side by side under the starry sky, we sat in a comfortable silence. After a long pause, he murmured, "So much loss. Will God forgive me for this day?" In that moment he was not a mighty king, but a weary man. I found the courage to answer gently that he had done his duty and even shown mercy. "If a king can be merciful," I said, "surely God can too." He managed a worn smile and gripped my arm. "Thank you, Tom," he whispered. By the time I crawled into my small tent, I felt lighter than I had in a long while. The gulf between the king and his fool had closed in the crucible of war, and with it came a renewed trust. I dared to hope that better days lay ahead, when I might serve him with both wit and devotion as I once did. For a brief golden time after the battle, life at court was kinder to me. King Edward kept me close, and though I still donned caps and bells to amuse him, I also became something of a confidant again. I even offered the king an occasional candid observation to aid his rule. The memory of my past estrangement faded like a terrible dream. But fortune's wheel never stops turning. Some years later, a harsh winter illness swept through the land. The illness affected both the upper and lower classes equally. King Edward, vigorous in battle, succumbed in his bedchamber after a week of fever. I sat at his bedside near the end, holding his hand as the fever took him on a frigid February night. When he breathed his last, I lost not only my king, but also my truest friend. The court mourned, and then the power shifted. King Edward's heir was a boy of 12, so a council of regents took control. Almost overnight, the atmosphere at court changed. The new rulers had little use for the old king's fool. To them I was a remnant of Edward's era, at best irrelevant, at worst a nuisance with too many of the late king's confidences. In the weeks after the funeral I became increasingly unwelcome. The boy king, guided by stern advisers, showed no interest in my antics. I used to sit near the throne, but now I found myself standing at the back of the hall. One grey morning I was summoned before Lord Warwick, the very adviser who had urged my flogging years ago, and now one of the prince's regents. He regarded me with cold disdain. "The Crown has decided your services are no longer required," he said flatly. He pushed across the table a small purse of coins, perhaps meant as a gesture of compensation. "You are to leave the palace by sundown." I felt a pang of disbelief. I dared to ask if I had given offence or could make amends, but Warwick silenced me with a glare. "The young king was too busy to indulge a fool's prattle," he said. They didn't require a jester to interrupt them. For an instant anger flared. I had bled for this kingdom and the late king valued me, but one look at Warwick's face told me protest was futile. These men saw only a clown, not a counsellor. I took the leather purse with trembling fingers. It felt pitifully light. I bowed my head. "As you command, my lord," I murmured. There was nothing else to do. To resist would mean imprisonment, or worse. That afternoon I packed my scant belongings, a few worn motley tunics, my lute, and the gilded wooden fool's sceptre King Edward had once given me as a jesting staff of office. Not one familiar face came to wish me well. Any who might have were gone, or afraid to show kindness to a dismissed fool. I walked out of the palace gates at twilight, a solitary figure for the first time in years. The guards hardly glanced at me as I passed under the portcullis, where I'd first entered so many years ago, a frightened youth, eager to entertain a king. How different that departure was now, older, wiser, and bearing the weight of sorrows and joys alike. As I left the royal court behind, I paused on a hill overlooking the capital. The sun was sinking in a cold purple sky. In the distance, the towers of the castle caught the last light. Standing in that same spot on happier days alongside King Edward, I recalled listening to him confide his worries. I remembered our laughter, our battles of wit, and even our moments of anger. A sad smile tugged at my lips. A fool I came, and a fool I depart, I whispered to the chill air. My breath swirled like ghostly incense. There was no audience to laugh or applaud, only the lonely wind. I drew my tattered cloak tighter and turned away from the only home I had known in my adult life. It was time to explore the fate that a king's fool without a king might face. For months I roamed through villages and market towns, free and without a master. Initially the freedom felt jarring. I could go anywhere, say anything, yet who cared now for the words of a king's fool? I earned my supper by telling stories or juggling in tavern yards, performing not for nobles but for farmers and fishermen. Some nights I slept in a hayloft or under the open sky, and my joints ached more than they used to, and the laughter of coarse villagers was a poor substitute for the attentive hush of a royal court. One autumn evening I found myself in a small country inn, entertaining a handful of locals by the hearth. I narrated humorous stories about court life, taking care not to mention specific names, and managed to elicit a few chuckles from the audience. Afterward, as the patrons drifted off, the innkeeper pressed a mug of ale into my hand, pity or payment, perhaps both, and asked, "Were you truly the king's fool once?" I nodded with a faint smile. "I was," I replied. He shook his head in wonder and went to lock up, leaving me alone with the dying fire. I sat there long after the last embers crumbled, nursing the ale and my memories. Yes, I had been the king's fool. I had lived in a castle, worn silks, however patched, dined on venison and custard, and traded wits with powerful men. I had experienced both highs and lows. Now I was no one of importance. Despite feeling unimportant, I still sensed the same heart beating in my chest and maintained the same keen eye for absurdity in the world. In the silence of that tavern, I realized that in my own way, I still carried the truth speaker's torch. I could now speak freely about the Lord's vanity, the poor's plight, and other palace secrets. The strange privilege I once held to speak truth to power had come at enormous risk. Now I held a different sort of freedom. I could speak truth openly, but power no longer heeded. It was a lonely freedom, stripped of the glamour that once gave my words weight. I drained my ale and stepped outside into the crisp night. A thin sliver of moon hung overhead. The village was dark and sleeping. Only the distant bark of a dog and the rustle of trees kept me company. Pulling my threadbare cloak around my shoulders, I walked down the empty lane toward the inn's stable loft, where a pile of straw waited as my bed. Overhead, countless stars glittered. The same stars I used to gaze at from the castle parapets in King Edward's day. How many times had I stood by his side after a feast, pointing out a constellation or making a wish? I closed my eyes and could almost hear the king's rich laugh beside me. An ache swelled in my throat, part sorrow, part sweet reminiscence. "Ah, Edward," I murmured to the sky. "They took your fool away, but they'll never quite rid me of you." Perhaps it was a foolish thing to say, but then foolishness had always been my trade. I climbed into the loft and lay down on the straw. Through a gap in the roof I could see a splash of stars. I thought of the people I had been, the eager young jester, the broken wretch in the stocks, the unlikely hero on the battlefield, the trusted friend, and now the vagabond storyteller. Which was the real me? Perhaps all of them, perhaps none. As I drifted to sleep, I found myself smiling in the dark. I had played my part in the grand pageant of kings and clowns, and though my costume was torn and my stage now a humble inn, I still had my wits, my memories, and my voice. In the morning I would move on to the next village and the next crowd. Maybe I'd make them laugh, maybe I'd make them think. Either way, the spirit of the king's fool lived on as long as I drew breath. Whatever tomorrow brings, I will meet it as I always have, with a jest on my tongue, a tear in my eye, and hope in my foolish heart. Thomas Jefferson was born on April the 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation, with an enslaved workforce forming its backbone. Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child, he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed. He was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children, but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he had become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774, he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. The skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War. The push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognized his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. Holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration, but that passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a Republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781, a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782, she had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing notes on the state of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations, and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognised that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanised flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralisation, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties, suspicious of Federalist centralization. Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes. The House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential. Yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticised his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., warned from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity. Expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire, but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasising modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic-Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe. He supported the Louisiana Purchaser's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognised a mutual bond shaped by the revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates: monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform the American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man. But historians recognized that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognized the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalized, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent, yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at others' expense. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, more incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author of democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints. At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating bookstands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. The Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, seeded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4th, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital as ever. When we think of the Great Depression, we see dust storms and breadlines in sepia. Before we can appreciate the psychological impact of the economic collapse, we must remember the world that was lost. A world of extraordinary optimism and excessive consumerism that few today can imagine. By 1988, Americans believed in endless prosperity almost religiously. The typical manufacturing pay has increased by approximately 40% since the early 1920s. Most new urban homes have indoor plumbing, long a luxury. In less than a decade, car ownership rose from 8 million to 23 million. Perhaps most telling, 40% of American families Not just the wealthy, but teachers, clerks, and factory workers invested in the stock market. "We thought we'd discovered economic immortality," said Philadelphia radio salesperson Martin Steinberg. "My customers bought Philcos and RCAs on installment plans with 10% down. I set up their new consoles as they discussed their investments. Milton gave stock advice. Stock tips were given to the shoeshine boy. Those should have been warning signs, but we were drunk with affluence." Often forgotten is how boom times generated a strange isolation. Extended families that lived together for economic reasons split into nuclear units. Many young couples bought homes in new projects far from parents and grandparents. Americans' individualism and materialism damaged community institutions. Sunday became a day for new car drives, reducing church attendance. Local social clubs became commercial entertainment establishments. "When the crash came, we discovered how much we'd sacrificed for material goods," remarked late 1920s Boston girl Eleanor Winthrop. At an insurance company, my father was well positioned. We owned a Packard, Frigidaire, and phone. We scarcely knew our neighbours. Everyone competed for new gadgets and things. We had little. When my father lost his job in 1930, we had limited resources. They didn't know us well enough to help, and we were ashamed to ask for assistance. American society's atomization would be deadly during the economic crisis. Many families suffered alone without community safety nets. American banks were unexpectedly vulnerable to financial instability's first tremors. In the 1920s, bank accounts were uninsured, unlike today's FDIC-insured deposits. Most Americans didn't know their deposits financed speculative investments. People viewed the collapse of rural banks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a local issue, affecting backward rural communities. Continental Illinois bank teller Harold Jenkins recalls the denial. "Management assured us these rural bank failures in 28 were isolated cases attributable to deteriorating agricultural prices. The crucial connections were missed. Our loan officers approved mortgages with low down payments and margin loans for stock buyers. After the crash, our leaders claimed a correction." This institutional blindness included government. In early 1930, Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon famously said, "Gentlemen, liquidate labour, stocks, farms and real estate. We will eradicate the rot." A virtually medieval understanding of economics held that economic hardship was necessary to purify and rebuild the economy. This approach would delay significant involvement until millions were bankrupt. The psychological modifications forced on everyday Americans were most acute. The 1920s influenced consumer behaviour significantly. Advertisements pitched products as conveniences and identity markers. A car or cigarette brand defined one's social status. Many suffered financial and existential crises when these material indicators disappeared. "We lost more than our money," said Mildred Hayes, a store clerk. "We forgot who we were. The life and future stories we told ourselves crashed. My husband was promoted to floor manager. We saved for a suburban house down payment. After his job loss, we moved in with his parents and slept on a fold-out couch in their parlour. How do you explain this reversal?" For millions of Americans, this cognitive dissonance between expectations and reality defined the early Depression. The world they were promised had vanished overnight, leaving them in strange territory without maps or goal guides. The financial collapse of 1929 to 1933 wasn't just about stock market losses affecting wealthy investors. What truly devastated ordinary Americans was the destruction of the banking system and, with it, their life savings. Between 1930 and 1933, over 9,000 banks failed, nearly 40% of all banks in the United States. Each closure triggered cascading losses in communities where those banks operated. Unlike today's news cycle, which might report bank failures as abstract statistics, those closures were visceral, community-altering events. "I was walking to school when I saw the crowd outside First National," remembered Eunice Templeton, who was 12 years old in Galesburg, Illinois, when her town's largest bank closed. People were pounding on the doors, some women were crying. Mr. Hobart, who owned the hardware store, sat on the curb with his head in his hands. "My father lost $800, his entire savings. That night, Mother cut up an old dress to make me a new one for school. We have to be creative now," she said, her voice all tight like she was holding something back. What's rarely discussed in Depression histories is how the crisis transformed attitudes toward money itself. Before 1929, cash had been migrating from the mattress to the bank account as Americans embraced financial institutions. After the banking collapse, many developed a profound distrust of banks that would last generations. Communities responded by developing extraordinary alternatives to traditional currency. In Minneapolis, the organised unemployed created scrip certificates tied to hours of work. In California's Imperial Valley, farmers traded promissory notes backed by future crops. In Seattle, professionals formed exchange networks where doctors and lawyers traded services directly with plumbers and electricians. Wayne Thornton, a plumbing contractor in Des Moines, described his experience. Money just disappeared. I had customers who needed leaks fixed but couldn't pay cash. I started taking chickens, home-canned vegetables, and even furniture in exchange for work. My secretary kept a ledger of who owed what. By 1922, I was only getting about 30% of my payments in actual currency. The rest was barter or promises. This collapse of conventional currency revealed something profound about money itself, that it exists primarily as a social agreement rather than an inherent value. When that agreement faltered, communities improvised alternatives based on trust and shared necessity. For children, the Depression's monetary lessons were particularly complex. Catherine Wagner, who grew up in San Francisco, recalled, "My father had been a successful attorney before the crash. Suddenly, he was accepting payment in firewood or fish. I remember asking for a nickel for candy, and my mother cried, not because we didn't have a nickel, we did, but because she understood that money now had to be hoarded, save for absolute necessities." The Depression's monetary transformation was also visible in how physical currency was treated. Bills were pressed flat, coins were counted repeatedly, and cash was hidden in increasingly creative locations. Laura Hillman, whose father was a bank manager in Cincinnati, described finding money throughout their home after his death in 1940. There were silver dollars sewn into the hems of curtains, bills tucked between book pages, coins in sealed mason jars buried in the garden. Father knew better than anyone how fragile banks were, and it marked him permanently. Beyond the practical aspects of money's transformation was a deeper philosophical shift. Americans who had embraced consumer culture and defined themselves through purchases now found themselves questioning the basis of value itself. The arbitrary nature of monetary value became unavoidably apparent when homes with $5,000 mortgages sold at auction for $1,000, and when a skilled labourer's daily wage fell from $4 to $1, if work could be found at all. "We realised money was fictional," explained former banker Thomas Whitfield. "Not just paper money, but the whole concept. A house didn't change physically when its price dropped 80%, but suddenly the bank said it was worth a fifth of what they'd claimed last year. A man's labour didn't change when his wage was cut, but now an hour of sweat was worth half what it had been. This change made people question everything. This questioning extended to authority itself. When Presidents Hoover and Roosevelt made pronouncements about the economy, many Americans had become skeptical of official narratives. Having watched sound banks collapse and blue-chip stocks become worthless, they developed a wariness toward institutional pronouncements that would influence American politics for decades. The Depression's monetary chaos also produced unexpected social effects. As cash became scarce, those who still had it gained outsized influence. Small-town bankers who had maintained liquidity, landlords who owned properties outright, and business owners who had avoided debt found themselves with disproportionate community power. This shift created new social hierarchies based less on traditional status markers and more on financial prudence, a virtue that had been largely dismissed during the exuberant 1920s. "The social order flipped," observed Harriet Crawley, a schoolteacher from Virginia. "The flashy spenders of the 20s were now destitute, while cautious savers became community leaders. Everyone thought our principal was a frugal miser, but he was the only one who could provide small loans to prevent faculty members from losing their homes. His influence grew tremendously. The psychological impact of the Depression created wounds that statistics can't capture, invisible scars that shaped behaviours, relationships and worldviews for generations. While historians often focus on economic metrics, the true legacy lived in changed minds and hearts. For adults who had established identities and expectations before the crash, the psychological toll was particularly severe. Dr. Edwin Matthews, who practiced medicine in Cleveland throughout the 1930s, observed, "I treated physical ailments, malnutrition, tuberculosis exacerbated by poor housing, industrial injuries, but the most common problems were psychological. Insomnia plagued former businessmen. Digestive disorders affected women trying to feed families on inadequate budgets. I observed tremors in hands that had previously been steady. These stress-related ailments rarely appear in depression statistics, yet they affected millions. More startling were the invisible behavioural changes. People who had been outgoing became withdrawn. Decision-making became paralysed by fear. Marriages strained under financial pressure developed communication patterns centred on avoidance rather than confrontation. "My mother changed completely," said Richard Neville, who was 10 years old when his father lost his accounting position in 1931. Before, she'd been the neighbourhood social organiser, card parties, community theatre, church events. After we lost our home and moved to a rental across town, she stopped seeing friends entirely. She'd say she was too busy, but I'd find her sitting motionless by the window for hours. The woman, once the heart of our community, became nearly mute. This social withdrawal emerged as a common coping mechanism. Shame about downward mobility led many to isolate themselves rather than maintain relationships that reminded them of their losses. This isolation often compounded depression, creating cycles of emotional decline that remained unaddressed in an era when mental health care was primitive and stigmatized. For children, the psychological impacts manifested differently. Many developed extreme risk aversion and preoccupation with security that would influence their adult decisions decades later. School teachers reported students hoarding lunch leftovers and school supplies. Children as young as 6 began asking anxious questions about family finances. Clara Mortensen, who taught 3rd grade in Omaha, noted, "Before the Depression, children would trade sandwich halves or share treats. By 1932, I observed students carefully wrapping uneaten portions to take home. They'd count crayons repeatedly to ensure none were lost. These weren't behaviours their parents had directly taught them. The children were absorbing the anxiety from the atmosphere around them." What's particularly striking about Depression-era psychology was the disproportionate impact on men. In a culture that primarily defined masculine success through providership, unemployment profoundly impacted the core of male identity. Women, though certainly not immune to depression trauma, often had secondary identities as caregivers and home managers that remained intact despite financial collapse. Henry Gladwell, who spent 2 years riding the rails after losing his factory job in Akron, described this gender differential. A man without work in those days wasn't a man at all. Women could still be mothers and wives without paychecks. Women faced severe hardships, but their experiences were different from men's. For us men, unemployment wasn't just economic hardship, it was emasculation. Some fellows I knew would leave home each morning pretending to seek employment, but would actually spend the day in the public library just to maintain the fiction that they were still trying. This gendered experience created lasting imprints on family dynamics. Children who watched fathers struggle with identity loss often developed complex relationships with authority and achievement. Many Depression-era children grew up to become workaholics, driving themselves relentlessly to avoid the vulnerability they had witnessed in their hurt parents. The psychological impact extended to how people viewed institutions. Trust in banks, corporations, and government suffered damage that would never fully heal. For many who had believed in American capitalism as an essentially fair system that rewarded hard work, the Depression destroyed this foundational assumption. "My father was a true believer in the American dream," explained Catherine Oakes, whose family lost their Michigan farm to foreclosure. "He'd immigrated from Poland, worked 18 hours a day, and saved every penny. When the bank took our farm, something broke in him. Not just sadness. His entire worldview collapsed. He'd believed there was a moral order where virtue was rewarded. After that, he viewed all institutions with suspicion. He wouldn't even trust the post office with packages." This institutional distrust manifested in behaviours that outsiders often found incomprehensible. People who had survived bank failures might divide their modest savings between multiple hiding places. Important documents were kept at home rather than in safe deposit boxes. Government assistance programs were viewed with suspicion, even by those who desperately needed help. Perhaps most profoundly, the Depression altered America's relationship with possibility itself. The assumption that tomorrow would likely be better than today, a quintessentially American outlook, was replaced for many by a persistent expectation of calamity. This anticipatory anxiety became so ingrained that many Depression survivors maintained emergency preparations throughout their lives, long after economic recovery. Grandmother kept a suitcase packed until the day she died in 1992, recalled Tom Whitaker about his grandmother, who had lived through bank runs in 1931. She insisted every family member memorize a meeting location if things fell apart again. She maintained a pantry that could feed 20 people for months. When we cleaned out her apartment, we found gold coins sewn into the lining of her winter coat. The depression never ended in her mind. When we examine the depression beyond economic statistics, we discover how profoundly it transformed everyday routines and practices. Necessity forced innovation in ways that fundamentally reshaped American domestic life. Perhaps the most remarkable transformation happened in kitchens across America. Cooking practices that had been trending toward convenience foods in the 1920s reversed dramatically. Women who had never baked bread found themselves studying their grandmother's recipes. Complex systems for food preservation emerged in urban apartments never designed for such activities. Evelyn Carruthers, who managed a household in Baltimore, described this culinary revolution. Before 29, I bought baker's bread and canned vegetables without thinking. After my husband's pay was cut by 2/3, I had to relearn everything. I converted our fire escape into a cooling rack for bread. I learned to make 5 different meals from a single chicken. Nothing was wasted. Potato peels became soup stock, and meat bones were boiled repeatedly. We strained the bacon grease and used it for cooking throughout the week. This culinary transformation wasn't merely about frugality. It represented a fundamental change in how Americans related to their food. The direct involvement in food production created new relationships with ingredients and nutrition. Despite financial hardship, many depression survivors reported that their diets improved in quality as they replaced processed foods with scratch cooking. Home maintenance underwent similar reinvention. The service economy that had begun emerging in the 1920s collapsed as families could no longer afford repairmen, cleaners, or delivery services. This scenario necessitated a massive reskilling of the American population, particularly among middle-class men who had specialised professionally but now needed to become generalists. Robert Thornhill, who had worked as an accountant in Chicago, exemplified this transition. Before the crash, I called professionals for everything: electricians, plumbers, carpenters. After losing my position, I couldn't afford 15 cents for a streetcar fare, let alone dollars for repairs. I traded accounting help to a hardware store owner for tools and manuals. I rewired our lighting, fixed the toilet, and rebuilt our kitchen table. My father had been a farmer who could fix anything, skills I'd dismissed as unnecessary in modern times. The Depression brought me back to his world with humility. This reskilling extended beyond maintenance to a complete reimagining of household objects. Americans developed ingenious systems for repurposing items that would otherwise be discarded. Flour sacks became dresses, car tires became shoe soles, newspapers became insulation, and cardboard was transformed into furniture reinforcement. Martha Simmons, who grew up in Tulsa, recalled her mother's ingenuity. Mum turned old wool coats into children's clothing. She unravelled worn-out sweaters to reknit the yarn into socks. But her most extraordinary creation was our new living room set. She couldn't afford upholstery. She needed fabric, so she gathered burlap coffee sacks from local shops, dyed them with walnut husks to achieve a consistent colour, and refinished our worn-out furniture. She stuffed the cushions with unravelled cotton from worn-out mattresses. Guests complimented our rustic decor, never realising it was born of desperation. Transportation underwent perhaps the most visible transformation. The automobile, which had become central to American identity in the 1920s, was now often unaffordable to operate. Families who kept their cars developed elaborate systems to extend their utility, adding cargo platforms to carry goods, converting sedans into pickup trucks by removing rear sections, and modifying engines to burn lower quality fuels. Many families returned to pre-automotive transportation. Urban bicycle usage surged. Alan Parker, who delivered groceries in Philadelphia, noted, "By 1932 the streets had changed completely. For weeks at a time, people parked their cars up on blocks to reduce tyre wear. Meanwhile, bicycles were everywhere, often carrying entire families. I saw a father pedalling with his wife on the handlebars and 2 children on the back fender. People rigged incredible trailers to bikes for moving larger items." Leisure activities were similarly reinvented. Commercial entertainment, movies, nightclubs, and sports events became unaffordable luxuries for many. In response, Americans rediscovered participatory entertainment. Community singing, amateur theatricals, and storytelling circles experienced unexpected revivals, board games enjoyed unprecedented popularity, with families often making their own versions of commercial games. The Depression also forced reconsideration of living arrangements. Extended families consolidated into shared housing, creating new intergenerational dynamics. In urban areas, apartment sharing became common among unrelated adults, creating ad hoc family structures that pooled resources and distributed household labour. Margaret Wilson, who shared a Chicago apartment with 5 other women, described these arrangements. We each contributed what we could. Helen worked part-time as a secretary and provided most of our cash income. With my sewing machine still in working order, I made clothes for everyone. Dorothy had trained as a nurse and handled medical needs. We developed a system as precise as any factory, schedules for cooking, cleaning, and job hunting. We weren't relatives, but necessity made us closer than many families. Perhaps most significant was the transformation of time itself. The standardized workday, which had been increasingly normalized in the 1920s, disintegrated for many Americans. Work, when available, might come at any hour. The unemployed developed elaborate routines to provide structure to days no longer defined by workplace schedules. William Harrington, laid off from Pittsburgh's steel mills, described this temporal shift. After 3 months without work, I realized time was becoming my enemy. Empty hours bred despair, so I created a schedule as rigid as the mills. Up at 5:30, breakfast, job hunting until noon. Afternoons for repair work or gardening. I dedicate my evenings to reading in order to enhance my skills. On Sundays, I dedicate myself to church and spending time with my family. It wasn't about efficiency, it was about maintaining sanity when the clock no longer ruled my life. This reinvention of daily routines wasn't merely adaptation, it represented a profound cultural shift in how Americans related to material goods, services, and time itself. The Depression forced a nationwide reassessment of needs versus wants, durability versus disposability, and self-reliance versus specialization. These values would influence consumption patterns and domestic practices for decades after economic recovery. The Depression is famous for individual hardships, but its most impressive story may be how communities devised survival strategies that changed American social organization. Together, these responses provided resilience where individual efforts failed. Highly sophisticated neighborhood support systems arose. Informal communication networks convey information about jobs, assistance programs, and local credit providers in metropolitan areas. These networks spanned ethnic and religious divides by using tenement hallways, laundry lines, and front stoops to spread information. Before the crash, the Jewish families in our building barely spoke to the Italian families 2 floors down, said Williamsburg resident Sarah Goldstein. Mrs. Esposito and my mother ran a soup pot for both families in 1931. After learning about the warehouse job, Mr. Esposito informed my father. Old boundaries fell because survival demanded cooperation. Mrs. Esposito lit candles with us on Friday nights because we were family, not because she was Jewish. Community cohesion led to practical assistance systems. Organic childcare cooperatives let parents switch job hunting days. Tool libraries let neighbours share expensive gear. Urban vacant sites become fertile land with communal gardens. The Depression also saw formal mutual help organisations grow. Many histories focus on government relief programs, although community-based structures delivered faster and more culturally relevant aid. Religious, fraternal, and ethnic benefit societies extended their roles to meet economic requirements. The black fraternal group Prince Hall Masons exhibited this expansion. Detroit Lodge officer Thomas Washington said, "Our organization traditionally provides burial benefits and social connections. We became a job office, food distribution center, and housing referral agency overnight during the Depression. Every working brother supported the unemployed. When the economy failed, our community retained dignity." Labour unions expanded beyond workplace activism to provide overall support. The International Ladies Garment Workers Union in New York sponsored health clinics, cooperative housing, and adult education. Michigan United Auto Workers Unemployment Councils organised direct action to avoid evictions. Later UAB leader Walter Reuther remembered early Depression-era activities. Hundreds of workers blocked the sheriff when a family received an eviction notice. Then we'd negotiate lower rent or payment schedules with the landlord. We'd return the family's possessions after authorities left if eviction was inevitable. Now we fought for community survival, not pay. Rural communities established unique mutual help systems. Besides advocacy, the Grange coordinated seed exchanges, equipment sharing and labour pooling. Farmers formed communal lending circles based on European and African customs when bank failures devastated the conventional credit system. Transformations were especially profound in churches. Religion became aid distribution, employment, and housing coordinators in addition to spiritual assistance. When public education funds fell, church basements became schools. Religious communities that had focused on spirituality now addressed material concerns directly. Before the Depression, charity was a minor part of our ministry, said Dayton, First Methodist Church pastor Michael Thompson. We turned our refuge into a nighttime dormitory by 1932. Our Sunday school classes became healthcare clinics with volunteer nurses. We broadened Christian responsibility from spirits to bodies. Theological consequences were huge. We couldn't preach about paradise while neglecting earthly misery. The cross-cutting aspect of these community systems was significant. Organisations that serviced ethnic, religious, or occupational groups expanded their reach. The result opened up social relationships across boundaries. Intentional communities planned cooperative living arrangements that pooled resources to foster security grew during the Depression. These included official ventures like West Virginia's Arthurdale community and spontaneous settlements like unemployed workers' cooperative camps outside major towns. According to Joseph Collins, who founded a cooperative camp outside Seattle, 60 families erected shelters from salvaged materials on vacant ground. We had sanitation, education, and food production committees like a little town. Everyone contributed skills. A fired teacher taught kids. Restaurant veterans ran our shared kitchen. We printed labour-backed scrip. It was more than survival. We were developing an alternative to the failed economy. These villages were social and economic innovation labs. Many tried cooperative ownership, labour exchange, and non-monetary economies to replace capitalism. Most of these attempts were absorbed into mainstream economic institutions, but they shaped American community organisation. Community structures generated psychological resilience that individuals couldn't, most notably. Mutual aid participants had lower depression and suicide rates than those who struggled alone. Community responses brought meaning to suffering that may have seemed useless. Chicago settlement house worker Margaret Wilson said, "Community connections kept spirits alive. A huge psychological difference existed between unemployed men who joined our workers' council and those who stayed alienated. Meaning and perseverance came from shared hardship. The council members endured hunger and pain with friends, not shamefully alone. These collective survival structures challenged American individualism greatly. They showed that interdependence, not self-reliance, determined economic disaster survivability." Long after the Depression, this lesson shaped social policy and community organising. The Great Depression affected almost all Americans, although some events are forgotten. Black Americans suffered greatly during the Depression, but conventional narratives rarely mention it. Already discriminated against in work, housing and education, black communities saw the Depression as a worsening of their poverty. Atlanta domestic worker Lillian Thompson characterised this continuity. Whites discussed the Depression like it ended the world. Historically, coloured people were economically insecure. Last hired, first dismissed was our norm. We lost even our minimal security. My spouse and I saved $400 for a house. When Citizens Trust Bank failed, that money vanished. No government officials worried about black banks like they did white ones. Black agricultural workers suffered most in rural areas. In addition to chronic debt from sharecropping, they faced falling cotton prices and agricultural mechanisation. Mechanical cotton pickers eliminated thousands of jobs in the 1930s when alternatives were scarce. This agricultural displacement spurred the great migration of black Americans to northern cities, where housing discrimination forced them into overcrowded, poor dwellings. Many New Deal initiatives helped Americans find housing, but redlining excluded black neighbourhoods. Indigenous populations experienced the Depression through a complicated mix of economic breakdown and colonial policy. The failure of the cash economy had less of an impact on traditional subsistence tribes than on non-natives. Those forced into wage labour by previous government legislation were especially vulnerable. Joseph Blackhawk, an Omaha tribal member who worked in Nebraska meatpacking facilities, said, "Government schools and reservation regulations destroyed our grandparents' land-based abilities. Many of us relied on wage work that disappeared during the Depression. The transformation of our hunting grounds into farms and our plant-gathering sites into paved areas prevented us from reverting to our ancient customs. The simultaneous failure of both systems put us between worlds. The 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, despite its promotion as a progressive reform, resulted in increased economic dependency during the Depression. Constitutions that prioritize resource exploitation have reformed tribes, promoting outside interests over indigenous communities. Mexican Americans in the Southwest had particular depression problems. Large producers slashed wages drastically, but still demanded hard work when crop prices plummeted. Mexican and Mexican-American workers faced violent suppression and deportation due to their organizing efforts. The federal government's repatriation plans demonstrate economic distress and racial targeting. About 60% of the 1 to 2 million Mexican Americans deported or pushed to leave the US between 1929 and 1936 were US citizens. The result was one of the largest forced migrations in American history, frequently without legal procedure. Elena Ramirez, whose family was deported to Mexico in 1932, said, "Immigration agents encircled our Los Angeles neighborhood and loaded everyone onto trucks. The fact that my brother and I were born in California and held American citizenship did not matter. We only had a few hours to pack. My father worked at the same factory for 9 years. Our church, school, and friends vanished overnight. We landed in Mexico as strangers. 20 years after my parents departed, we were considered pochos, neither Mexican nor American." Urban Americans rarely saw the hardship of rural white populations in Appalachia and the Ozarks. Economic deterioration in these areas began before 1929 owing to resource extraction and changing agricultural markets. The Depression sank economically marginalized groups into deep poverty. These regions emphasized the difference between deserving and undeserving poor. New Deal initiatives favored recent middle-class dropouts over multi-generational poor. Such multi-tiered assistance schemes occasionally excluded the most desperate. Disability during depression is another underestimated pain factor. Family support systems and philanthropic institutions crumbled, putting Americans with disabilities in unparalleled hardship. When demand for disabled American services expanded, financial cuts deteriorated their facilities. A Massachusetts State Psychiatric Hospital's Dr. Margaret Chen observed this decline. "We were understaffed and underfunded before the crash. After state budgets fell, circumstances were terrible. Our patient base increased while staff shrank by a third. Food quality plummeted, treatment became confinement. We ran out of resources during acute illness. So many individuals who could have recovered were institutionalized for life." Depression devastated carefully developed support systems for physically challenged Americans living freely. When informal helpers focused on their own survival, disabled people who had retained autonomy through community networks were forced into institutionalization. The Depression produced new disability categories. Childhood malnutrition caused lifelong developmental problems. Safety requirements were abandoned to minimize costs, increasing workplace accidents. Depression-related psychological trauma caused untreated mental health issues. How economic disaster affected youth is often forgotten in depression accounts. Schools in various locations cut academic years or shuttered due to budget limitations. Child labour, which had been falling for decades, rose as families required cash from everyone. Malnutrition at key development had lifelong physical and cognitive damage. Helen Morrison, a rural Kentucky teacher, saw these changes. Planting and harvest attendance was intermittent before the catastrophe. Many children vanished by 1932. I found them working full-time at anything they could find when I visited their homes. Some families had broken up, with children living with relatives or neighbours, while parents looked for jobs. Many of my students lost the idea of infancy as a protected period of development. These forgotten depression scenes show how economic disaster deepened social divisions. While popular narratives highlight shared pain that linked Americans, these forgotten tales show how crises reinforced race, region, aptitude, and age hierarchies. The Great Depression created enduring legacies that shaped American society for generations in ways few could have predicted. These influences transformed behaviours and attitudes that would persist long after economic recovery. The most visible legacy was Americans' relationship with financial risk. Depression survivors developed what marketers later called depression syndrome, financial behaviours that prioritise security over opportunity, even when economically irrational. Millionaires who had survived bank failures maintained multiple modest accounts rather than consolidated ones. Successful professionals refused mortgages despite having ample income. Families stockpiled necessities due to concerns about future shortages. Dorothy Klein, a consumer researcher in the 1950s, noted that conventional advertising could not persuade depression survivors. They evaluated purchases through a trauma lens. I interviewed a doctor who kept 25 pounds of coffee in his pantry. When coffee was rationed during the war, he'd developed anxiety about shortages. 20 years later, despite abundant supplies, he maintained this buffer against a threat that no longer existed. This security-oriented mindset was passed down to children raised by depression survivors. The silent generation and early baby boomers inherited their parents' risk aversion, despite growing up in unprecedented prosperity. This generational transmission of financial trauma influenced banking, housing, and retail sectors for decades, as these sectors unknowingly catered to customers whose decision-making was influenced by psychological patterns formed during the 1930s. The Depression fundamentally altered Americans' relationship with government. Before 1929, most citizens had minimal interaction with federal agencies. By 1940, government had become an everyday presence through relief programs, employment projects, and regulatory frameworks. This created expectations that transcended traditional political divisions. Frank Holloway, who administered WPA projects in Tennessee, noted, "Before the Depression, mentioning I worked for the federal government drew suspicion. By 1936, people welcomed me because I represented jobs and assistance. People who philosophically opposed government interference now expect government solutions. This evolution wasn't about liberal or conservative, it was at a fundamental recalibration of what government was for." Cultural expressions underwent profound transformation. The arts developed dual impulses that seemed contradictory, but often existed within the same works. Unflinching documentation of suffering alongside escapist entertainment. The documentary tradition emerged in photography, Walker Evans, Dorothea Lange, and literature, Steinbeck, Wright, while escapism flourished in Hollywood musicals and superhero comics. Playwright Arthur Miller explained this duality. The theatre swung between agitprop realism and pure fantasy. What endured were works that somehow managed both, acknowledging suffering while suggesting transcendence. Audiences needed both truth and hope, reality and possibility. The Depression created a generation that approached community building with deliberate intention. Having experienced how economic disaster could isolate individuals, many survivors became what sociologists later called intentional neighbours, deliberately cultivating community connections as insurance against future hardship. The explosion of civic organisations in post-Depression America, from PTAs to neighbourhood associations, reflected this impulse. While often viewed as expressions of 1950s conformity, these organisations actually represented lessons learned from 1930s isolation. Perhaps most profound was the Depression's impact on Americans' relationship with work itself. Employment became more than an economic necessity, it became psychological validation. The experience of involuntary joblessness created lasting associations between work and identity that influenced retirement patterns for decades. To Samuel Weinstein, who studied aging in the 1970s, found, Depression survivors approached retirement differently than subsequent generations. They often couldn't articulate why continued work felt essential. One successful businessman told me, "I know I don't need the money, but I need to be needed." Their concern wasn't about income, but about avoiding the psychological state of uselessness they had experienced during unemployment decades earlier. Looking back, many aspects of American life we take for granted, from social security to bank deposit insurance, emerged directly from Depression experiences. These institutional responses to catastrophe became so normalized that their origins and crisis were forgotten, their existence seemingly natural rather than a response to specific historical trauma. What remains most remarkable about the Depression's legacy is how it demonstrated both human vulnerability and resilience simultaneously. It revealed how quickly prosperity could vanish and how fragile social structures could prove. Yet it also showed how communities could adapt and societies could reimagine themselves in response to catastrophe. As Depression survivor Eleanor Winthrop reflected, what stayed with me wasn't the hardship itself, but the discovery of what humans could withstand and create from ruins. We lost our innocence about economic security, but gained wisdom about human connection. The disappearance of the money did not diminish the value of the ingenious adaptations, extraordinary kindnesses, and communities forged in struggle that replaced it. The paradox of catastrophe is that it takes with one hand but gives with the other, and sometimes the gifts outlast the losses. Picture yourself waking up in a narrow bed that's barely wider than a coffin, but somehow more comfortable than anything you'd known before coming to Ashworth Manor. The room you share with 2 other housemaids is tucked under the eaves, where the ceiling slopes down so dramatically that you've learned to duck instinctively when getting dressed. The walls are thin enough that you can hear Mrs. Pemberton, the head cook, already clattering about in the kitchen 3 floors below, her wooden spoons conducting an orchestra of copper pots. It's 4:30 in the morning, and your body has become a living alarm clock. After 18 months in service, you no longer need the bell that Martha, the senior housemaid, rings to wake everyone. Your bones simply know when it's time to begin another day in the wonderful machine of the manor house. You slide your feet into boots that have moulded themselves to your particular brand of exhaustion, comfortable in all the wrong places, worn thin where you need them most. The floorboards creak their familiar greeting as you tiptoe around your sleeping roommates. Sarah, the scullery maid, talks in her sleep about her sweetheart back in the village, while Emma, who works in the laundry, snores with the dedication of someone who's earned every moment of rest. The servants' staircase serves as your primary route to all important places. It's narrow and steep, designed by architects who clearly never had to carry a coal scuttle up 4 flights, while balancing a chamber pot and trying not to wake the entire household. You've developed a peculiar grace navigating these stairs, part mountain goat, part ballet dancer, all determination not to tumble backward into catastrophe. Your first stop is the magnificent hall, where yesterday's ashes in the massive fireplace look like the remains of a small dragon. The grate is heavy enough to anchor a ship, and cleaning it requires the kind of athletic ability that would impress circus performers. You've learned to approach it like a puzzle. First the smaller pieces, then the grate itself, always mindful that coal dust has a magical ability to appear on surfaces you haven't even touched yet. The manor wakes up around you in layers. First come the other servants, moving through their morning routines with the synchronised precision of dancers who've rehearsed the same performance for years. Then come the dogs, Lord Ashworth's hunting hounds, who seem to insist on serving breakfast at 5 sharp, regardless of human convenience. Finally, the house itself begins to stir, floorboards settling, pipes gurgling their morning complaints, and somewhere in the distance, the grandfather clock in the entrance hall chiming the hours like a stern headmaster, keeping everyone on schedule. You've learned to love these early morning moments, when the manor belongs entirely to its servants. There's something peaceful about moving through rooms that will later buzz with the complicated social machinery of the upper classes, but for now exist in a state of suspended animation. The drawing room, with its silk wallpaper and furniture that costs more than most people earn in a decade, feels almost friendly in the pre-dawn darkness. You dust the mahogany tables and straighten the cushions on chairs that probably have their own names and pedigrees. The morning light filtering through the tall windows reveals dust motes dancing in the air like tiny rebellious spirits. You've developed a personal relationship with dust. It's your constant companion, your eternal opponent, and occasionally, when the light hits it just right, your unwitting collaborator in creating something almost beautiful. Dust, you've learned, has personality. The dust in the library is scholarly and dignified, settling politely on leather-bound books. The dust in the children's playroom is chaotic and adventurous, hiding in corners and emerging at the most inconvenient moments. By 6 o'clock, you've already accomplished what most people would consider a full day's work. The fires are lit, the main rooms are clean, and you've managed to avoid waking anyone who might dock your wages for disturbing their beauty sleep. Your back aches in that particular way that comes from bending over grates and reaching under furniture, but there's also a satisfaction in seeing the manor slowly come to life around your efforts. The kitchen, when you finally make it there for your breakfast, is a warm refuge filled with the smell of fresh bread and the comfortable chaos of Mrs. Pemberton's domain. She rules her realm with the authority of a general and the warmth of a favourite aunt, dispensing both orders and wisdom in equal measure. The pecking order in a Victorian mansion is more complex than the family tree of European royalty, and twice as confusing for newcomers. You've learned to navigate this social labyrinth with the skill of a diplomat, always mindful of who outranks whom, and exactly how much courtesy each position demands. At the top of the servants' hierarchy sits Mr. Whitmore, the butler, who carries himself with the dignity of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Mr. Whitmore, the butler, possesses the ability to elevate the mundane task of polishing silver to a sacred ritual, and his disapproval is unmistakable. You've seen him reduce footmen to stammering apologies with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a slight tightening around the eyes. Just below him reigns Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, who manages the female staff with the organisational skills of a military commander and the intuition of someone who's raised 12 children. She carries a massive ring of keys that jangles with every step, announcing her presence like a one-woman brass band. These keys unlock everything from the linen closets to the wine cellar, and the sound of them has become the soundtrack of authority in your daily life. Mrs. Pemberton rules the kitchen with an iron ladle and a heart that's softer than her Yorkshire pudding. She's a cook who meticulously remembers each servant's preferred tea and consistently provides an extra biscuit during a particularly challenging day. Her domain is distinct from the rest of the house hierarchy, as she reports directly to Mrs. Hartwell. However, within her kitchen, her authority is unquestioned. You've found your place somewhere in the middle of this complex social machinery. As a housemaid, you're above the scullery maids and the kitchen help, but below the ladies' maids and the governess. It's a position that requires a peculiar kind of social awareness. You need to be respectful to those above you, kind to those below you, and cautious around those at your level, because horizontal politics among servants can be more treacherous than anything happening upstairs. The footmen occupy their own strange category in this hierarchy. They're technically your equals, but they seem to believe their fancy uniforms and proximity to the dining room make them practically members of the family. James, the senior footman, has mastered the skill of sneering at people, while simultaneously serving them soup. His pomaded hair and pristine white gloves make him look like he's constantly ready for a formal portrait, even when he's just carrying coal scuttles. The daily dance of precedence plays out in 100 small ways. Who enters the servants' hall first for meals, who gets the best seat near the fire, who's allowed to voice opinions about the family's guests, and who must simply listen and nod. You've learned to read these subtle cues like a scholar studying ancient texts, because misunderstanding your place can result in anything from cold shoulders to actual dismissal. The strangest part of this hierarchy is how it mirrors the family upstairs while remaining completely separate from it. Lord Ashworth might be the master of the house, but he has no idea that William, the second footman, has been conducting a subtle campaign of psychological warfare against Thomas, the hall boy, over whose responsibility it is to polish the brass doorknobs. These servant dramas unfold parallel to the family's lives, invisible to them but consuming tremendous energy below stairs. You've developed a strategy for navigating these social waters that involves generous amounts of tea, careful listening, and an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when tensions rise. The key is understanding that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most exalted lady's maid, is desperately trying to maintain their dignity in a world that offers very little of it to people in service. The laundry maids exist in their own steamy universe, emerging from the basement washhouse looking like they've been wrestling with clouds. They speak their language of starch and soap, and their hands are permanently pruned from constant contact with water. Emma, who shares your attic room, comes to bed every night smelling like carbolic soap and lavender, a combination that's become as comforting as a lullaby. The truly fascinating members of this servant ecosystem are the specialists, the lamp trimmer, who treats each fixture like a delicate patient requiring surgery, the boot boy, who knows the footwear preferences of every family member and guest, and the under-butler who's being groomed for Mr. Whitmore's position and carries the weight of that future responsibility like a crown that's still being fitted. Living in a Victorian mansion means existing in two worlds simultaneously, like being an actor in a play where half the cast doesn't know the other half exists. You've mastered the art of becoming functionally invisible when family members are present, a skill that requires more athleticism than most people realise. The back staircase is your lifeline to invisibility. It's a narrow, winding passage that connects every floor of the house, designed specifically so servants can move through the mansion without disturbing the family's carefully orchestrated daily life. You've learned to navigate these stairs in complete darkness, your feet knowing exactly where each step creaks and which handrail wiggles. It's like having a secret passage to everywhere that matters, except the secret is that you're not supposed to exist while using it. The family's daily routine creates a complex choreography that you've learned to dance around. Lady Ashworth takes her morning tea at precisely 8 o'clock, which means you need to have her sitting room immaculate by 7:30. She has a particular way of sighing when things aren't arranged to her satisfaction. Not quite disapproval, but definitely disappointment, that can ruin your entire morning if you're not prepared for it. The children present their own unique challenges. Master Frederick, 8 years old and convinced of his military greatness, has transformed the 3rd floor into his personal battlefield. You've learned to clean around elaborate arrangements of toy soldiers, knowing that disturbing his campaigns could result in the kind of tantrum that brings his mother running and gets servants blamed for corrupting young minds. His sister, Miss Caroline, is 12 and has recently discovered the power of treating servants like her personal confidants, which is flattering until you realise she's practising her future role as mistress of her household. The guests are where things get intriguing. Every visitor brings their expectations, their servants, and their own way of treating the household staff. You've learned to read people quickly. Some guests treat you like furniture, others like family pets, and a precious few like actual human beings. Those who attempt to appear friendly, yet make it evident that they view you as a completely different species, are the worst. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Lady Ashworth's sister, visits monthly and treats the servants' hall like her personal entertainment venue. She sweeps through, asking intrusive questions about your personal life, while simultaneously rearranging everything according to her own preferences. Her lady's maid, Miss Prentice, apologises constantly for her mistress's behaviour, while somehow making it clear that she considers herself superior to the permanent staff. The dinner parties are where your invisibility skills get their greatest work out. You've learned to move through the dining room like a ghost, refilling water glasses and replacing courses while 8 to 12 people conduct conversations that range from fascinating to horrifying, often within the same sentence. The trick is to listen without appearing to listen, to anticipate needs without seeming to pay attention, and to remember everything while pretending to forget it all the moment you leave the room. Overhearing conversations about politics, finance and social scandals that would make excellent gossip if you could share them, you've gained valuable insights. The family discusses their neighbours' affairs, their business dealings, and their opinions about everything from the weather to the empire, all while servants move around them like well-trained spirits. It has provided you with an education in human nature that no school could match. The most challenging aspect of this upstairs-downstairs existence is maintaining your sense of self while pretending to be invisible. You've learned to find moments of genuine connection with the family members, a shared joke with Miss Caroline, a moment of appreciation from Lady Ashworth when you've arranged her flowers particularly well, or a nod of approval from Lord Ashworth when you've managed to clean his study without disturbing his carefully organised chaos. The house itself becomes a character in this daily drama. Different rooms have different personalities, different moods, and different requirements for how you're supposed to behave in them. The library demands quiet reverence. The drawing room requires careful attention to every surface, and the nursery needs the kind of vigilance that comes from knowing that children can destroy a perfectly clean room in the time it takes to blink. Cleaning a Victorian mansion is like being a detective, a chemist, and an athlete all rolled into one exhausting profession. You've learned that every stain tells a story, every surface has its personality, and every cleaning solution has the potential to either save the day or create a disaster that follows you for months. The cleaning supplies in Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard look like ingredients for either medicine or mayhem, depending on your level of expertise. Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard contains a variety of cleaning supplies, including carbolic acid for the floors, vinegar for the windows, and a product known as Monkey Brand soap, which, while purportedly effective on everything from brass to boots, often leaves your hands feeling as if you've been handling sandpaper. You've developed a personal relationship with different types of dirt. There's the honest dirt that comes from daily living, dust, mud, the occasional spilled tea, which responds to straightforward cleaning methods and doesn't hold grudges. Then there's the sneaky dirt that hides in corners and behind furniture, waiting to embarrass you when important guests visit. The worst is the mysterious dirt that appears overnight on surfaces you cleaned perfectly the day before, which you're convinced is either supernatural or the result of some servant conspiracy you haven't figured out yet. The weekly ritual of cleaning the chandeliers requires the kind of courage usually reserved for mountain climbing. You've mastered the art of dismantling these crystal monsters, meticulously cleaning each individual crystal, with a solution that Mrs. Hartwell fervently advocates but withholds the recipe. The crystals have to be dried with specific cloths, polished with particular movements, and reassembled in exactly the right order, or they'll catch the light wrong and everyone will notice. Carpet cleaning is where you've truly earned your stripes as a domestic warrior. The dining room carpet, which depicts some sort of hunting scene with more deer than you'd see in an actual forest, requires weekly attention with a carpet beater that's heavier than most people's luggage. You've learned to read the carpet's mood. Some weeks it gives up its dirt easily, other weeks it clings to every speck like it's fighting for its life. The silver service is your nemesis and your pride simultaneously. There are pieces in the butler's pantry that have been in the family for generations, each with its own cleaning requirements and its own way of making you look incompetent. The tea service from Lord Ashworth's grandmother requires a special polish that has to be applied in circular motions, never straight lines, and buffed to a shine that can blind unsuspecting footmen. You've discovered that cleaning is really about understanding chemistry, even if nobody calls it that. Different materials require different approaches, different solutions, and different techniques. The marble in the entrance hall needs gentle treatment with specific soaps, while the wood panelling in the study requires oils that have been mixed according to recipes that are closely guarded family secrets. The laundry presents its own scientific challenges. You've learned to identify stains by sight, smell, and sometimes by the story behind them. Blood requires cold water and salt. Wine needs to be treated immediately with white wine if you can get it, and mysterious stains on the children's clothing usually respond to a combination of prayer and whatever Mrs. Pemberton recommends from her arsenal of kitchen remedies. Your skills truly test during the seasonal cleaning rituals. Spring cleaning means taking apart every room, cleaning surfaces that haven't seen attention since the previous year, and discovering problems that have been hiding all winter. You've learned to approach these marathons like a military campaign, with careful planning, strategic supply management, and the kind of determination that comes from knowing that failure means starting over from the beginning. The tools of your trade have become extensions of your body. You know exactly how much pressure each brush can handle, which cloths work best on which surfaces, and how to make a feather duster perform like a precision instrument. Your hands have developed calluses in places that tell the story of your daily routine, and your back has learned to bend and twist in ways that would impress contortionists. The kitchen is the heart of the manor, but it's a heart that beats with the rhythm of organised chaos, military precision, and the occasional minor explosion when someone forgets that the temperamental stove has a mind of its own. You've learned to navigate this culinary battlefield with the skill of a diplomat, and the reflexes of someone who's been hit by flying pastry once too often. Mrs. Pemberton governs her domain with a wooden spoon that has endured more use than most medieval weapons. Mrs. Pemberton is a cook who adeptly prepares a 7-course dinner for 12 guests, manages the daily meals for 23 servants, monitors dietary restrictions that fluctuate with the weather, and maintains a constant commentary on the moral failings of anyone who has ever questioned her gravy. The kitchen follows a schedule that would leave railway conductors feeling envious. Breakfast preparation begins at 4:30, with the great stove being coaxed to life like a temperamental dragon that requires specific rituals to avoid breathing fire in the wrong direction. The bread has to rise at precisely the right temperature. The porridge must be stirred in a particular pattern to avoid lumps, and the bacon requires the kind of attention usually reserved for diplomatic negotiations. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods like a weather forecaster. When Mrs. Pemberton starts humming while she kneads bread, it's going to be a good day. When she begins muttering about ungrateful families and servants who don't appreciate proper cooking, it's time to become very useful, very quietly, and very far from her line of sight. When she starts banging pots louder than necessary, everyone knows to work faster and speak less. The scullery maid, poor Sarah, lives in a world of endless dishes, where every meal creates a mountain of plates, glasses, and serving pieces that need to be washed, dried, and put away before the next meal begins the cycle again. She's developed arms that could probably arm wrestle most of the footmen, and a philosophical approach to dishwater that borders on the mystical. Her domain is the enormous sink, a porcelain monster that could probably bathe a small horse, and she approaches each load of dishes like a general planning a campaign. The preparation of meals for upstairs is a performance that requires choreography, timing, and the kind of attention to detail that would impress Swiss watchmakers. Every plate must be warmed to the exact temperature, every garnish placed with artistic precision, and every course timed to arrive at the dining room exactly when the family is ready for it. You've learned to move through this ballet without disrupting the flow, carrying messages between the kitchen and the dining room, adjusting plans when last-minute guests arrive, and somehow managing to be helpful without getting in the way. The servants' meals present their challenges. We need to feed 23 people substantial, satisfying food that is efficient to prepare and doesn't require the same ingredients as the family's meals. Mrs. Pemberton has mastered the skill of maximising the use of ingredients, resulting in meals that are not only economical but also delicious, despite her reluctance to acknowledge their deliciousness. The weekly delivery of supplies turns the kitchen into a small version of a marketplace. Tradesmen arrive with vegetables, meat, dairy and dry goods, and Mrs. Pemberton inspects everything with the critical eye of someone who's been fooled by wilted lettuce exactly once and learned her lesson. She haggles over prices, rejects inferior products, and somehow manages to maintain relationships with suppliers that ensure the manor gets the best of everything while staying within budget. The kitchen gossip network is more efficient than the postal service. Information travels from the tradesman's entrance to the servants' hall faster than steam from a kettle, and Mrs. Pemberton somehow knows about neighbourhood scandals before they happen. She dispenses wisdom about everything from unreliable butchers to unsuitable marriages, all while stirring sauces and timing roasts with the precision of a master conductor. The kitchen reveals its true character during the evening clean-up. After a day of constant activity, the great room needs to be restored to perfect order for the next day's battles. Every surface must be scrubbed, every pot cleaned and put away, and the stove banked for the night like a faithful pet being tucked into bed. It's during these quiet moments that you appreciate the kitchen's warmth, both literal and metaphorical, and understand why it's considered the heart of the entire household. Living in a Victorian mansion also makes you an unwilling keeper of family secrets, neighbourhood gossip and blackmail material, which you would never do because that would be wrong and you need this job. The servants' hall after dinner is where information flows like tea from a pot. Sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, always hot. You've learned to listen carefully and speak cautiously, because gossip is currency in the servant world, and spending it unwisely can leave you socially bankrupt. The trick is knowing which stories are safe to share, which ones are too dangerous to repeat, and which ones are so delicious that keeping them secret feels like a physical sacrifice. Martha, the senior housemaid, has been with the family for 15 years and knows everything about everyone. She possesses an extensive knowledge of scandals, ranging from Lord Ashworth's youthful gambling debts to the reasons behind Lady Ashworth's sister's exclusion from Christmas dinner. Martha dispenses this information like a careful pharmacist, giving you just enough to satisfy your curiosity without providing enough to get you into trouble. The most fascinating discoveries come from cleaning the family's private spaces. You've mastered the art of interpreting clues, such as the hastily hidden letters upon entering a room, the abrupt halts in conversations when servants arrive, and the poignant glances shared among family members that reveal intricate details about situations you're not expected to comprehend. The art is in appearing oblivious while actually being quite observant, and in remembering everything while pretending to forget it all. The guest rooms hold a wealth of information about the family's social connections. You've learned to deduce entire stories from the contents of visitors' luggage, their correspondence, and their requests for specific services. Colonel Weatherby, who visits quarterly, always brings his soap and requests extra towels, which suggests either fastidious hygiene or something more interesting that you're not supposed to think about. Mrs. Vanderbilt always travels with her sheets and insists on having her tea prepared with water that's been boiled exactly twice, which tells you something about either her standards or her superstitions. The most dangerous secrets are the ones that involve the family's finances. You've overheard enough conversations to understand that the manor's magnificent appearance might not reflect the actual state of the family's resources. There are whispered discussions about mortgages, investments, and the need to make certain economies that must never be apparent to visitors. This knowledge lingers in your mind, too significant to overlook, yet too perilous to divulge. The romantic entanglements of the family provide endless entertainment for the servants' hall. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment when Miss Caroline's parents will notice her obvious infatuation with the young curate, who is visiting to discuss her charitable work. Master Frederick's current obsession with military history seems to be connected to his desire to impress Miss Julia, the daughter of a visiting general, which is adorable until you realise that 8-year-old romantic strategies involve increasingly elaborate displays of toy soldier expertise. Observing the relationship between Lord and Lady Ashworth from the unique perspective of someone who maintains their private spaces is a fascinating study in Victorian marriage. They maintain the perfect facade of domestic harmony in public, but you've learned to read the subtle signs of tension, separate bedrooms during certain weeks, conversations that are too polite to be natural, and the way they sometimes communicate through servants rather than directly to each other. The most unexpected secrets are the ones that reveal the family's humanity. You've discovered that Lord Ashworth writes poetry, which he hides in his desk drawer like it's evidence of criminal activity. Lady Ashworth discreetly transfers funds to her former governess, who is struggling financially. Master Frederick sleeps with a stuffed elephant he's had since infancy, and Miss Caroline keeps a diary locked in a box you would never dream of opening, even though you know exactly where she hides the key. The neighbourhood scandals that filter through the servants' network are like chapters in a novel that never ends. There's the ongoing mystery of why the Pemberton family down the road suddenly dismissed their entire staff last month. The speculation about whether Mr. Harrington's new wife is actually as young as she claims to be, and the delicious controversy surrounding the Methodist minister's daughter, who's been seen walking unchaperoned with a young man who's definitely not from a suitable family. After 18 months in service, you've learned that life in a Victorian mansion is built on rhythm. The daily beat of routine that keeps everything functioning, punctuated by moments of unexpected magic that make all the hard work worthwhile. Your days have developed a musical quality, each task flowing into the next with the kind of precision that comes from repetition and the knowledge that 22 other people depend on you doing your part perfectly. The changing seasons bring different rhythms to the manor. Spring means opening windows that have been sealed against winter's cold, beating rugs that have collected months of fireplace smoke, and the general resurrection of a house that's been hibernating. Summer brings garden parties, house guests, and the challenge of keeping cool in rooms that face the afternoon sun. Autumn means preparing for winter's siege, preserving food, and the melancholy beauty of watching the grounds transform into a landscape painting. Winter brings the cosy intimacy of smaller, warmer spaces, the constant tending of fires, and the satisfaction of keeping a large house comfortable when nature is doing its best to freeze everything solid. You've learned to find beauty in the most mundane tasks. There's something almost meditative about polishing silver until it reflects your face with perfect clarity, or arranging flowers in a way that makes an ordinary room feel like a scene from a fairy tale. The repetitive nature of your work has taught you to appreciate small improvements, tiny victories, and the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, even when nobody notices. The family has grown from distant figures to real people with quirks, habits, and personalities that you've learned to accommodate and even appreciate. Lord Ashworth's absent-minded professor tendencies mean you never move anything on his desk, even when it's been sitting in the same spot for months. Lady Ashworth's perfectionist streak has taught you to anticipate problems before they occur and to take pride in exceeding expectations. The children have shown you that growing up in privilege doesn't necessarily mean growing up without challenges, and that being wealthy doesn't protect you from the universal experiences of childhood confusion and the need for kindness. Your fellow servants have become the family you never expected to find. Martha's tough exterior conceals a heart shattered by numerous disappointments, yet she's the first to extend assistance when you're in need. Mrs. Pemberton's persistent complaints about ungrateful people conceal a profound joy in providing nutritious food and maintaining their health. Even Mr. Whitmore, with his intimidating dignity, has shown moments of unexpected humour and surprising kindness. The skills you've developed in service have changed you in ways you didn't anticipate. Your hands have become capable of delicate work that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Your back has grown stronger from all the bending and lifting. Your mind has become more organised, more efficient, and better at solving problems quickly. You've learned to read people's moods, to anticipate needs, and to provide comfort without being asked. The most surprising discovery is how much you've learned about yourself. Living in service has taught you resilience, patience, and the value of work well done. You've learned that you can adapt to unexpected situations, that you can do more than you thought, and that dignity isn't based on social status. The future stretches ahead, with possibilities you're still learning to imagine. Some servants spend their entire careers in service, rising through the ranks to positions of respect and responsibility. Others save their wages and eventually establish their households. A few marry and leave service altogether, carrying their skills into different lives. You haven't decided which path you'll take, but you've learned that having choices is a luxury you're grateful for. As you settle into your narrow bed at the end of another long day, listening to Sarah murmur about her sweetheart and Emma's reliable snores, you realise that this life you've built in service is more than just a job. It's a community, an education, and a foundation for whatever comes next. The manor house sleeps around you, peaceful and secure, and you drift off knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm of routine and the same possibility of small magic. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, chiming the hours with the same steady reliability that has marked your days since you arrived. It's a comforting sound, a reminder that some things endure and that your part in keeping this small world functioning matters more than you might have thought when you first climbed those steep servant stairs with your single bag of possessions and a heart full of uncertainty. Your life in service has taught you that home isn't always the place you're born and family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes home is a narrow bed under sloped ceilings, and family is the people who know exactly how you like your tea and never forget to save you the last slice of Mrs. Pemberton's apple tart. Now, if you will, imagine yourself settling into the most comfortable chair you've ever owned, wrapped in your favourite blanket, with a warm cup of tea steaming gently beside you. That's exactly how the passengers aboard the Titanic felt on that crisp April night in 1912. The ship was like a floating mansion where someone had forgotten to mention the mortgage payments. Everything was paid for, everything was perfect, and everything was about to change in the most dramatic way possible. You're standing on the deck of what people called the unsinkable ship, though that nickname would prove about as accurate as calling a chocolate teapot practical. The Titanic was massive. Imagine 3 football fields lined up end to end, then add a department store on top. She was so big that when you looked from one end to the other, the opposite end seemed to disappear into the evening mist like a mirage. The night air carried a unique chill that comes with being far from land, causing you to tighten your coat and appreciate the warmth of the ship's interior. Inside, the grand staircase, adorned with polished oak and gleaming brass, spiralled upwards like a scene from a fairy tale. The first-class dining room could seat 700 people, which was more than most small towns could manage for Sunday church. But here's where the story gets interesting, and where you might want to adjust your pillow, because this is where everything starts to unravel, like a favourite sweater with a loose thread. Frederick Fleet was up in the crow's nest, which sounds much more adventurous than it actually was. Think of it as the world's coldest, windiest office job, except instead of watching spreadsheets, you're watching for icebergs. Fleet had spent hours squinting into the darkness, and the cold was beginning to cause his eyes to water. The binoculars that were meant to assist him in seeing better were locked away in a cabinet. Someone had locked them away in a cabinet, and no one could locate the key. It was like trying to thread a needle while wearing oven mitts. At 11:40 p.m, Fleet saw something that made his blood run colder than the April air. A dark shape loomed ahead, growing larger by the second. It wasn't the gentle picture postcard iceberg you might imagine. This was a mountain of ice that had been wandering the North Atlantic like a lost tourist, except this tourist weighed about 400,000 tons and had absolutely no interest in getting out of anyone's way. "Iceberg, right ahead," Fleet shouted, ringing the warning bell 3 times. The sound cut through the night like a dinner bell at a monastery, urgent, clear, and absolutely impossible to ignore. Down in the bridge, First Officer Murdoch received the warning and immediately ordered, "Hard a starboard." Now here's where maritime tradition gets confusing. Hard a starboard actually meant turn the wheel to the left. It's like ordering a pizza with everything on it and getting a salad. The ship began to turn, slowly, majestically, like a dowager duchess attempting to change direction at a tea party. For a moment it looked like the Titanic might slip past the iceberg, like a person squeezing through a crowded elevator. The massive ship was turning, the iceberg was passing by, and you could almost hear the collective sigh of relief from the universe itself. But the ocean, as you'll discover, has a sense of humour about as dark as a moonless night. The iceberg scraped along the ship's starboard side with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard, except the chalkboard was made of steel, and the fingernails were made of ice that had been hardening for thousands of years. It wasn't a dramatic crash, It was more like the world's most expensive can opener, working its way along the hull. Most passengers didn't even feel it. Many were already asleep, dreaming of their destinations, their loved ones, or perhaps just dreaming the kind of dreams you have when you're safe and warm and completely unaware that your life is about to become very, very interesting. The slow realization, 12:40 a.m. to 1:40 a.m. You know that feeling when you're lying in bed, half asleep, and you hear a sound that doesn't quite belong. Maybe it's the cat knocking something over, or perhaps the dishwasher making that weird noise again. That's exactly what was happening aboard the Titanic in the first hour after the collision. Most passengers experienced what you might call the gentle awakening of concern, not panic, just a slowly growing awareness that something wasn't quite right in their floating paradise. Captain Edward Smith, who looked exactly like you'd expect a sea captain to look, white beard, serious expression, and the kind of weathered face that suggested he'd seen more than his share of surprises, was awakened by the impact. At 62, he was planning to retire after this voyage, which gives you an idea of just how spectacularly his retirement plans were about to change. The damage assessment began immediately, and it was like watching a doctor examine a patient who insists they feel fine while slowly bleeding to death. They called Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer, to survey the damage. Andrews knew the Titanic better than anyone. He designed her compartments, her systems, her every rivet and beam. Watching him examine his wounded creation was like watching a parent tend to an injured child. A mathematician would have wept at what Andrews discovered. The iceberg had opened the ship's first 5 compartments to the sea. Now the Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments. She was like a building designed to withstand a 4-alarm fire, but the reality was a 5-alarm situation. The ship could float with 4 compartments flooded, but 5? That was like trying to carry water in a bucket with 5 holes in the bottom. Andrews did some quick calculations, the kind of math that no one wants to do, and everyone hopes they'll never need to know. He concluded that the ship would sink in about 90 minutes. The ship could sink in as little as 2 hours, if they were extremely fortunate. Meanwhile, passengers were starting to notice that their floating hotel was developing a slight list to starboard. Not enough to spill your tea, but enough to make you wonder if you'd had one too many glasses of wine with dinner. The ship was slowly beginning to tip forward, like a seesaw with an elephant getting on one end. The crew began what might be the most polite emergency response in maritime history. Instead of shouting, "Abandon ship," and causing mass panic, they decided to proceed with what you might call aggressive courtesy. Stewards began knocking on doors, informing passengers that they might want to put on their life jackets and come up to the deck as a precaution. It was like being invited to a surprise party where the surprise was that the party was actually a matter of life and death. Getting passengers to take the situation seriously was like trying to convince someone to leave a warm house, because the weather forecast mentioned possible rain. The ship was still brightly lit, the orchestra was still playing, and the dining rooms were still warm and inviting. Why would anyone want to leave this comfortable floating palace for a cold, dark lifeboat? The wireless operators, meanwhile, were frantically tapping out distress signals. While many operators still preferred the traditional CQD, which stood for Come Quick Distress, many were using the new international distress signal SOS. It was like trying to decide whether to text or call for help while your house is on fire. Ships in the area began receiving these signals with varying degrees of urgency. The Carpathia, about 58 miles away, immediately changed course and began racing toward the Titanic's position. Arthur Ostron, her captain, was a man who understood trouble without asking twice. He was like a neighbour who brings a ladder before you know you're locked out. But the closest ship, the Californian, sat motionless just a few miles away. The radio operator on the Californian had gone to sleep, and although her crew could see the Titanic's distress rockets, they assumed those were just celebratory fireworks. It was like watching someone wave for help and assuming they're just being friendly. As the first hour passed, the Titanic's situation transformed from minor inconvenience to serious problem to we need to start thinking about those lifeboats. The ship was settling deeper into the water, and even the most optimistic passenger was beginning to realise that their midnight cruise was about to become significantly more eventful than advertised. The lifeboat dilemma. 1:40 a.m. to 2:40 a.m. Imagine trying to convince a theatre full of people to leave in the middle of their favourite show because you've heard rumours that it might rain later. That's essentially what the crew of the Titanic faced as they began the lifeboat loading process. The ship still felt safe, warm, and stable. Well, mostly stable, and the lifeboats looked about as inviting as a park bench in a snowstorm. The mathematics of survival were becoming increasingly grim, though most passengers didn't realise it yet. The Titanic carried lifeboats for 1,178 people, but there were over 2,200 souls aboard. It was like having a dinner party for 20 people with only 10 chairs. Someone was going to be left standing, and in this case, standing meant something far more permanent than social awkwardness. The Women and Children First protocol began, though it was implemented with the kind of British politeness that makes you wonder if they were organising a queue for tea rather than a desperate evacuation. Officers helped ladies in the boats as if they were assisting them in carriages for an afternoon drive. The whole scene had an air of surreal courtesy, like a disaster movie directed by someone who'd studied etiquette manuals. You have to understand that these lifeboats were not the enclosed modern safety vessels you might imagine. They were open wooden boats, hanging 70 feet above the dark Atlantic, which looked about as welcoming as a basement full of spiders. The calmness of the ocean, almost eerie, contrasted with its near-freezing temperature. Getting into one of these boats meant trading the warm, familiar safety of the ship for a cold, uncertain future bobbing around in the darkness. Many of the lifeboats were launched only half full, which sounds like poor planning, but was actually human nature in action. The crew wasn't entirely sure the boats could hold their full capacity of 65 people, and passengers were understandably reluctant to leave what still felt like safety. It was like choosing between staying in a house that might have a small fire somewhere versus jumping into a swimming pool that might be full of piranhas. The ship's orchestra, led by Wallace Hartley, continued playing throughout the evacuation. They'd moved from the first-class lounge to the boat deck, providing what might be history's most poignant soundtrack to disaster. Picture your favourite band playing a concert while the venue slowly sinks into the ground. That's essentially what was happening, except with more violins and considerably higher stakes. Stories from this period read like a collection of small miracles and heartbreaking decisions. The lifeboat offered Ida Strauss, the wife of Macy's department store owner Isidore Strauss, a seat, but she refused to leave her husband. "We have lived together for 40 years, she said, "and where you go, I go." It was the kind of love story that would make Hollywood screenwriters weep with envy, except the story wasn't fiction. Captain Smith moved through the ship like a ghost, checking compartments, ensuring protocol was followed, and slowly coming to terms with the fact that his final voyage was going to be exactly that. Final. He'd spent his entire career avoiding this exact scenario, and now he was living through every sea captain's worst nightmare with the dignity of someone who'd spent decades preparing for a moment he hoped would never come. The ship's tilt was becoming more pronounced now, though it was still subtle enough that you might mistake it for the effects of a huge wave. Water was beginning to reach the ship's name on the bow, which was a bit like watching your bathtub slowly overflow while you're still sitting in it. The Titanic was settling by the head, maritime terminology for "the front is going down first," which sounds much more civilized than "we're sinking nose first." As the second hour of the crisis passed, the situation shifted from organised evacuation to increasingly urgent departure. The lifeboats were being loaded and lowered with growing efficiency, though efficiency is a relative term when you're trying to save over 2,000 people, with equipment designed for about half that number. It was like trying to evacuate a small city using only golf carts, possible in theory, but requiring a level of patience that the Atlantic Ocean wasn't particularly inclined to provide. The passengers still aboard were beginning to realise that their floating palace was becoming something more like a floating deadline, and the deadline was approaching faster than anyone wanted to admit. The orchestra plays on, 2:40 a.m. to 3:40 a.m. There's something profoundly human about the way people respond to crisis. Some panic, some freeze, some become incredibly practical, and some, like the Titanic's orchestra, decide that if the world is ending it might as well end with wonderful music. Wallace Hartley and his 7 bandmates could either try to get into the lifeboats or comfort the hundreds of people who were starting to realise their night was not going as planned. They chose music, which tells you everything you need to know about the kind of people they were. The ship was now noticeably listing, and the deck was beginning to feel like a gently sloping hillside rather than the flat, stable surface it had been just hours earlier. You could still walk normally, but there was a subtle sense that gravity was developing opinions about which direction was truly down. The Titanic was settling deeper into the water, and the ocean was beginning to creep up the ship's sides like a very patient, chilly visitor who had no intention of leaving. By this point, the lifeboat loading had taken on a more urgent character. The crew was no longer merely suggesting that passengers consider getting into the boats. Instead, they were strongly encouraging immediate departure. It was like the difference between a gentle reminder that dinner is ready and someone yelling, "The kitchen is on fire!" The remaining passengers were beginning to display the full range of human behaviour under extreme stress. Some maintained an almost supernatural calm, helping others and making jokes to ease the tension. Others became increasingly agitated, though the British tendency toward politeness meant that even panic was expressed with a certain decorum. It was like watching a very well-mannered apocalypse. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer, was seen throughout this period with a life jacket under his arm, not wearing it, just carrying it, as if he couldn't quite decide whether the situation warranted putting it on. He was like someone holding an umbrella while insisting it's not really raining yet. Andrews knew better than anyone that the ship was doomed, but he seemed caught between his professional knowledge and his emotional inability to accept that his unsinkable creation was doing exactly what he'd designed it not to do. The wireless operators were still frantically sending distress signals, though by now they were becoming increasingly specific about their situation. The messages went from "we have struck an iceberg" to "we are sinking fast" to "come as quickly as possible." It was like watching someone's text messages become increasingly urgent, running a bit late to "stuck in traffic" to "please send help immediately." The Carpathia was still racing toward them, but she was at least 2 hours away, which in rescue terms might as well have been 2 days. Captain Rostron was pushing his ship beyond her normal limits, but even mechanical sympathy couldn't make the laws of physics bend to accommodate human desperation. Inside the ship, the reality of the situation was becoming impossible to ignore. The forward compartments were flooding, and the water was beginning to reach areas where passengers could see it. It was no longer a theoretical problem happening somewhere else in the ship. It was becoming a very visible, very wet reminder that the Atlantic Ocean was slowly but inexorably claiming its newest real estate. The remaining passengers were facing a choice that no one should have to make: stay with the warm, familiar, slowly sinking ship, or trust their lives to small wooden boats floating in the middle of the ocean on a night so cold that your breath formed clouds in the air. It was like choosing between a comfortable bed that's slowly sliding toward a cliff and a tent that might protect you from the fall. Some families were being separated as women, and children were helped into the boats while men were asked to wait. These weren't dramatic Hollywood partings. They were quiet, desperate moments between people who loved each other and who were beginning to realise that their goodbyes might be more final than anyone wanted to admit. The ship's lights were still blazing, which created an almost surreal atmosphere. Here was this massive, brilliantly lit palace slowly sinking into the dark ocean, like a chandelier slowly disappearing into black water. The contrast between the ship's artificial brightness and the surrounding darkness was becoming more pronounced as the Titanic settled deeper, as if the ocean was slowly swallowing a piece of the modern world. As the third hour of the crisis passed, the situation aboard the Titanic had transformed from emergency to catastrophe, and everyone aboard was beginning to understand that they were no longer passengers on a luxury liner. They were survivors of a disaster that was still unfolding. The final preparations, 3:40 a.m. to 4:40 a.m. Have you ever experienced the moment when you attempt to fix something that is clearly beyond repair, yet you persist in your efforts, because stopping would mean acknowledging that the situation is truly hopeless? That's where the Titanic found herself in the early morning hours of April 15th. The ship was now clearly sinking, but the crew continued their duties with the kind of professional dedication that would make you proud to be human if the circumstances weren't so heartbreaking. The ship's list was becoming more pronounced, though it was still gradual enough that you might mistake it for the effects of a huge swell. The forward decks were awash now, which meant that the ocean was no longer content to stay outside the ship where it belonged. Water was beginning to slosh around areas where passengers had been walking just hours earlier, turning familiar corridors into something that resembled a very expensive frigid swimming pool. The last of the lifeboats were being loaded and lowered, though loaded is perhaps too generous a term for what was becoming an increasingly desperate process. The remaining passengers were beginning to understand that the supply of lifeboats was not going to meet the demand for survival. which is the kind of mathematics that makes everyone suddenly very interested in alternative solutions. Some passengers were constructing makeshift flotation devices from deck chairs and life jackets, which sounds resourceful until you realise they were essentially building furniture boats to float in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It was like trying to cross a river using a coffee table as a raft. Theoretically possible, but requiring a level of optimism that bordered on the supernatural. The ship's crew was displaying the kind of professional competence that makes you understand why going down with the ship became such a respected tradition. They weren't heroes in the dramatic sense. They were just people doing their jobs under circumstances that had moved far beyond anyone's job description. It was like watching teachers continue to teach during a fire drill, except the fire drill was real, and the fire was made of ice-cold ocean water. Captain Smith was seen throughout this period ensuring that protocol was followed, that passengers were helped, and that the ship's final moments maintained some semblance of dignity. He was like a host at a dinner party that had gone spectacularly wrong, still trying to ensure that his guests were comfortable even as the dining room slowly filled with water. The ship's power was still functioning, which meant that the lights remained on and the wireless continued to work. The operators were still sending distress signals, though by now they were essentially providing a running commentary on the disaster. Engine room flooded, ship sinking by the head, women and children in boats. It was like live tweeting the apocalypse, except with Morse code and considerably higher stakes. The Carpathia was still racing toward them, but distance and time were proving to be enemies that couldn't be overcome by good intentions or skilled seamanship. Captain Rostron was pushing his ship to its limits, but even the fastest ship in the world couldn't outrun the clock that was counting down the Titanic's remaining time. The band was still playing, though they'd moved to the boat deck to be close to the remaining passengers. Their music had evolved from dinner entertainment to something more profound, a soundtrack for people facing the unthinkable. They were providing comfort in the way that only music can, creating a small island of familiar sound in an ocean of uncertainty. The remaining passengers were beginning to face the reality that their time aboard the Titanic was measured in minutes rather than hours. Some were writing letters, as if they could somehow send final messages to loved ones through sheer determination. Others were praying, which seemed entirely appropriate given that they were in a situation where only divine intervention could provide a happy ending. The ship's structure was beginning to show signs of strain. The Titanic was never designed to be a submarine, and the ocean was beginning to exert pressures on the hull that exceeded the original engineering specifications. It was like watching a building slowly collapse, except it was floating and there was nowhere else to go. As the 4th hour of the crisis passed, everyone aboard the Titanic understood that they were no longer dealing with a sinking ship. They were dealing with a ship that was going to sink, and the only remaining question was whether they would be on it or off it when that moment arrived. The final hour, 4:40 a.m. to 5:40 a.m. There are moments in life when time seems to slow down, when every second stretches like taffy, and when you become acutely aware of every sound, every sensation, and every breath. The final hour aboard the Titanic was exactly such a moment, except multiplied by over 1,000 people who were all experiencing the same impossible situation simultaneously. The ship was now listing severely enough that walking required conscious effort, like trying to navigate a house where all the floors had been tilted at increasingly creative angles. The forward part of the ship was completely submerged, and the ocean was steadily encroaching on the bridge, devouring the vessel with an unwavering patience. They had lowered the last lifeboat, but several collapsible boats remained, a situation that seemed more hopeful than it actually was. These collapsible boats were like emergency parachutes, theoretically helpful but requiring a level of expertise and luck that most people didn't possess. Getting them launched and functional was like trying to assemble furniture during an earthquake while wearing mittens. The ship's lights were still blazing, creating an increasingly surreal scene. Here was this massive ocean liner, tilted at an impossible angle, slowly disappearing into the dark water while still lit up like a Christmas tree. It was like watching a skyscraper slowly sink into the ground while all the office lights remained on. Beautiful, terrible, and completely unforgettable. The remaining passengers were clustered on the stern, which was now the highest point of the ship. They were like people crowding onto the roof of a flooding building, except the roof was slowly tilting toward the flood. Some were still remarkably calm, others were praying, and a few were making peace with their situation in the quiet, dignified way that people do when they realise that certain outcomes are inevitable. The ship's band played until the very end. though what they played in those final moments has been debated by historians for over a century. Some say it was "Nearer My God to Thee," others claim it was "Autumn," and still others insist it was "Song of Autumn." What they played is irrelevant. What matters is that they played at all, giving comfort and dignity to those who needed it. At approximately 2:05 a.m. ship's time, the Titanic's lights flickered and went out, plunging the scene into darkness, broken only by the stars above and the lights from the distant lifeboats. It was like someone had suddenly turned off all the lights in a theatre, except the theatre was sinking, and the audience was still inside. The ship's structure was now under stresses that no engineer had ever calculated. The Titanic was designed to float, not to act as a massive lever with the ocean as its fulcrum. The sounds coming from deep within the ship were unlike anything anyone had ever heard. Groaning, creaking and snapping noises that suggested the very bones of the vessel were breaking. At 2:17 a.m. the ship's stern rose high into the air, creating a scene that defied both physics and imagination. The massive propellers designed to push the ship through water were now spinning uselessly in the cold night air. It was like watching a giant metal whale performing its final impossible dance with the ocean. Then, at 2:20 a.m, the Titanic broke apart. The ship that had been called unsinkable split in two, the forward section disappearing immediately while the stern section lingered for a moment, as if reluctant to follow. It was like watching a massive cathedral collapse in slow motion, except the cathedral was floating and taking people with it. The stern section sank quickly, disappearing into the dark water with a sound that survivors would remember for the rest of their lives. In less than 3 minutes, the largest moving object ever created by humans had vanished completely, leaving only debris, lifeboats, and the kinds of memories that change people forever. The ocean closed over the Titanic as if the ship had never existed, returning to the same deadly calm that had characterized the entire night. The water was like black glass, reflecting the stars and giving no indication that it had just claimed one of humanity's greatest achievements and over 1,500 lives. Silence has a weight to it, and the silence that followed the Titanic's sinking was heavier than anything those survivors would ever experience again. Think of the quietest moment you've ever had, then multiply it by the absence of something huge that should be there. The ocean stretched endlessly in all directions, as calm and indifferent as it had been all night, offering no evidence of the tragedy that had just occurred. The lifeboats were scattered across several miles of ocean, like leaves blown by a wind that had suddenly stopped. In these small wooden vessels, about 700 people huddled together, sharing body heat and wondering if they would live to see another sunset. The boats were designed for short-term use, not for spending hours in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean on a night when the air temperature was below freezing and the water temperature was even colder. Some boats were organised and well supplied, with competent crew members who knew how to row and navigate. Others were essentially floating accidentally, filled with people who had never been in a rowboat before and were now responsible for their survival, in conditions that would challenge experienced sailors. It was like being asked to perform surgery after reading a first aid manual. Possible in theory, but requiring a level of skill that most people simply didn't possess. The survivors in the water faced an entirely different kind of challenge. The ocean temperature was about 28 degrees Fahrenheit, which means it was cold enough to kill in minutes rather than hours. Most people who ended up in the water had perhaps 10 to 15 minutes before hypothermia would make survival impossible. It was like being thrown into a freezer that was also trying to drown you. The sounds from the water were perhaps the most haunting part of the entire experience. Hundreds of people were calling for help, crying out for lifeboats to return, pleading for rescue that most of them knew wasn't coming. The survivors in the boats faced an impossible choice: return to help people in the water and risk swamping their boats, or stay safe and listen to the cries gradually fade into silence. Most boats chose safety, which sounds heartless, but was actually the mathematics of survival. The lifeboats were already crowded, sitting low in the water, and attempting to pull people from the ocean would likely have resulted in even more deaths. It was like being asked to save someone from drowning when you're barely keeping your head above water. The cries from the water lasted for about an hour before gradually fading to silence. Such noise wasn't because people were being rescued. It was because the ocean was claiming the last of those who hadn't made it to the boats. The silence that followed was more profound than any sound, a quiet that seemed to spread across the water like a blanket made of stars and sorrow. As dawn approached, the survivors began to see each other more clearly. They were no longer anonymous passengers on a luxury liner. They were individuals who had shared an experience that would define the rest of their lives. Some were still in evening dress, others were in night clothes, and a few were wearing the kind of mismatched clothing that suggested they dressed quickly in the dark while their world was ending. At about 4 a.m, the survivors spotted lights on the horizon. The Carpathia had arrived, appearing like a small miracle on the vast ocean. Captain Rostron had pushed his ship beyond her limits, arriving just as the survivors were beginning to wonder if rescue would come at all. Seeing the Carpathia was akin to spotting a lighthouse while lost at sea, with the difference being that it was actively moving towards you. The rescue operation took hours, as each lifeboat had to be located, approached and unloaded. The survivors were brought aboard the Carpathia to begin the long journey back to New York, though they were returning as fundamentally different people than they had been when they left. They were no longer passengers, they were survivors, carrying memories and stories that would stay with them forever. The Titanic disaster changed everything about ocean travel, maritime safety, and humanity's relationship with technology. New regulations were established, more lifeboats were required, and the idea that any ship could be unsinkable was abandoned forever. It was like learning that your house isn't actually fireproof by watching it burn down, a lesson that was both devastating and necessary. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Titanic isn't the technical improvements or the safety regulations. It's the stories of ordinary people who faced extraordinary circumstances and chose to act with courage, dignity, and grace. The memories that matter include the band that played until the end, the passengers who helped others before themselves, and the crew who maintained protocol even as their world was literally sinking. The sun rose on April 15th, 1912, over an ocean that looked exactly as it had the day before, giving no indication that it had just witnessed one of the most significant maritime disasters in history. The Titanic was gone, but the stories of that night would continue forever, reminding us that even in our darkest moments, we have the capacity to choose how we face the impossible, and that, perhaps, is the most human story of all. In the early 19th century, the United States was still refining its identity, grappling with international pressures. Chief among them was the persistent clash with Great Britain, which never fully receded even after the Revolutionary War. By the year 1812, tensions had once again escalated. British warships roamed the Atlantic, seizing American merchant vessels and impressing sailors into the Royal Navy. Britain justified these actions by citing its endless struggle with Napoleonic France, but Americans saw them as blatant infringements on neutral rights. Politicians in Washington, D.C., argued that national honour demanded a resolute stance. Yet not all Americans agreed. New England merchants, dependent on overseas trade, feared that a war would wreck their livelihoods. Frontier farmers from the West and South, meanwhile, were more bellicose. They complained of British influence over native tribes, alleging that British agents provided weaponry to indigenous groups resisting American expansion. Famed orators in Congress, labelled war hawks, pressed for military action, insisting that only force could end maritime harassment and secure national credibility. James Madison, the fourth president, presided over a charged political scene, a quiet, deliberative. He weighed options carefully, but the clamour for war grew. In June 1812, Madison sent a war message to Congress, highlighting impressment, trade restrictions, and alleged British incitement of native violence. A narrow majority in both houses voted for war, marking the first time that the United States formally declared it. The nation's newness and untested military raised questions. Could the young republic muster the unity and resources to challenge the world's leading naval power? On paper, the British hardly viewed the US as a primary threat. Napoleon's armies in Europe had captured their attention. Nonetheless, the British recognised that if the Americans invaded Canada, the region might be lost. After all, Canada was lightly populated, and the British presence there hinged on loyal militias. British leaders believed that, despite the American impetus, the conflict wouldn't supplant Britain's prime focus on the European front. so they stationed smaller garrisons, trusting that the disorganized American approach would yield limited success. Across the Atlantic, in American port cities, many tried to maintain commerce, but with British blockades looming, merchant captains found themselves restricted or forced to sail under constant threat. The administration in Washington saw the conflict as a chance to rid the continent of lingering British power. Some leaders fantasized that capturing Canada might be straightforward. They assumed Canadians would readily join the American cause. However, that assumption proved naive. Canadian loyalty to the Crown, especially among certain pockets, was stronger than Americans had anticipated. Meanwhile, the war's outbreak also reverberated among native nations, particularly in the Great Lakes region. Some tribes formed alliances with the British, considering them to be less harmful than the land-hungry American settlers. Leaders like Tecumseh strove to form a broad indigenous confederation that might halt further American encroachment. For them, this war was another chapter in a long-standing struggle to defend their homelands. The British, short on manpower, readily welcomed indigenous allies, albeit with uncertain commitments once the war ended. Public opinion within the United States remained uneven. Southern and western states tended to favour hostilities. In contrast, many New Englanders, reliant on Atlantic trade, found the conflict ruinous. Some states half-heartedly contributed militia. Political friction within the US threatened to hamper effective prosecution of the war. Nevertheless, the formal declaration spurred initial bursts of patriotism in certain regions. Local militia parades and oratory about defending liberty repeated the rhetoric of the Revolutionary era, though critics derided the war as Mr. Madison's war. As the summer of 1812 progressed, American forces readied invasions across the Canadian border, aiming to quickly seize territory. The War Department, however, was ill-prepared. The regular army was small, officered by a mix of Revolutionary War veterans and political appointees. State militias varied widely in discipline. Supply lines were shaky. Still, generals promised swift victories. Observers from Europe, half attentive while embroiled in Napoleonic campaigns, watched with mild interest, suspecting the conflict would remain localized. The War of 1812 began in this precarious, multifaceted environment. The Americans believed they could avenge maritime wrongs and perhaps expand into Canada. The British, confident but distracted, expected to defend Canada with minimal resources. Indigenous nations, caught in the crossfire, saw an opportunity to resist American expansion. As the war commenced, few realized the transformative effects it would have on North America's diplomatic and cultural landscape. Early in 1813, American strategists believed they could redeem the humiliations of 1812 by launching renewed offensives into Canada. However, the same structural flaws persisted: volunteer militias, uncertain supply lines, and leadership lacking experience in large-scale campaigns. Generals like Henry Dearborn planned coordinated thrusts along Lake Ontario and the Niagara frontier. Yet cooperation between commands remained shaky, and British defenders, aided by local militia and indigenous allies, effectively countered many moves. On Lake Erie, Oliver Hazard Perry supervised a frantic shipbuilding effort at Presque Isle, present-day Pennsylvania. The plan was bold: construct a small fleet to wrest control of the lake from the British, thereby isolating their garrisons in western Upper Canada. In September 1813, Perry's squadron faced the British at the Battle of Lake Erie. Amid chaotic fighting, Perry's flagship took heavy damage, prompting him to row to another vessel and continue the fight. The result was a striking American victory, culminating in his laconic message, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." This triumph severed Britain's supply route and forced them to abandon Detroit. Simultaneously, William Henry Harrison led an American army into Upper Canada. Bolstered by Lake Erie's strategic advantage, Harrison advanced, culminating in the Battle of the Thames in October 1813. The death of Tecumseh there shattered the indigenous coalition in the region. Although some tribes would continue resistance, the unified front Tecumseh championed is dissipated. American morale soared at these regional successes, mitigating memories of the prior year's catastrophes. Yet not all fronts prospered. Along Lake Ontario, the Americans captured and burned York, future Toronto, angering Canadian locals but failing to achieve a decisive hold. Furthermore, the attempt to hold or take the Niagara region vacillated as leadership changed. The incompetent or quarrelsome interplay among American generals let opportunities slip away. British regulars, though outnumbered, capitalised on interior lines and local knowledge. They also enjoyed better coordination with indigenous forces. On the Atlantic side, the US Navy's larger warships occasionally triumphed in single-ship duels, but Britain's blockade grew tighter. American merchant vessels found it perilous to venture out. Privateers operating from smaller ports tried to slip through, capturing British merchant ships for bounty. Despite being a significant threat to Britain, these privateers were unable to lift the blockade. Coastal towns faced hardship as imported goods became scarce, fueling discontent. In New England, especially, anti-war sentiment solidified. Some Federalists saw the conflict as a Southern war, suspecting expansions in territory only benefited southwestern agrarian interests. Amid these realities, 1814 brought a watershed shift in the global context. Napoleon's defeat in Europe freed British resources to pivot to North America. The British planned major offensives. One, a southern thrust aiming to capture New Orleans. Another, a mid-Atlantic invasion to strike the Chesapeake. They also stepped up attempts to secure control of Lake Champlain, a route to New York's interior. The intensification alarmed the Madison administration, which realised that if these drives succeeded, major US cities could fall or states might bolt from the Union. Also, central in 1814 was a series of negotiations that began in Ghent. Belgium, American delegates, including John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, faced British counterparts. These talks progressed slowly, shaped by events on the battlefield. Initially, Britain demanded concessions like a recognised indigenous buffer state in the Old Northwest, while the Americans insisted on status quo ante bellum. Each side hoped for a military advantage that would improve bargaining. Throughout the summer, the negotiations seesawed, overshadowed by intensifying hostilities. An overlooked aspect was the southwestern frontier, where Andrew Jackson confronted Creek warriors allied with or influenced by the British. Jackson's Tennessee volunteers waged fierce campaigns in the Creek War, culminating in a decisive victory at Horseshoe Bend. The resulting treaty forced vast land cessions from the Creeks, revealing how the War of 1812 also served American expansion at indigenous expense. Jackson's reputation soared, positioning him for greater national prominence after the conflict. Thus, by mid-1814, the war was nearing a pivotal moment. The British planned to unleash their superior fleets and veteran troops now freed from European entanglements. The Americans, battered and divided, pinned hopes on local successes and the resilience of militia. Diplomatic channels flickered, but no one was sure how soon or on what terms peace would arrive. The stage was set for dramatic clashes that would shape not just the immediate fortunes of the two countries, but the future map of North America. Observers recognized that the war's outcome might finally clarify whether the United States, after 3 decades of independence, could fully stand among global powers or remain overshadowed by older empires. Late 1814 saw Britain escalate. One prong targeted the Chesapeake. Its success at capturing and burning Washington, D.C. in August shocked Americans. The British sought to quickly follow up by attacking Baltimore, a crucial port. If Baltimore fell, Britain might cripple the region's commerce and break American resolve. Yet Baltimore's defenders prepared vigorously. Citizens erected barricades, sank vessels to block harbour approaches, and reinforced Fort McHenry. British warships commenced bombardment on the night of September 13th, unleashing salvo after salvo into the fort. Despite the onslaught, the fort held. When dawn arrived, the American flag still billowed, witnessed by Francis Scott Key, who penned the Star-Spangled Banner. This morale-boosting outcome forced the British to withdraw, neutralising their Chesapeake campaign. Another British thrust aimed at Lake Champlain. An army advanced from Canada, hoping to slice into upstate New York and isolate New England. On September 11th, 1814, American naval forces under Thomas MacDonough won the pivotal Battle of Plattsburgh Bay, outmanoeuvring the British squadron. With their naval support lost, the British land invasion faltered, forcing a hasty retreat. This second repulse, alongside Baltimore's defence, shattered British hopes for a swift resolution by capturing major towns. Meanwhile, the southwestern frontier remained a separate theatre. Andrew Jackson's victory over the Creeks had freed him to concentrate on potential British moves along the Gulf Coast. British strategists planned a grand assault on New Orleans, imagining that controlling the Mississippi's mouth would hamper American expansion. Jackson, aware of the vital importance of the city, assembled a force of militia, volunteers, freedmen, and even a group of Barataria pirates under Jean Lafitte, forging a makeshift but spirited army. But that confrontation awaited final culmination early the next year. In the midst of these unfolding battles, negotiations in Ghent progressed. Sensing that neither side would gain from prolonged conflict, British diplomats seized earlier demands for territory or indigenous buffer states, while Americans, stung by the burning of their capital, recognised that an indefinite war threatened ruin. By December, a draft treaty emerged, endorsing the principle of status quo ante bellum. Both nations would revert to pre-war boundaries. Outstanding issues like impressment or maritime rights were not addressed, rendering the war's original triggers unsolved. Nonetheless, the desperate weariness on both sides pressed them to sign the Treaty of Ghent on December 24th, 1814. However, word of the treaty needed weeks to traverse the Atlantic. None of the signatories realised a major confrontation loomed on the Mississippi. British forces landed near New Orleans in mid-December 1814. Jackson rushed to fortify the city's approaches, digging entrenchments along the Rodriguez Canal. On January 8, 1815, the British launched a frontal assault, certain their disciplined ranks could overwhelm Jackson's ragtag defenders. Instead, entrenched Americans unleashed devastating volleys of musket and artillery fire, decimating British columns. The attack collapsed. British casualties soared. While American losses were modest, Jackson's victory catapulted him into national stardom. Ironically, this epic battle occurred after the signing of peace. When news of the Treaty of Ghent finally reached North America weeks later, both countries ratified it promptly, halting further bloodshed. For Americans, the war concluded on an emotional high thanks to the improbable success at New Orleans. They hailed the conflict as a second triumph over Britain, ignoring that the treaty omitted the maritime issues that sparked the war. For Britain, the war had always been a side theatre overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars, so ending it with minimal concessions was acceptable. Only indigenous nations truly lost out. With Tecumseh's confederation broken and no recognised buffer territory, the war thus spurred the unstoppable wave of American expansion westward. In the aftermath, Federalist opposition collapsed, tainted by war-rumoured secession talk at the Hartford Convention. The party withered, ushering in the so-called era of good feelings. The war also stimulated a sense of national identity, forging heroes like Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, and Oliver Hazard Perry. The mythos of the war overshadowed the chaotic mismanagement and half-baked strategies that marked its early phases. Instead, popular memory latched onto the star-spangled defence of Fort McHenry, the ragtag victory at New Orleans, and the notion that the United States had defended its independence once again. From a broader perspective, the War of 1812 significantly shaped North American geopolitics. Canada, having rebuffed invasion, consolidated its distinct identity, reinforcing loyalty to the Crown. The United States, for its part, experienced a surge of nationalism, ironically reinforcing Union sentiments despite the war's rocky start. The conflict also revealed structural weaknesses in American finance and logistics, prompting post-war reforms. Freed from foreign entanglements, the US turned more confidently toward internal development and westward expansion. Indeed, the war's messy conclusion paved the path for subsequent growth that would define much of the 19th century. Historians continue to debate the War of 1812's deeper significance. Some label it a minor war, overshadowed by the Napoleonic giants in Europe, while others see it as a critical second test of American sovereignty. The reality, perhaps, is that both are true. On the grand scale, Britain was more consumed with Napoleon, but for the young United States, the conflict marked a crucial juncture. Did the new republic have the cohesion to withstand external assault, or would it fragment under pressure? One often overlooked outcome was the impetus for American industrialization. British blockades cut off European imports, prompting domestic manufacturers to step in and supply textiles and finished goods previously sourced from abroad. This unintended stimulus laid early foundations for the Industrial Revolution stateside. Once peace resumed, those infant industries demanded tariff protection, spurring sectional debates over free trade versus protective measures. a theme that shaped national politics well into the mid-century. The war also spurred the creation of new symbols of identity: the battered but surviving flag at Fort McHenry, the poem by Francis Scott Key that morphed into a national anthem, and even the iconic image of Dolly Madison rescuing crucial state papers. These narratives turned the War of 1812 into a story of pure strength. For many Americans in subsequent decades, it stood as proof that courage and cunning could offset inferior numbers or resources. That cultural legacy overshadowed the administrative bumbling and the partisan rancour that nearly crippled the war effort. For indigenous nations, the war's end accelerated their dispossession. Tecumseh's dream of a native confederacy collapsed with his death. British forces, no longer needing a bulwark against US expansion, provided limited post-war assistance. Tribes that had allied with Britain faced retribution or land seizures as Americans advanced. In the South, Andrew Jackson's post-war ascendancy led to further treaties pushing native groups west. Thus, the War of 1812 served as a key moment, paving the way for widespread white settlement throughout the Mississippi region and beyond. As for Canada, it developed a sense of shared heritage by resisting American invasions. French and English-speaking Canadians united under the Crown to repel the foreign threat, sowing seeds for a budding national identity distinct from Britain and the US. Figures like Laura Secord, who carried warning of an American raid, or the dead General Isaac Brock, became local heroes. The war's memory underscored that Canada would not be simply swallowed by the larger republic to the south, a dynamic that remains a point of cultural pride. Meanwhile, the returning US soldiers found themselves in varied conditions. Many frontier militias simply melted back into civilian life. Officers like Andrew Jackson or William Henry Harrison parlayed their war reputations into political capital, eventually capturing the White House. The post-war political environment recognized the potency of war heroes as leaders. The Federalist Party, tarred with disloyalty, soon dissolved, leaving the Democratic Republicans dominant, though internal factions would later spin off into new parties. James Madison completed his presidency in 1817, claiming the war had proven the constitutional system could endure an external threat. However, not all scars vanished. New England's economy, battered by blockades, pivoted more strongly toward manufacturing. Southern cotton expanded rapidly, ironically, fueled by the sense of security that no immediate British incursion threatened the coastline. The war's ephemeral alliances with French exiles or Spanish forces in Florida also factored into ongoing jockeying for territory. Within a few years, the US negotiated further expansions, culminating in the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819. These expansions, ironically, were partly greased by the sense that the US had won the War of 1812, even if the official treaty indicated no formal victor or concession. Thus, the conflict's legacy blossomed in multiple directions. For some, it was an afterthought overshadowed by the Napoleonic saga. For others, especially Americans, it was a second war of independence that validated the constitutional experiment. For indigenous nations, it triggered sorrowful fragmentation. For Canadians, it stamped a rebellious, proud identity that shaped future confederation. And for the wider Atlantic world, it removed a potential thorn, allowing Britain and the US to gradually pivot from enemies to trading partners. Of course, the complexities of war never vanish neatly. Subsequent decades saw tensions remain, especially in the boundary disputes in the Great Lakes region, eventually resolved by more peaceful diplomacy. The War of 1812 thus quietly ended an era of direct Anglo-American conflict. In the century that followed, both nations found more pressing concerns elsewhere, forging an uneasy but enduring peace. Over time, the war receded into historical memory, overshadowed by other milestones, yet its impact on shaping North American political, cultural, and economic trajectories remains indisputable. From a modern viewpoint, the War of 1812 often suffers from overshadowing by the American Revolution or the Civil War, yet it introduced important transformations in how Americans conceptualize their government's role, how local militias interface with federal authority, and how the broader continent responded to shifting power dynamics. For a generation that came of age after 1776, the war proved their own defining moment. Many states saw newly minted heroes or identified local episodes of valor, forging a tapestry of war stories that fed local pride. Among lesser-known anecdotes is the role of enslaved men who escaped to British lines. particularly in the Chesapeake region. The British offered freedom to those who joined their cause, akin to certain practices during the Revolution. Many seized the chance, enforcing British logistical efforts or forming labour battalions. Following the war, some relocated to British territories such as Nova Scotia or Trinidad, forming diaspora communities known as Americans. The phenomenon highlighted the contradictory nature of a war fought over liberty, while slavery persisted, adding another dimension to the moral tensions of the era. Another overlooked thread is the role of women on the home front. Dolly Madison's rescue of the White House portrait is famous, but countless unnamed women toiled under blockades, farmed while husbands marched, and nursed wounded militiamen. Some women, with entrepreneurial flair, turned to weaving or local manufacturing to fill voids left by the disrupted import market. Their contributions, though seldom documented, were part of the shift toward a more self-sufficient domestic economy, proving that crises can spur inventive responses in local communities. Meanwhile, the impetus for building infrastructure grew. The war exposed how the poor roads hindered troop movements and supply lines, prompting calls for federal investment in internal improvements, canals, turnpikes, and eventually railroads. Although these developments advanced mostly after the war ended, the War of 1812 experience laid bare the necessity for connectivity. As a result, the federal government gradually leaned into more involvement with the infrastructure, an idea championed by national Republicans who wanted to unify the states through improved trade routes. Diplomatically, the post-war settlements signified a slow thawing in Anglo-American relations. British statesmen, preoccupied with maintaining post-Napoleonic Europe's order, found it pragmatic to reduce friction across the Atlantic. The Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 demilitarized the Great Lakes, a pioneering arms control pact that diffused future tensions. Over time, the Canada-US boundary stabilized, fostering an unusual phenomenon, the world's longest undefended frontier. This shift from hostility to mutual accommodation in North America stands as a direct outgrowth of the war, even if overshadowed by the dramatic episodes of 1812 to 1815. For indigenous peoples, the war's end spelled heartbreak. Britain no longer needed to bolster native confederations, so they withdrew support. The momentum of American expansion resumed, unstoppable. A patchwork of treaties forced tribes onto smaller lands or westward. The war had briefly offered a chance for unity under Tecumseh's leadership, but that vision perished at the Thames. The subsequent displacement of tribes in Ohio and Indiana soared, part of the broader national policy that would eventually culminate in the forced removals of the 1830s. Culturally, the war fed a romantic notion of American pride in adversity. Painters produced works depicting the Constitution's duels at sea or the British retreat from Baltimore. Poetry and ballads commemorated local militia triumphs. Over decades, these popular accounts coalesced into a somewhat sanitized narrative highlighting victory at New Orleans and the heroic stand at Fort McHenry. The fiascos, the bungled invasions of Canada, the burning of Washington slipped into lesser emphasis. This selective memory pattern shaped how textbooks presented the war for generations, culminating in a sense that the US overcame formidable odds to defend its independence once more. Thus, the War of 1812 was not solely about the immediate triggers of maritime rights or frontier tension. Its significance unfolded over decades, influencing economic policy, forging new heroes, weaving new cultural motifs, and setting boundaries for indigenous communities. Even with no territorial gains codified, the intangible results were profound. The conflict established that the US could wage war without fracturing, albeit narrowly. It paved a path for internal expansion and signalled that a truly post-colonial North America was emerging, with the US and Canada forging distinct identities. Looking back, these legacies underscore that wars, even ones overshadowed by larger global events, can reshape continents in subtle but enduring ways. The War of 1812 might seem distant, yet its themes echo in contemporary life: how a young nation handles international bullying, the friction between defending principles and managing everyday commerce, and the tensions of forging unity among disparate regional interests. Observing how that the US then navigated blockades, invasions, and internal disputes can offer perspective on the modern crises, where resource constraints and political divides remain just as real, albeit in different forms. One instructive aspect is the leadership dynamic. President Madison, initially reluctant, found himself backed into a war by vocal congressional voices. The war's early failures exposed the cost of insufficient preparation and partisan bickering. Only by mid-conflict did the administration coordinate effectively with local militias, naval contractors, and privateers. This shift from disorganisation to partial synergy teaches how policymaking, once confronted with real adversity, can pivot. Many modern observers glean that advanced planning, while ideal, often collides with political hesitance, yet adversity can spur belated but decisive collaboration. Another dimension is the interplay of personal and strategic agendas. Ambitious generals, such as William Hull or later Jacob Brown, had their reputations at stake. Politicians in Congress angled for local advantage or re-election. The war's path was shaped by these individual aims, sometimes to the detriment of cohesive national strategy. Similarly, in today's environment, personal ambition can sabotage or realign collective efforts, showing that cohesive leadership must harness personal drives rather than deny them. The conflict also underscores how external catalysts can unify an otherwise fractious society. Despite ongoing disputes, the burning of Washington united many who previously criticized the war. The subsequent defense of Baltimore turned despair into resilience, bridging divides, at least temporarily. This phenomenon appears repeatedly in national histories. A tangible external threat can galvanize unity, overshadowing internal differences. However, sustaining that unity after the crisis abates is another matter, a lesson well illustrated by the meltdown of Federalist support post-war and the ephemeral era of good feelings. From a moral vantage, the war showcased how indigenous alliances can be manipulated by great powers. British promises to protect native lands or the American pledge to incorporate friendly tribes often found little fulfillment once strategic ends were met. The ephemeral nature of these alliances led to tragic outcomes for indigenous communities. Modern discussions about the rights of marginalised groups caught in geopolitical crossfires resonate with the story of these nations' exploitation as pawns. While times differ, the principle that real autonomy seldom emerges from foreign patrons remains relevant. In the realm of memory, the War of 1812 reveals how selective retelling can overshadow complexities. Francis Scott Key's rocket's red glare soared in the national consciousness, overshadowing episodes where US invasions failed or inflicted harm on civilians. Today, educational curricula often reduce the war to a handful of famous vignettes: burning of Washington, the Star-Spangled Banner, Andrew Jackson at New Orleans, neglecting the messy intricacies. This phenomenon, common in historical narratives, underscores the importance of seeking more profound perspectives beyond iconic highlights. Another parallel to modern times is the war's reflection on global commerce. Then, as now, major powers tried to control trade routes, imposing blockades or sanctions. The US had to navigate a dual challenge, sustaining internal unity while resisting external economic pressure. The war's outcome hinted that a nation with robust internal markets and flexible production can endure even when cut off from usual trade. This resilience dynamic remains at the core of contemporary discourse around self-sufficiency and global supply chains. Ultimately, the War of 1812's legacy remains multifaceted. It united Americans around a renewed sense of identity, advanced some individuals politically, and inflicted irreparable damage on indigenous confederacies. It highlighted that the young republic, though battered, could stand as an independent entity, shaping a distinct brand of national pride that propelled expansions west and cultural evolutions at home. Yet the moral questions, particularly regarding indigenous and enslaved populations, reveal deeper costs. For midlife readers who are balancing personal ideals with real-world complexities, the War of 1812 emphasizes that every grand enterprise, from commercial policy to warfare, hinges on negotiations of principle, ambition, and compromise. During this delicate balance, societies often uncover their potential for harmony as well as the potential for future strife. When the final guns fell silent and the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, the War of 1812's immediate outcome could be summarised as a military stalemate but a psychological victory for the US. The impetus behind the war, ending British impressment and maritime restrictions, remained largely unresolved in the text of peace, but global shifts, including the final defeat of Napoleon, rendered those maritime issues moot. Britain no longer felt the same compulsion to detain American sailors. Gradually, normal trade resumed. Domestically, the war left behind a changed political and economic landscape. The Federalist Party collapsed. tainted by its near-treasonous Hartford Convention. The Democratic Republicans established a single-party dominance despite the emergence of internal factions. James Monroe succeeded Madison and ushered in the so-called era of good feelings, where partisan bickering lulled temporarily. Simultaneously, the war stoked calls for a more robust national infrastructure, roads, canals, a better banking system to prevent future logistic nightmares. Many of the same states that had balked at federal authority during the war now grudgingly admitted the necessity of coordinated planning. Of the war's personalities, Andrew Jackson emerged as the archetypal hero. His triumph at New Orleans overshadowed earlier fiascos. Popular ballads hailed him as the unstoppable Old Hickory. This catapulted Jackson toward the presidency in the following decade, shaping a new wave of populist politics that departed from the more patrician style of Jefferson or Madison. Another figure, Dolly Madison, remained a cultural icon for her bravery during the White House evacuation, exemplifying how smaller personal acts can become legendary in a war overshadowed by battles and sieges. Meanwhile, the war's end did not bring peace to indigenous nations. With Tecumseh's coalition shattered, American expansion surged west, leading to treaties that often forced tribes off ancestral lands. The war's ephemeral alliances, wherein the British used tribal forces to hamper US invasions, vanished once the conflict concluded, leaving tribes vulnerable. This pattern repeated throughout the 19th century, culminating in a systematic push across the continent that overshadowed earlier illusions of indigenous-led confederations. For Britain, the war was a minor chapter. Most British historical accounts mention it as a side conflict overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars. The eventual forging of an amicable British-American relationship in the 19th century meant that the War of 1812 quietly retreated into the background of British consciousness. The Joint Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 prevented future naval build-ups on the Great Lakes and fostered the concept of a demilitarized boundary that remains remarkable in global terms. For Canada, defending against American invasions underlined a budding sense of distinct identity. Residents of Upper and Lower Canada had, to many Americans' surprise, not welcomed the idea of annexation. This loyalty to the British Crown found fresh impetus after repelling repeated US attacks. Over time, Canadian historians pointed to the War of 1812 as a foundational moment. The volunteer militias, the alliances with Indigenous fighters, and the persevering local leadership formed the nucleus of later Canadian unity. Commemorations throughout the 19th century celebrated heroes like Isaac Brock, forging national myths that shaped the country's future. In the broader context of US military tradition, the war highlighted weaknesses that spurred professionalization. The humiliating collapses of militias taught that raw volunteer forces needed better training and discipline. Naval successes, on the other hand, proved the potential of a well-crafted professional navy. Post-war, the Navy's leadership gradually expanded, adopting new ship designs and forging a tradition that would eventually propel the US to maritime prominence in the next century. The Army, though overshadowed, also instituted reforms in leadership selection and supply management. As the decades passed, the war's memory nestled into national lore. The Star-Spangled Banner, originally penned as a poem, eventually became the national anthem by the early 20th century, immortalizing that moment at Fort McHenry. Veterans of the war, overshadowed by the larger generation of Revolutionary War patriots, formed their associations, though their recollections were less frequently lionized. It wasn't until the war's centennial in 1912 that a wave of commemorative events revived interest. Historians passed diaries and official records, unveiling the war's complexities, how it advanced certain domestic industries, spurred expansions, inflamed Indigenous dispossession, and permanently altered the shape of Canadian identity. For Canada, it reinforced a distinctive path under the Crown. For Britain, it ended an irksome sideshow that proved Americans wouldn't revert to colonial dependence. And for Indigenous peoples, it signalled the lethal truth of an expanding American republic. The war's finale, overshadowed by the surreal timing of news, delivered no single glorious victor, but shaped the next century's cross-border realities in ways subtle yet enduring. Oda Nobunaga arrived in 1534 in the unmettled province of Owari. amid a period in Japan now remembered for endless conflicts and rapidly shifting feudal allegiances. His father, Oda Nobuhide, was a minor warlord grappling with clan infighting, local skirmishes, and the perpetual risk of larger armies from neighbouring provinces. There was no guarantee that the infant Nobunaga would transform the realm. Families fought, alliances crumbled, and new leaders emerged overnight. Yet, from the vantage of time, it's clear he planted seeds that would remake Japan. Early records describe a young Nobunaga as unruly. He spurned formalities, wearing outlandish clothes, arriving late to solemn ceremonies, and generally annoying clan elders. They labelled him foolhardy or even an embarrassment to the Oda name. But behind that facade of flamboyance lurked a creative mind hungry for novelty. He tinkered with foreign trinkets, asked probing questions about strategy, and displayed a knack for analysing rival movements. Teachers who tried to tame him rarely succeeded, yet they noticed flashes of brilliance, like the time he walked the perimeter of his father's castle, pointing out weaknesses in gate design that grown samurai overlooked. His father's death in 1551 thrust this untested youth into sudden prominence. Instantly, the Oda clan fractured, uncles, half-brothers, and distant cousins jostled for the top seat. Conventional wisdom suggested that the audacious fool of Owari had little chance. But in the swirl of that crisis, Nobunaga made decisive moves. He broke up short-term pacts with key retainers, promised them new lands, then swiftly dismantled the claims of older relatives who underestimated him. Some he exiled, and some he subdued militarily. Within 2 years, he asserted control over most of Owari. Observers realised he was no clown. He simply despised the old ceremonial style and did things his own way. Rumour has it that around this time, a travelling merchant introduced him to arquebuses, matchlock guns from the west. Most samurai saw these firearms as crude and unworthy, overshadowed by the elegance of swords and spears. Nobunaga, though, recognised their potential. He quietly stockpiled them, ordering gunsmiths to replicate or adapt them. He tested them in private drills, training foot soldiers to fire in disciplined volleys. The practice was a departure from the Sengoku norm, which romanticised heroic duels. He aimed to harness the synergy of the ranks, prioritising technology over individual bravado. Such a notion didn't spread widely yet, but the seeds were planted for a new kind of warfare. The first major test of his cunning came in 1560, when Imagawa Yoshimoto, one of the era's most formidable warlords, led a giant army through Owari en route to the capital. The conventional approach would have been for smaller clans to hide in fortified castles or attempt half-hearted skirmishes, but Nobunaga went bold. He famously prayed at a local shrine, offered sake to his men, and then launched a surprise attack at Okihazama. The result was astonishing. Yoshimoto's vast force, lulled into overconfidence, collapsed under Nobunaga's ambush. Yoshimoto himself was killed in the confusion. This victory stunned the Japanese archipelago. A lesser clan from Owari, under a brash young lord, had toppled one of the biggest threats in a single day. After Okihazama, smaller local warlords rushed to align with the Oda clan, or at least sign neutrality pacts. Nobunaga's prestige soared, yet he did not rest. He began forging deeper connections with merchants in nearby free cities, establishing an economic backbone. He sought alliances with key figures in Mino and Omi provinces, using marriages and mutual defence pacts. At the same time, he displayed unpredictability, punishing uncooperative lords harshly, sacking their castles, and installing loyal retainer families in the void. Amid these expansions, he showed an unusual attitude towards status. Traditional samurai lineage mattered less to him than competence. If a farmer's son displayed skill, Nobunaga might elevate him to command squads or handle taxes. The situation unsettled older aristocrats who viewed inheritance as the bedrock of power. Nobunaga cared little for their complaints, arguing that victory and stability were more important than outmoded hierarchies. This approach gained him fierce loyalty from those who recognised that talent was rewarded, but it also sowed resentment among the old guard, who saw him as an iconoclast. By the late 1560s, Oda Nobunaga had outgrown the label fool. He was forging a reputation as a radical risk-taker, combining intimidation, strategic alliances, and unconventional warfare. In council, he might appear dressed simply, focusing on substance instead of pomp. Observers recall that. In private, he studied maps meticulously, pondering how to break the web of petty wars that kept Japan fractured. No one yet imagined the scale of his ambition, that he'd attempt to unify the entire land. But the signs were there in every bold decision, every new alliance, and every shattered old tradition. He was on the brink of a far more sweeping campaign. As his influence grew in Owari, Oda Nobunaga directed his attention towards the neighbouring Mino. This domain was under the Saito clan, known for cunning leadership and strong coastal defences, especially the imposing Inabeyama castle perched on a steep hill. Local warlords murmured that Mino was a fortress-laden region, not easily subjugated, but Nobunaga believed that if he could seize Mino, he would secure a critical foothold on the route to Kyoto. Diplomatically, he first tried forging a connection. He arranged for his foster daughter to marry the Saito heir. The hope was to pave a smoother path. Yet the Saito patriarch, Saito Dosan, died in a familial conflict, leaving the clan leadership in flux. The new Saito head refused to yield. Nobunaga changed his strategy. He recruited refugees from Mino who hated the new Saito leadership. He gleaned intel about secret mountain paths and alternative supply routes. He also hammered away at Saito's border fortifications with relentless minor assaults, wearing them down. Around this period, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, an unassuming foot soldier with a knack for persuasion, captured Nobunaga's attention. Hideyoshi brokered local alliances and bribed Saito underlings to sabotage defences from within. The infiltration was so effective that by 1567, Saito's lines crumbled under a well-coordinated strike. Inabeyama Castle fell, and Nobunaga promptly renamed the fortress Gifu, symbolising a fresh chapter. Gifu Castle thus became his new base, overshadowing Owari's older seat. Local legend says he pinned a banner reading Tenka Fubu, roughly meaning all the realm under one sword, an audacious motto that showcased his aspiration to unify Japan. Having secured Mino, he cast his gaze on Kyoto. The imperial capital had lost much of its luster, battered by decades of feuding warlords. The Ashikaga shogunate, nominally ruling Japan, was overshadowed by local powers. A figure named Ashikaga Yoshiaki approached Nobunaga, pleading for rescue from rival warlords. Sensing opportunity, Nobunaga marched on Kyoto in 1568. The city's confusion allowed him to install Yoshiaki as shogun, though it was an arrangement reminiscent of a puppet regime. Nobunaga intended to influence national politics covertly, utilising Yoshiaki as a symbolic leader. Kyoto's populace reacted with mixed emotions. Some welcomed an end to chaos, others feared a new tyrant. Nobunaga tried to reassure them by rebuilding shods and temples wrecked by earlier conflicts. He minted coinage, financed local markets, and even politely introduced fresh laws to curb violence in the capital's districts. Yet these gestures of benevolence coexisted with his iron-fisted approach to dissent. For instance, lingering warlord forces who refused to submit found themselves crushed. Among them was the rebellious Miyoshi clan. The city subdued its rebellious corners over a matter of months. Nevertheless, friction arose with the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki, who bristled at being overshadowed. Yoshiaki quietly tried building alliances among traditional clans, fueling an anti-Oda coalition that included powerful barons like Asakura and Azai. The standoff that followed tested Nobunaga's skill at multi-front campaigns. Ironically, his brother-in-law Azai Nagamasa, husband to Nobunaga's sister Oichi, led the Azai clan. The personal heartbreak of waging war against his kin weighed heavily, yet Nobunaga pressed on. He arranged for alliances with Tokugawa Ieyasu, who secured the east, allowing the Oda main force to handle the Azai-Asakura threat. The battles near Anagawa in 1570 proved intense, with Oda and Tokugawa armies eventually prevailing after vicious hand-to-hand fighting. This victory, though overshadowed in popular lore by larger events, signalled that family ties would not deter Nobunaga from his greater mission. Around this juncture, Nobunaga displayed his approach to religious factions more starkly. The warrior monks of Mount Hiei near Kyoto allied with the Azai-Asakura coalition. Nobunaga demanded their submission. They refused. In 1571, he unleashed a brutal assault. The entire complex at Enryakuji was put to flame, and thousands of monks, novices, and civilians perished. It was an act so grim it even shocked some of Nobunaga's staunch allies. But he justified it, claiming that the militant monks had threatened the capital's order for too long. For him, no sacred label could shield an armed group from the unstoppable cause of unification. If an institution meddled militarily, it had to be crushed, no matter its spiritual veneer. Though these actions consolidated his grip, they fueled a reputation for ruthlessness. People whispered that he had become a demon lord. Yet ironically, he also cultivated appreciation for the arts. He introduced modern styles of castle architecture, invited Portuguese artisans to demonstrate new building techniques, and toyed with the newly introduced trend of tea ceremony. This contradictory mix, extreme brutality on the battlefield paired with refined cultural pursuits, confused many, but it formed the heart of Nobunaga's method, forging a new Japan by blending modern innovation with unstoppable force. By 1573, the puppet shogun Yoshiaki, now thoroughly at odds with Nobunaga, was exiled. The Ashikaga shogunate officially collapsed. From that point forward, the question wasn't whether the old order was gone, it was whether Nobunaga could fill the vacuum before other warlords struck. The next moves he made would define the entire future of the archipelago. The year 1573 unleashed a new dynamic in central Japan. The centuries-old Ashikaga shogunate stood dissolved, leaving a power vacuum that Oda Nobunaga sought to fill. Although he did not assume the shogun title, some suspect he viewed it as too entangled with archaic baggage, he effectively governed from Kyoto as the central warlord. Nobunaga's subordinates, notably Hashiba Hideyoshi, later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, took on crucial roles in expanding the Oda domain and stabilizing conquered territories. Nonetheless, pockets of fierce resistance remained, including the might of the Takeda clan in eastern provinces. One would not expect that a man ascending so rapidly would find time for culture, yet Nobunaga's passion for spectacle grew. Reports mention grand banquets in Kyoto with exotic dishes, Portuguese wine, and comedic theatre performed at night by torchlight. He sponsored the No drama, though in a personal style that adapted scripts to laud new heroes. Some older aristocrats frowned. No, they believed, was the hallmark of an older, refined tradition. But to Nobunaga, tradition was a tool, not a chain. He saw in artistic displays an opportunity to unify the fractious elites by enticing them with entertainment and proving that his rule overshadowed any prior pageantry. Still, war overshadowed these amusements. The formidable Takeda Shingen died in 1573, leaving Takeda Katsuyori in charge. Though less accomplished than his father, Katsuyori was no pushover. In 1575 he led a formidable cavalry force into Mikawa, clashing with Nobunaga's allied armies. The event set the stage for the pivotal Battle of Nagashino. Typically, a cavalry swarm overcame infantry, but Nobunaga's novel approach, extensive palisades, rotating lines of arquebusiers, shattered the myth of unstoppable horse charges. The musket volleys decimated the Takeda ranks. Eyewitnesses described how, for the first time, massed firearms overcame famed cavalry charges in open terrain. This watershed moment reaffirmed Nobunaga's reputation as a modernizing general, who embraced firearms wholeheartedly. Following Nagashino, the Takeda clan's prestige plummeted, enabling Nobunaga to extend deeper into eastern domains. Meanwhile, in the capital, he grew more direct in quelling any recalcitrant aristocrats or religious sects. He was rumoured to have humiliated certain courtiers who showed insufficient obedience. Indeed, a swirl of new rumours painted him as borderline sacrilegious, ignoring the established kami worship in shrines or publicly mocking certain shrine rituals as superstitious. This spurred the rumour of him being the demon warlord, culminating in some devout warriors forming tiny conspiracies to rid the land of this impious figure. One overlooked dimension was his approach to commerce. Beyond the free markets in castle towns, Nobunaga established way stations and lodging posts along major highways. He suppressed local toll collectors who bled travellers. This policy triggered an economic upswing. Caravans from the Seto Inland Sea carried salt, textiles and foreign goods with fewer bribes to pay. The Oda domain thus built a stable fiscal backbone, fueling further expansions and enabling him to grant rewards to loyal vassals without bankrupting the treasury. Such a commercial savvy warlord was a novelty in a period when martial glory overshadowed the humbler business of economics. Nobunaga also interacted with a figure rarely acknowledged in mainstream accounts, Yasuke, often regarded as the first African samurai. A A tall man from Portuguese or Italian missions, Yasuke arrived in Japan under uncertain circumstances. Impressed by his physique and exotic background, Nobunaga took an interest, eventually welcoming him into service. Letters from Jesuit sources hint that Nobunaga found Yasuke's presence refreshing, a symbol of how broad the world truly was. Some accounts mention that Yasuke was entrusted with certain guard duties. While the authenticity of that arrangement has faced debate, it underscores how Nobunaga's curiosity extended even to foreigners of unusual origin, bridging cultural gaps at a time when xenophobia was rampant. By the end of the 1570s, unstoppable momentum seemed to define Nobunaga's progress. The hallmark fortress of Azuchi, built near Lake Biwa, exemplified his vision, part stronghold, part palatial residence, with decorative murals and advanced architectural engineering. Visitors wrote that climbing each floor revealed new painted illusions and hidden defensive features, an embodiment of both aesthetic flair and martial cunning. He invited travelling missionaries, artisans, and even some rival lords to see Azuchi's majesty, proclaiming that his building was the model of the future. In truth, the structure was also a statement. Oda rule soared above the old petty provincialism. A new day demanded new monuments. Yet ambition stirs resentments. Many older clans, forced into submission, quietly sought a chance to break free. The extent of Nobunaga's reforms threatened the old feudal compacts. Even within his retinue, some felt overshadowed by Hideyoshi's ascendancy or frustrated by Nobunaga's ruthless single-mindedness. Betrayal, though rarely signalled openly, bubbled beneath the surface. The old adage that a fortress can withstand foreign assault but not always internal treachery would soon prove hauntingly apt. Although the warlord pressed onward, planning fresh campaigns, events at the cusp of the 1580s would reveal the fatal cost of ignoring that silent discontent. In spring 1580, Oda Nobunaga appeared invincible. The formidable Iko-Iki strongholds were mostly crushed. The Takeda clan was in shambles, and the capital recognized him as the de facto power. Yet a cluster of uneasy alliances still dotted the map, including some warlords who pretended loyalty while resenting Oda dominance. Nobunaga, though rarely timid, seemed almost relaxed that year, hosting lavish celebrations at Azuchi, and paying only mild heed to rumours of minor revolts in distant provinces. The unstoppable wave of conquest had lulled him into believing only a formidable outside foe could challenge him. Among his retainers, Akechi Mitsuhide quietly navigated the new order. Mitsuhide had served Nobunaga loyally, yet their relationship was never warm. Nobunaga's leadership style often involved public dressing downs of subordinates who failed or displeased him. Some claimed Mitsuhide endured multiple humiliations, once when an Oda supply line fiasco cost Mitsuhide's mother her life at the hands of brigands. Nobunaga supposedly dismissed it callously. Another time, a minor mishap at a feast led Nobunaga to fling a teacup in anger, scalding a Mitsuhide. Whether these spats festered into hatred remains uncertain, but it's clear Mitsuhide felt overshadowed. In the swirl of Oda's triumphant expansions, many believed Mitsuhide was too measured or timid to lash out. They were mistaken. Parallel to these tensions, Nobunaga decided to press further west, sending Hideyoshi to subdue the Mori clan. That campaign demanded reinforcement. Nobunaga prepared to dispatch extra troops. He halted in Kyoto at Honnoji Temple, intending a brief rest en route to greet Hideyoshi's forces. The temple, though not heavily fortified, was considered safe enough given the capital's calm. Nobunaga was travelling lightly with only a small guard. Most of his main army had been deployed to support different operations. Some close advisors questioned this vulnerability, but Nobunaga brushed aside their concerns, certain no serious threat lurked. Then came that fateful dawn of June 21st, 1582. Akechi Mitsuhide, commanding a detachment under the pretext of reinforcing Hideyoshi, turned his force abruptly toward Honnoji. Storming in, they caught the Oda guards unawares. The temple's interior lit with flames as Mitsuhide's men torched wooden halls. Nobunaga fought back with sword in hand, but the odds were overwhelming. Realizing escape was impossible, he retreated deeper into the complex. Sources differ on the details, but they converge on the notion that he took his life, either by seppuku or ensuring no capture, rather than fall into Mitsuhide's hands. The blazing temple sealed the scene, forging an indelible final image, Japan's mightiest unifier consumed by betrayal and fire. undone not by an external rival but by a subordinate he underestimated. Mitsuhide, proclaiming "the realm is ours," tried to consolidate. But public shock overshadowed any acceptance of his coup. Hideyoshi, on hearing the news, swiftly made peace with the Mori to rush back. In a short campaign culminating in the Battle of Yamazaki, Hideyoshi avenged Nobunaga, defeating Mitsuhide less than 2 weeks after Honnoji Mitsuhide, attempting to flee, was slain by bandits or vengeful peasants, an ironic end that left no stable regime in his wake. The echoes of that betrayal lingered for centuries. Mitsuhide's treachery became a byword for disloyalty and sudden reversal of fortune. Nobunaga's demise fractured the Oda clan, but the impetus for unification persisted. Hideyoshi emerged as the next major figure, eventually subjugating much of Japan and styling himself as the unifier. Tokugawa Ieyasu, more patient, would outlast them all and set up the Tokugawa shogunate. In each subsequent stage, the ghost of Nobunaga's ambition hovered. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu both acknowledged that their expansions leaned on the foundation Nobunaga laid, the harnessing of firearms, the impetus for centralized domain, and the notion that old feudal autonomy should yield to a singular authority. In many ways, the abrupt end at Honnoji shaped Nobunaga's legacy as a fiery comet, unpredictable, transformative, but short-lived. Historians puzzle over what might have been had he survived. Would he have forged a stable monarchy, or introduced a new bureaucratic structure? Might his tolerance of foreign presence have expanded Japan's global connections earlier? Or could he have become a dreaded autocrat, stifling dissent so thoroughly as to hamper future evolution? The abruptness of his death leaves a swirl of speculation. The site of Honnoji itself stands in Kyoto, though much rebuilt after the conflagration. Tourists pass by a modest memorial, often overshadowed by more famous temples. Yet, for students of Japan's Sengoku era, that place resonates as a symbolic crossroads, the unstoppable warlord ended by his retainer, pivoting the entire arc of national unification. The charred remains from that day are long gone, but glimpses remain in curated relics, diaries, and a handful of swords believed to have belonged to Nobunaga's retinue. Each artifact underscores the transience of power. One moment, a near-omnipotent figure rewriting the land's destiny. The next, a victim of fate and betrayal. Thus, the final chapter of Nobunaga's life stands not as a diminishment but as a crescendo. In falling, he cemented the impetus that others carried forth. Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the entire notion of an eventually unified Japan under a single rule trace back to Nobunaga's unstoppable wave. He forced the country to see the old code, where archaic chivalry overshadowed modernization, was no longer viable. In that sense, though he vanished in flames, the brand of revolution he championed burned onward, fueling the next generation's quest to reorder the nation under a single banner. Post-Honnoji, the manner in which Oda Nobunaga's memory evolved offers a profound insight into how Japan processes historical figures. In the immediate aftermath, many warlords excised him from official genealogies. He had, after all, the dismantled centuries of tradition. However, within a decade, references re-emerged describing him as the initial impetus that any warlord seeking unification must emulate. Some local chroniclers wrote tributes praising the demon's clarity, a phrase that captured the paradox: demon in cruelty, clarity in vision. Tokugawa Ieyasu, after establishing the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603, quietly ensured that official records didn't overshadow the Tokugawa ascension narrative with too much Oda idolization. Yet, Ieyasu personally revered Nobunaga's decisive approach. Private diaries mention how the new shogun studied old battlefield notes from Okehazama and Nagashino, gleaning insights for the potential crises. Ironically, the official narrative downplayed Oda's significance to bolster Tokugawa legitimacy, but in private, the recollection of Oda's daring strategies continued to provide valuable insights. Meanwhile, rural legends cropped up, casting Nobunaga as a restless spirit. Farmers told tales of hearing phantom hoofbeats on the stormy nights, said to be his ghost reenacting night raids. In some folk songs, Nobunaga's thunder referred to unexpected storms damaging unharvested fields, an ominous sign of unstoppable force. Such tales embedded him into the realm of folk superstition. People across provinces especially in regions once scorched by his campaigns, found echoes of both awe and dread in these stories. By the Edo period, woodblock prints portrayed him with stylized armour, scowling or triumphant in mid-battle. A few dramatizations in kabuki theatre, though typically focusing on Hideyoshi, occasionally included cameo references to Nobunaga as an unyielding presence overshadowing the stage. The censors of the Tokugawa regime usually avoided depicting him too favourably, fearful of stirring rebellious sentiments that might champion a Nobunaga-style revolt. Despite these constraints, underground manuscripts circulated that teased out his modern aspects, like his willingness to incorporate foreigners or push advanced weapons. Samurai who read them in private might feel emboldened by the notion of discarding stale tradition in favour of pragmatic modernity. The Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century revived interest. As Japan opened to the world, some intellectuals lauded Nobunaga's progressive stance on trade and technology, claiming he was the first modern Japanese. Western scholars who visited found in Nobunaga a figure reminiscent of Europe's absolute monarchs, a man who overcame medieval fragmentation. They wrote comparative essays labelling him a Japanese Caesar or Napoleon in samurai forward de forme. Although these analogies were simplistic, they further cemented his global mystique. Museums started collecting items rumoured to be from his domain, arquebuses and partial suits of lacquered armour. Each artefact conveyed a fragment of his endeavours to propel Japan forward centuries in a single generation. In the 20th century, as war raged globally, some Japanese militarists admired Nobunaga's unstoppable aggression. They saw him as a model for unyielding expansion. Post-war, that sentiment cooled, replaced by a more nuanced academic approach. The emphasis shifted toward analysing his socio-economic policies, like standardising measure systems or encouraging open trade in castle towns. Contemporary historians highlight how those policies laid seeds for an eventual stable economy under the Tokugawa, even if that regime ironically closed off certain foreign influences. Another wave of scholarship focuses on the cultural interplay, the synergy of Christian missionaries and the partial acceptance of their ideas that might have blossomed further had Nobunaga endured. In popular culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a deluge of creative retellings reimagined him. Video games featuring Sengoku battles depict him as a fearsome overlord with unstoppable power-ups and specialised gun squads. Manga and anime often play with the Demon King label, recasting him in time-slip scenarios or comedic subplots. Dramas vary, from an honourable anti-hero forging unity to a borderline sadistic tyrant. This breadth of interpretations testifies to his complexity. Even in a comedic cameo, the essence of unstoppable change remains. He's recognised as the impetus behind Japan's transition from fractious medieval to the cusp of early modern. Hence, the modern lens sifts through centuries of contradiction. Was he monstrous in cruelty, or heroic in forging a stable path? Did he embrace foreign ideas out of genuine openness or purely for advantage? Did he harbour a future blueprint for a stable monarchy? Or was he improvising day by day, exploiting each short-term opportunity? The records suggest all these angles might hold truth. He was multifaceted, a man unshackled by tradition, ready to harness any advantage, unstoppable until undone by betrayal. In that sense, Oda Nobunaga's name remains a prism. Turn it one way, you see a progressive champion of modernization, tilt it another, a fearsome reaper of old shrines and foes. Japan's memory and the world's fascination revolve around these shifting lights. Among lesser-known facets of Nobunaga's story is his personal retinue of varied advisors, some from backgrounds not typically admitted to samurai council. He believed that rank was earned by merit, an unusual stance for the time. For instance, he once appointed a skilled blacksmith to direct certain siege engine creations. That was heresy in the eyes of traditional samurai, a blacksmith leading warriors. Nobunaga brushed off the critics, pointing to results. The blacksmith's technical cunning helped forge innovative catapults that battered a walled fortress into submission. This anecdote, though overshadowed in mainstream accounts, exemplifies his break from hierarchical norms. Another overlooked detail lies in the realm of intelligence gathering. Nobunaga, according to scattered diaries, established a nascent espionage network in Kyoto and merchant towns. He recognised that raw might alone wouldn't keep him ahead. Through discreet watchers, some disguised as travelling entertainers, some as pilgrims, he gleaned updates on rival lords' alliances, or fractious Buddhist sects plotting in secret. This network of information helped prevent revolts and enabled him to intercept clan collusion. While espionage existed in prior eras, Nobunaga systematized it more thoroughly, reflecting a willingness to adopt whatever gave him an edge. One puzzling dimension was his attitude to the imperial court. Typically, warlords either revered the emperor as a symbolic pivot or ignored him. Nobunaga courted the court's favour in a measured way, offering them economic assistance, refurbishing certain neglected palace halls, and ensuring the emperor's dignity. This was not out of pure devotion, it was a strategic move. By championing the emperor's prestige, he legitimised his expansions. At some ceremonies, he arrived in flamboyant attire, overshadowing lesser lords, then humbly bowed before the emperor, an odd mixture of vanity and obeisance that left watchers uncertain how to interpret him. The emperor, though powerless in martial terms, recognised that Nobunaga's guardianship provided a stable environment for the court's survival. Thus, a polite, if uneasy, synergy arose. Nobunaga's personal life, beyond the political realm, remains partially veiled. He married multiple times, forging alliances with significant families. Notably, little is said about deep personal attachments. Some historians wonder if he maintained an emotional remove, seeing marriage as a strategic game. A personal diary snippet suggests a fleeting mention of a beloved consort, but her name remains uncertain, lost in burned records or overshadowed by formal marriages. The narrative is incomplete, overshadowed by warfare logs and alliances. It underscores how the official story seldom captures intimate sentiments, especially for a man so public in ambition. One rumoured anecdote from castle staff claims that Nobunaga had a private reading habit, poetry anthologies from the Heian period and Chinese military treatises. He found parallels between ancient poems praising ephemeral blossoms and the transience of alliances. He told a close retainer that the ephemeral nature of cherry blossoms matched the ephemeral nature of men's loyalty. Some guess this reflection spurred him to adopt savage efficiency in the stamping out potential threats, believing that if a blossom would fall anyway, best it do so on his terms. Whether or not that anecdote is fully accurate, it captures the sense that a philosophical thread ran under his pragmatic exterior. As for the everyday peasant or merchant in his expanding territory, the experience was double-edged. They might face forced relocations or heavy corvée labour to build new fortifications, but once integrated, they also benefited from relative security and new roads that spurred commerce. Contemporary letters from village headmen describe a mix of relief at decreased local warfare and disquiet about the unwavering demands of the Oda administration. Taxes might be consistent, but if the local official was incompetent, they feared Nobunaga's retribution. Entire hamlets might be sacked if accused of harbouring rebels. So, daily life was balanced between a calmer environment and the dread that a single misstep could provoke a brutal crackdown. As he neared the final chapter, some retellings claim he grew more flamboyant. He staged banquets with kabuki or comedic plays, wearing elaborate kimonos. Others emphasize an increasing paranoia, pushing him to punish even minor affronts. Possibly both narrators contain truth. The synergy of a man who recognized he was on the cusp of forging a new epoch, yet felt the press of potential betrayals from every corner, could produce a contradictory stance. Lavish celebration one day, savage clampdown the next. Ultimately, that tension snapped at Honoji, leaving him consumed by betrayal. In the end, these lesser-known details, his espionage, unorthodox appointments, subtle alliances with the imperial court, and personal reading habits, magnify how complex Oda Nobunaga was. Not purely the demon king, not purely the modernizing champion. He traversed spaces beyond simplistic labels. His story, though overshadowed by dramatic battles, resonates in the subtle underpinnings of how he managed realms, resources, and relationships. It hints that while overshadowed by an era of swirling conflict, his efforts carved out a new path from medieval fragmentation to emergent central authority, paving the way for Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the eventual dawn of a stable, albeit closed, Japan under the Tokugawa. Standing at the confluence of myth and fact, Oda Nobunaga remains a singular figure in Japan's historical consciousness. Centuries have passed since that fateful day in 1582, yet the shadow of Honoji lingers. Observers, even in modern times, see in him a tension between brutality, enlightenment, tradition, and radical innovation. His presence looms in talk of the Sengoku era, overshadowing many of his contemporaries because he alone dared to step outside the old rules so dramatically. One wonders how, if not for Mitsuhide's coup, Japan's path might differ. Maybe Nobunaga would have extended even friendlier ties with the West, fostering deeper trade or adopting new sciences. Some speculate he might have orchestrated a national bureaucracy well before Tokugawa consolidation, speeding modernization by centuries. Others argue the pace of Western contact was still too slow and that his stance on Christianity was too ambiguous to create a real opening. Or perhaps his severity would have ignited a larger civil revolt, cutting his story short anyway. Such conjectures swirl because the actual drama ended abruptly, leaving a vacuum for Hideyoshi and Ieyasu to fill. In modern Japan, historians group him among the three great unifiers, albeit the earliest and the most audacious. Hideyoshi refined, Ieyasu entrenched, but Nobunaga was the unstoppable spark. Various local festivals in Gifu or Nagoya celebrate him as an iconic local hero, perhaps ignoring the cruelty that charred the walls of temples. The duality remains, parades costumed in flamboyant Oda regalia, hosting cheerful crowds, ironically commemorating a man who showed little mercy to foes. Yet that contradiction is not lost on participants, who acknowledge that forging a new order seldom occurs gently. Schools in Japan mention him in textbooks, albeit briefly, formidable lord who championed guns, overcame the Imagawa, subdued the Takeda, and died at Honnoji. This truncated version rarely delves into his approach to governance or the transformations in commerce he championed. Meanwhile, academic circles delve deeper, re-evaluating newly found diaries or cross-referencing Portuguese mission letters. Each re-examination can shift the nuance. Was he truly a patron of broad-minded exchange or just pragmatic about receiving advanced weaponry? Did his free market instincts come from moral convictions or from a desire to centralize wealth under his control? The records are incomplete, and ensuring debates continue. Outside Japan, popular culture globalized his name. Strategy games depict him as a charismatic conqueror with cutting-edge muskets. Anime series swirl him into fantasy battles. Occasionally they highlight the heartbreak of betrayal, other times the unstoppable conquests. In global narratives about heroic tyrants, Oda Nobunaga stands comfortably among Genghis Khan, Napoleon, and other icons of unstoppable expansion. The mythic dimension grows with each retelling, overshadowing smaller truths, like how he dealt daily with petty clan disputes or municipal tax controversies. Yet those small truths made the difference in his success, the capacity to handle detail, from forging muskets to forging pacts with blacksmiths and foreign traders. Perhaps the ultimate takeaway is that leadership in a time of flux is rarely pure. Nobunaga's story underscores how seizing the moment demands leaps of imagination, a willingness to adopt unfamiliar tools, and readiness for pushback from entrenched interests. But such leaps can also breed enemies from unexpected places. He overcame vast hurdles, only to be undone by the retainer whose loyalty he took for granted. The caution is timeless. Unstoppable impetus might yield breathtaking victories, but ignoring the intricacies of trust can prove fatal. For all the rancor, the story of Oda Nobunaga is also one of bridging a medieval fractiousness to a future marked by central governance. The unstoppable impetus he began was not fully realized in his lifetime, but the impetus did not die at Honnoji. It continued through his successors, culminating in a unified, though autocratic, Tokugawa regime. So, in a sense, he was the father of modern Japan in everything but his official name. That's the irony. The one who set the stage for stability never personally enjoyed it. His life ended in a conflagration, leaving fans of heroic epics to mourn that the unstoppable path ended just short of the final victory. Perhaps that ending, paradoxically, amplifies his legend. In a land that often underscores the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms, fleeting in their prime, Nobunaga's abrupt demise at the apex of his might resonates as an epic, tragic flourish. Even as a new Japan eventually dawned under different hands, the memory of the one who dared to break every mould, to scorn archaic codes, and to forcibly shape the realm remains an endless source of contemplation, debate, and creative inspiration. Oda Nobunaga, a name that, centuries later, remains intertwined with the unstoppable drive to unify a land once splintered by war, overshadowed only by the final, violent twist of fate that gave rise to a legend beyond the measures of success or failure. The first voice came not with thunderous clarity, but as a whisper easily mistaken for wind through the garden. I was 13, gathering herbs behind my father Jacques d'Arc's house in Domremy. Most people remember me describing the voice as appearing with blinding light at noon, but the truth differs. It was actually dusk, the hour when shadows transform into something else entirely. Jahan, it said, my name in the old tongue. It was familiar, not commanding nor frightening, like someone who had known me before I knew myself. I dropped my basket, herbs scattering across soil, still warm from the day's sun. No one had prepared me for this moment, even though our priest, Father Verfronte, frequently spoke about saints and visions. People imagine I was overcome with religious ecstasy, but my initial reaction was irritation. I had chores to finish before dark, and Mother would scold me for dallying. Only when the voice came again, 3 days later while I tended our sheep, did I begin to understand. It was Michael, the archangel, though he did not announce himself grandly. He simply began speaking as if he were continuing a long-established conversation. Our village existed in perpetual anxiety. The English and Burgundians raided regularly, forcing us to flee with our livestock to the nearby fortified island of Vaucouleurs. My father served as a village official, Dean they called him, and I watched how the weight of protecting others bent his shoulders. When he returned from burying neighbours killed in raids, he'd sit silently by our hearth, staring at nothing. This was the inheritance of every child in Lorraine, the knowledge that safety was temporary, violence inevitable. The voices, Catherine and Margaret joined Michael eventually, did not immediately speak of saving France. They spoke of me, how I must remain pure, how I must listen carefully. People think I was a simple girl, but simplicity was impossible in our old border region, where language, loyalty and custom blurred. We spoke a dialect that was neither purely French nor German. We pledged allegiance to lords whose names changed with the seasons. You will recognise the Dauphin, they told me once, though I had never travelled beyond our valley and had never seen nobility save for occasional passing knights. How? I inquired, my ignorance weighing heavily on my mind. You will know, was all they answered. Mother taught me to sew and spin, not knowing these domestic skills would later serve me well in army camps. Father taught me to manage our few acres and to recognise when rain threatened the hay harvest. These mundane lessons proved as crucial as anything the voices imparted. I hid the voices from everyone, especially my dear friend Orviette. We gathered flowers for the church altar together, gossiped about village boys, and waded in the Meuse River during summer's heat. Normalcy became my disguise. When my mother spoke of arranging a marriage with the son of a nearby farmer, I neither agreed nor objected, though the voices had already commanded my virginity be preserved. I simply continued spinning wool, kneading bread, and appearing unchanged while something profound transformed within me. The summer I turned 16, English forces pushed deeper into our region. I watched refugees stream through Domremy, women carrying whatever possessions they could save, men with haunted eyes, and children too exhausted to cry. They brought stories of villages burned, of harvests destroyed, and of casual cruelties inflicted by mercenary soldiers who fought for coin rather than cause. One night while our family sheltered in the church during a raid, I watched a woman rock her dead infant, refusing to acknowledge the child had stopped breathing hours before. Something hardened in me then, a resolve that matched the voice's growing urgency. It is time, Michael told me as autumn leaves fell, as France bleeds, the king's son hides while the kingdom crumbles. I am a girl who cannot read, I answered. I've never held a sword. Yet you will lead armies, Catherine replied. I laughed aloud at this absurdity, earning a questioning look from my brother Pierre as we gathered kindling in the forest. You were chosen before birth, Margaret added, not for your knowledge, but for your heart. As winter approached, Burgundian soldiers burned part of our village. I helped neighbours salvage what remained of their homes by digging through ash for cooking pots and for anything usable. The voices grew more insistent, speaking not just in quiet moments, but during daily tasks, during mass, and during rare moments of village celebration. Go to Vaucouleurs, they commanded. Speak to Robert de Baudricourt, I knew the name, the garrison commander, a gruff soldier loyal to the uncrowned Dauphin. What I didn't know was how a peasant girl might gain his audience, how I might convince him of the divine messages only I could hear. But the voices left no room for doubt. I would go, I would speak, I would begin this impossible journey. So I plaited my hair one final time before cutting it away, trading a daughter's life for something without precedent. My cousin Durand Lassois thought I was insane when I asked him to escort me to Vaucouleurs. A practical man with calloused hands and a perpetual furrow between his brows nonetheless agreed, perhaps out of curiosity about what had transformed his once quiet cousin into someone who spoke with unnerving certainty. 3 times you will knock on the captain's door, Catherine had told me. Twice he will refuse you. The 3rd time he will listen. During the January journey to Vaucouleurs, my feet became numb from wearing worn leather shoes. Frost glazed the bare trees like spun sugar, beautiful and bitter. I'd never travelled so far from home, a mere 20 miles that stretched like a pilgrimage. Durand filled silences with nervous chatter about his vineyard and about village gossip, carefully avoiding questions about my purpose until we crested the final hill. What exactly will you say to him? He finally asked as Vaucouleurs' stone walls came into view. The truth seemed both too simple and too extraordinary. Voices from heaven commanded me to seek an audience with the garrison commander, so that I could eventually lead the Dauphin to his coronation at Reims. Instead, I said only, "What God wishes me to say." Baudricourt's guards snickered at the sight of me, a peasant girl in a homespun dress requesting an audience with their commander. But something in my demeanour made them hesitate to simply turn me away. Perhaps it was the way I stood, as if inhabited by something larger than myself. They brought Baudricourt to the courtyard rather than admitting me to his quarters, a public humiliation intended to discourage further persistence. "The Heavenly Lord has messages concerning the welfare of France," I announced, borrowing formality I'd never needed in Domremy. Baudricourt, bearded, broad-shouldered, perpetually armoured even in peacetime, laughed. Not cruelly, but with the weariness of a man besieged by people claiming special knowledge in desperate times. "Return to your father, child," he said. "Learn to improve your thread-spinning skills instead of telling stories." I did not argue. The voices had prepared me for rejection. Durand looked relieved as we left, believing the matter concluded. But I remained in Vaucouleurs, staying with distant relatives, the kindly wheelwright Henri and his wife Catherine Leroyer, who took me in despite their confusion about my purpose. Daily I attended Mass at the chapel of Sainte Marie, kneeling on stone floors that bruised my knees. Townspeople began noticing the strange girl who prayed with unusual intensity. Some mocked me. Others, sensing something beyond ordinary faith, began asking for blessings, for prayers specific to their troubles. "I have no power to bless," I told a woman who brought her feverish child. "I am only a messenger." Yet I placed my hands on the child's forehead, feeling heat radiating through papery skin, and prayed anyway. When the fever broke 3 days later, whispers about me changed tenor. I was back at Baudricourt's door 6 days after my initial rejection. This time he received me properly in his chambers, curious about rumours circulating through his town. I stood before his massive oak desk, my shadow small against the stone wall behind me. "You claim heaven speaks to you," he said, not bothering with a greeting. "Not claims, truth." The steadiness in my voice surprised even me. "Today, near Orléans, our forces have suffered defeat. A skirmish near a place called Rouvray. The ambush targeted men carrying Lenten fish and provisions for the besieged. You will receive confirmation of the situation in days." I had not known these words would come from my mouth until they emerged. The voices had whispered to them moments before I was to enter his chamber. Baudricourt's expression changed from scepticism to guarded caution. "If the story proves true," he began. "When it proves true," I corrected, "you will provide me an escort to Chinon." He dismissed me without commitment. Messengers confirmed the Battle of the Herrings 4 days later. While my prediction was not particularly detailed, its verification startled Baudricourt into taking me seriously. On my 3rd visit, he listened fully. "I must dress as a man," I explained. "The journey is dangerous, and I have been promised protection if I maintain my virtue." What I didn't say is that the voices sometimes revealed to me glimpses of what awaited. Roads crawling with Burgundian patrols, English archers in forest clearings, and rivers swollen with winter melt. A woman travelling would face dangers beyond enemy soldiers. The voices promised safety but required prudence. Baudricourt commissioned male clothing for me, a dark woolen tunic, leggings, and a boots that needed stuffing at the toes. Baudricourt cut my hair even shorter, cropping it close to my scalp. When I dressed in these garments for the first time, the Leroyer watched with troubled fascination. Henri crossed himself. Catherine wiped tears. "You look," Henri started, unable to find appropriate words. "Like God's instrument," I finished for him, though I felt only like myself, simply clad differently. Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy, two of Baudricourt's men, volunteered to accompany me to Chinon. Both later claimed divine inspiration moved them to offer an escort, but I saw more earthly calculation in their eyes, curiosity about whether the strange girl might truly have heavenly favour, whether their fortunes might rise by proximity. The night before departure, Baudricourt summoned me once more. The chamber's single candle cast dramatic shadows across his face, deepening already severe features. "If you are deceiving us, if you lead my men into danger through false prophecy—" He let the threat hang unfinished. "I move only as directed," I answered. "Your men's safety is precious to heaven." He handed me a sword then, not ceremoniously, but with a practicality that acknowledged the dangers ahead. "Can you use this?" I had never held a sword before. Its weight surprised me, the pommel cool against my palm. "I will not need to," I said. "Others will fight. I carry the standard." This answer, so specific yet so odd, seemed to finally convince him. He nodded once, reclaimed the sword, and uttered words that would become famous, despite their lack of theatrical flair in their actual delivery. "Go then, and let come what comes." The following morning, February 23rd, I departed Vaucouleurs with my small escort. Townspeople gathered to watch, some touching my garments as if I were already a saint. A woman pressed a rosary into my hand. A blacksmith crossed himself as I passed. I did not look back at the town's gate, even though homesickness was already pulling at me, not for Domremy, but for a simplicity that I had now irrevocably lost. Ahead lay 11 days of hard travel through enemy territory, and beyond that challenges I could scarcely imagine. But Michael's voice accompanied me, steady as my heartbeat. "France's liberation begins with each step you take." The journey to Chinon tested faith more than physical endurance. We travelled mainly at night, avoiding main roads where English and Burgundian patrols sought travellers to rob or ransom. During daylight hours, we hid in abandoned shepherds' huts or dense woodland. Jean de Metz and Poulengy initially insisted I sleep separate from them to protect my virtue, but practicality soon dissolved such courtesies. We huddled together for warmth in February's biting cold, my male attire and their honour providing sufficient barriers. My companions' attitudes toward me evolved during our journey. Initial scepticism transformed into cautious reverence after we narrowly avoided a Burgundian patrol that should have intercepted us. "The wind shifted," Poulengy remarked, not connecting the sudden weather change to my silent prayer moments before. Later, when we reached a swollen river that maps showed no crossing for miles, a local boy appeared as if conjured, guiding us to a hidden ford. My escorts exchanged meaningful glances, but I knew these were not miracles, merely the everyday workings of divine guidance. "Will you truly recognise the Dauphin?" Jean asked one evening, as we warmed our hands over a small, carefully shielded fire. "They say he often hides among his courtiers to test visitors." "God will identify his anointed," I answered, though privately I wondered how this recognition would manifest. The voices remained frustratingly vague on practical details. We reached Chinon on March 6th, but 2 more days passed before gaining entrance to the castle. We lodged in the town below, where I endured the first of many examinations by church officials Boursin sent to determine whether my claims were divine inspiration, demonic influence, or simple madness. "How can we know God speaks through you?" demanded an elderly priest with yellowed fingers and breath sour from fasting. "By the signs that follow," I replied, remembering Catherine's coaching. "God does not ask for blind faith, but provides confirmation for those who truly seek. What signs have you performed?" "None yet. Signs are not tricks of the conjurer, performed on demand. They unfold as needed." He seemed satisfied with this answer, which surprised me. Later I learned he reported favourably on my orthodoxy, noting, "I answered questions about faith with simple clarity, rather than elaborate theological constructions that might suggest educated heretical influences." When I eventually gained entry to the castle, I faced a planned challenge. Charles, not yet crowned and increasingly doubtful of his legitimacy, had arranged for another man to sit on the throne while he stood among dozens of richly dressed courtiers. The great hall blazed with hundreds of candles, their light reflecting off jewelled fingers and golden threads woven through noble garments. The assembled court watched expectantly, many smirking at the prospect of a peasant girl's confusion. I had never seen such finery, such concentrated wealth. For a moment my confidence wavered. These were people whose everyday garments cost more than my family earned in years. What arrogance brought me here? Then Margaret whispered, not in my ear, but directly within my mind, "Remember your purpose. You are not sent to be dazzled by earthly riches." Without hesitation, I walked directly through the crowd toward a plainly dressed man standing among the courtiers. Kneeling before him, I said what the voices prompted. "God gives you life and glory, gentle Dauphin." Charles's face registered shock, quickly controlled. "I am not the king," he protested, maintaining the charade. "I did not call you king," I answered. "You are the Dauphin, but you will be king when properly consecrated at Reims, as is God's will." The court murmured. Charles gestured for seclusion, guiding me to a window ledge where we could converse discreetly. "If you truly come from God," he said quietly, "tell me something only divine knowledge could reveal." I repeated words Michael had given me during our journey. "You made a private prayer at All Saints last November, asking God for confirmation of your right to the throne, questioning whether your mother's reputation spoke truth about your birth. God answers now. You are the legitimate heir to France. Your suffering is seen, your doubts are understood, but you must claim what heaven has preserved for you." Charles paled visibly. He later confirmed that he had prayed this prayer in solitude. That I knew its contents convinced him when nothing else might have. Yet despite this private conviction, Charles remained publicly cautious. I was subjected to further examinations, including 3 weeks of questioning by theologians at Poitiers who probed for heretical beliefs or signs of demonic influence. They examined my body for witches' marks, questioned my insistence on male attire, and tested my knowledge of Christian doctrine. What history rarely records is the humiliation of these examinations and the indignity of learned men debating whether my virginity indicated divine protection or simply a lack of opportunity, as well as whether my voices were angels or clever demons. One elderly theologian suggested I might simply suffer from female hysteria due to my unmarried state. "Perhaps," I replied evenly, "but does hysteria typically predict military outcomes or recognize disguised kings?" During these weeks of examination, I grew increasingly frustrated by delays. Orléans remained under siege, its situation deteriorating. The voices became more urgent, sometimes waking me from sleep with commands to move quickly. "Time slips away," Michael warned. "France's heart weakens with each passing day." I petitioned Charles repeatedly for action, facing resistance from his advisor Georges de la Trémoille, who viewed me as a threat to his influence. "The maid makes bold claims," he told Charles within my hearing, "yet prophecies are cheap while soldiers' lives are dear." "Prophecies may be cheap," I countered, "but the price of ignorance is the fall of your kingdom." Charles wavered between believing my divine mandate and fearing the consequences of following an unproven visionary. What finally convinced him was pragmatism. All conventional military strategies had failed. His treasury emptied while English territory in France expanded. What harm could come from allowing me to attempt lifting the siege at Orléans? Should I fail, my losses would be minimal compared to the daily losses already incurred. If I succeeded, the reward was incalculable. In late April, after nearly 7 weeks of delay and examination, Charles finally granted me my mission. I was provided armour made to my measurements, lightweight plates that nonetheless felt foreign against my body. The sword given to me was serviceable but ordinary, not the special blade I had described seeing in my visions. "There is a sword meant for me," I explained to Charles, "buried behind the altar at Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. It bears 5 crosses on its blade and has lain there since Charles Martel's time." Charles, still testing the limits of my strange knowledge, sent men to investigate this oddly specific claim. They indeed found an ancient sword buried exactly where described, its existence unknown to the local priests. This sword became my physical token of divine sanction. However, I primarily carried a standard instead of wielding weapons. The standard was my design, a white field adorned with fleur-de-lis, bearing the names Jesus Maria and depicting God holding the world with angels at his side. This banner would precede me into battle, a visible reminder that our cause carried heavenly blessing. Before departing Chinon, I dictated a letter to the English commanders surrounding Orléans, warning them to depart France or face divine judgment. The scribe who recorded my words kept glancing up in disbelief as increasingly forceful language flowed from the peasant girl before him. "Surrender to the maid sent by God, the King of Heaven. You will not hold the kingdom of France from God, the King of Heaven, Son of St. Mary, King Charles, the true heir. Will hold it, for God wills it." When read aloud afterward, the words sounded strange to my ears, both mine and not mine, carrying an authority I'd never possessed in Domremy. The courtiers exchanged troubled glances, uncertain whether they witnessed inspired prophecy or dangerous delusion. However, Charles had chosen to support my journey. Charles had gathered equipment and assembled troops. The impossible campaign was about to begin. On the evening before our departure for Orléans, I stood alone on the castle ramparts, watching spring stars emerge. Homesickness washed over me unexpectedly, not for my village specifically, but for anonymity, for the peace of tending sheep on quiet hillsides. "Having doubts?" Catherine asked, her voice gentle within my mind. "No doubts," I answered silently. "It's simply a conscious understanding of what you can't take back." "The path narrows before you," she acknowledged. "But remember why you were chosen, not for skill with sword or strategy, but for perfect faith in God's plan." I nodded, though no human eyes witnessed this private exchange. Perfect faith. It was not blindness to danger nor an absence of fear, but a willingness to proceed despite both. With that understanding, I descended to prepare for departure, ready to transform from examined curiosity to battlefield commander. We departed Tours on April 27th with supplies and reinforcements for the besieged city, but conflict emerged immediately between military commanders and me, a teenage girl claiming divine guidance. The army's veteran captains, Jean de Dunois, La Hire, and Etienne de Vignoles, regarded me with open scepticism. They had weathered years of defeats and developed cautious strategies. Avoid confrontation, preserve remaining forces, and accept that Orléans would eventually fall like other strongholds before it. God did not send me to follow cautious men, I informed them during our first council. Orléans will not fall. We will not merely deliver supplies, we will break the siege entirely. La Hire, a notorious soldier known for creative profanity, stared at me in disbelief. With what? Divine wind to blow the English away? They outnumber us. They have secured their positions. They outnumbered David against Goliath, I replied. Numbers mean nothing against God's will. These exchanges established our working relationship. They planned according to military experience, and I insisted on more aggressive action than conventional wisdom suggested was prudent. The compromise that emerged involved approaching Orléans from an unexpected direction, crossing the Loire rather than confronting the stronger English positions directly. This decision, portrayed in chronicles as my strategic brilliance, actually resulted from practical necessity combined with fortunate timing. Spring rains had made the river higher than usual, limiting crossing points but also focusing English defensive positions. My inspiration to approach from the east simply utilised terrain the English had deemed too difficult to defend heavily. We reached the Loire's southern bank on April 29th, where I dictated another letter to the English commanders, this one delivered by herald directly to their lines. "You men of England who have no right in this kingdom of France, go away into your country in God's name. And if you do not do this, await tidings from the maid, who will come to see you shortly to your very great injury." The English soldiers who heard this message reportedly laughed, asking if the French had grown so desperate they now sent girls to fight their battles. William Glasdale, their commander, sent back a message threatening to burn me as a witch and hang those who followed me as heretics if captured. Fear clenched my stomach upon hearing this, not of burning specifically, but of failure, of leading others to death through misplaced confidence. That night I prayed longer than usual, seeking reassurance from my voices, who had grown somewhat quieter since my departure from Chinon. "The English threaten fire," I whispered to the darkness of my tent. "All human flesh fears flames," Margaret answered compassionately. "But remember, the true fire is God's purpose burning through you. It consumes doubt and illuminates the path." On April 30th, we successfully transported supplies into Orléans via river barges, bringing desperately needed provisions to the city's defenders. I entered that evening during a rainstorm, soaked and physically exhausted but filled with strange exhilaration. Citizens lined the narrow streets despite the weather, reaching to touch my armour or standard as if I carried a tangible blessing. Jacques Boucher, the city treasurer, offered his home for my lodging. His daughter Charlotte, closest to my age among the household, helped remove my armour that the first evening. She gasped, seeing bruises already forming where metal had pressed against my skin during the long ride. "Does it hurt terribly?" she asked, applying herbal salve to the worst marks. "Less than fear hurts this city," I answered. The truth was, I barely noticed physical discomfort. My focus had narrowed to a single purpose, fulfilling what the voices promised. The following days brought increasing frustration. Military commanders insisted on gradual approaches, small gains, and careful conservation of resources. I demanded immediate, decisive action against key English fortifications. Each war council became a battle itself, me against experienced soldiers who saw my urgency as naivete. On May 4th, while commanders deliberated yet another cautious plan, I napped briefly in the chamber. Within dreamlike moments, Michael appeared with unusual clarity. "They attack the eastern gate," he stated without preamble. "Now!" I woke instantly, calling for my squire to help with armour. Charlotte, who had been mending nearby, looked startled at my sudden urgency. "What happens?" she asked. "Eastern gate," was all I managed, while struggling through my padded undergarment. Fighting has begun. Indeed, while commanders planned, English forces had launched a surprise assault against Saint-Lô, one of the city's eastern fortifications. By the time I reached the area, French defenders were already retreating in disarray. Without waiting for formal orders, I rode directly toward the conflict with the standard raised high. Soldiers later described the events as miraculous, noting how retreating men turned back upon seeing me, and how their broken courage transformed into a determined advance. The reality was less mystical but no less effective. In the confusion of battle, a symbolic focal point, a distinctive figure on horseback with an unmistakable banner, provided a rallying point and renewed purpose. "Who retreats when heaven fights alongside us?" I called, my voice carrying surprisingly well across the din of combat. "Forward! God has delivered them into our hands." The battle turned. By evening, Saint-Lô had fallen to our forces. This victory, while modest in strategic terms, transformed perceptions. Soldiers who had doubted began viewing me with superstitious awe. Commanders who had dismissed my counsel became more willing to listen. Yet challenges to authority continued. On May the 5th, Dunois attempted to exclude me from councils, planning operations without my knowledge. Upon discovering this, I confronted him directly. "Do you believe you can conceal God's battle from his messenger?" I demanded, interrupting their closed meeting. "Why do you plot in shadows when heaven watches regardless?" Dunois, intelligent, politically astute, recognized the changing mood among troops. "We sought only to spare you the technical details," he offered diplomatically. "Spare me nothing," I countered. "I was not sent to be spared, but to lead." The following day, the assault on Saint-Jean-le-Blanc and the Augustin fortress took place. This incident was one of the key events that solidified my reputation among common soldiers. English defenders had positioned archers to cover the main approach. As our forces hesitated under the deadly rain of arrows, I rode forward alone, standards held high. An arrow struck her armour, witnesses later reported, yet she continued as if untouched. In truth, the arrow glanced off my shoulder plate, bruising but not penetrating. More significant than this minor miracle was the psychological effect of my advance. Soldiers, shamed by a girl's courage, surged forward. The fortification fell by evening. May 7th brought the decisive assault against Les Tourelles, the main fortress controlling Orléans' river crossing. Here my legend and reality most dramatically intersect. Historical accounts describe me taking an arrow to the shoulder, having predicted this injury the previous day. The wound was real, an English longbow arrow penetrating between neck and shoulder armour. But my prediction had been more general. Blood will be drawn tomorrow, but not all of it French. The pain nearly caused unconsciousness. I was pulled from battle briefly while the arrow was removed, not ceremoniously as depicted in romantic paintings, but with brutal efficiency by a field surgeon. who feared wound fever would set in if the barbed head remained embedded. He poured boiling oil into the wound to cauterize the bleeding pain that exceeded the original injury. "Wine," I gasped afterward. "Just a little." Instead of wine, they gave me consecrated bread, communion without formal ceremony, battlefield sacrament. The pain receded enough that I could stand again, though using my right arm remained impossible. Military commanders, seeing my condition, ordered a retreat for the day. The assault would resume tomorrow, they decided, without consulting me. I heard this decision while having my wound bandaged. "No," I countermanded, struggling back into partial armour despite Charlotte's protests. "We finish today. The English resolve dwindles with each passing hour. Returning to battle with the wound still fresh became the defining moment witnesses remembered. The injured maid refusing retreat. Standard transferred to my left hand while my right arm hung useless, rallying troops for the final push as daylight began fading. What's rarely recorded is how fever already began clouding my thoughts, how each movement sent waves of nausea through me, and how the voices seemed to speak from an increasingly enormous distance. Yet purpose carried me forward when physical strength should have failed. The English commander Glassdale, who had promised to burn me as a witch, died during this final assault when a makeshift bridge collapsed beneath him. He drowned in the Loire, weighed down by the very armour meant to protect him. Soldiers on both sides viewed his death as divine judgment, superstitious fear spreading through remaining English forces. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? "Both," Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. "The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not despite them." Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? "Both," Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. "The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not despite them." Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. Throughout this journey, I maintained my male attire and slept fully armoured most nights, surrounded by guards. This practice, later used as evidence of impropriety during my trial, served practical purposes beyond the voice's commands. Travelling with thousands of soldiers while identifiably female invited dangers obvious to any woman, divine protection notwithstanding. The armour provided a physical barrier against casual assault. Male clothing minimised unwanted attention during necessary activities. We reached Reims on July 16th. The city welcomed Charles without resistance, its citizens lining streets to witness what many had thought impossible months earlier. I wrote to Philip of Burgundy that same day, urging reconciliation with Charles, calling on him to make good peace that will last with the rightful king. This letter received no immediate response but represented my growing political involvement beyond battlefield leadership. The coronation ceremony on July the 17th exists in popular imagination as a triumphant culmination, the maid standing proudly beside her king as divine prophecy is fulfilled. Reality contained more nuance. I indeed stood near the altar holding my standard, but experienced the ceremony with complicated emotions. Initially, relief predominated. I had accomplished the primary mission the voices had given me. Charles knelt before the Archbishop, received sacred anointing from the Holy Ampulla, and rose as King Charles VII, his legitimacy no longer questionable. As the Archbishop placed the crown on his head, I spontaneously broke into tears. "Now God's work is accomplished," I told him afterward, during the celebration feast where I was granted a position of honour. "You are the true King of France by holy coronation as well as by birth." Charles, emotionally moved despite his typically reserved nature, asked what reward I desired for my service. Courtiers leaned forward, anticipating requests for titles, lands and wealth, the normal currency of royal gratitude. "Grant tax exemption to Domremy," I requested instead. "My people are poor and have suffered much from the war's passage." This modest request enhanced my reputation for saintly disinterest in worldly gain, as it cost the crown almost nothing and showed my lack of personal ambition. The voices never promised a personal reward for completing heaven's tasks. My future remained conspicuously absent from their pronouncements. That evening, alone in chambers provided within the Archbishop's palace, I experienced something unprecedented: silence from the voices that had guided me since age 13. I prayed for hours, seeking their familiar presence, but encountered only ordinary stillness. "Have I failed in some manner?" I finally asked aloud, desperate for a response. Catherine's voice, when it finally came, sounded distant, as if speaking across enormous separation. "The path divides before you. One direction leads to earthly glory but spiritual peril. The other is bodily suffering but heavenly triumph." Which should I choose? I begged, but received no answer. The voice's diminishing clarity troubled me deeply as we departed Rheims on July 20th. For years they had provided unmistakable direction. Now, at the moment of greatest public acclaim, their guidance grew ambiguous precisely when political complexity demanded the clearest understanding. Charles and his advisers favoured consolidating recent gains, negotiating with Burgundy and avoiding confrontation with primary English forces. I advocated for an immediate advance on Paris, aiming to strike while our momentum remained strong and English authority appeared weakest. These divergent strategies reflected fundamental differences in perspective. Charles thinking in political terms of alliances and sustainable power, and me still operating from a divine mandate to drive foreign forces from France entirely. God did not deliver victory at Orleans so you could stop halfway to complete liberation, I argued during councils. Paris is the kingdom's heart, reclaim it and the English position collapses. What I couldn't share was my growing fear that time was running out, and that the fading of the voices signalled an impending end to divine favour. This created urgency I couldn't fully explain to military commanders accustomed to deliberate campaigns. As we travelled through recently liberated territories, common people flocked to see me, reaching to touch my armour, begging blessings for children, and offering tokens of appreciation. Women wept openly, seeing in me something that transcended conventional limitations placed on our gender. Men removed caps respectfully, as if in the presence of something holy. This veneration discomforted me increasingly. "I am not a saint," I told Charlotte d'Albret, a noblewoman who had joined our travelling court and attempted to collect my discarded garments as relics. "I am only God's messenger, nothing in myself." "Yet God chose you," she countered. "That distinction itself makes you extraordinary." This growing cult of personality served immediate political purposes, rallying support for Charles, demonstrating divine favour for his rule, but created complications I was ill-equipped to navigate. Each miraculous attribution, each story embellished in retelling, placed me further from the simple girl who had left Domremy, believing heaven's instructions were straightforward. By late July, Charles had begun secret negotiations with Burgundy, seeking diplomatic resolution while publicly maintaining military pressure. This strategy made political sense but contradicted the voice's increasingly sporadic instructions for complete liberation through direct action. The resulting tension manifested in council debates, where my previously decisive guidance now competed with experienced political advisors offering conventional alternatives. "You were not sent to negotiate half measures," Michael told me during rare communication. "We must fully cleanse France of foreign presence." Yet when I repeated such sentiments to Charles and his councillors, they increasingly regarded them as militarily unrealistic and politically naive. The Maid had served her purpose in delivering coronation. Now practical governance required compromises Heaven seemed unwilling to acknowledge. This divergence would soon lead to Paris, and decisions that would alter my path irrevocably. August found us advancing incrementally toward Paris while Charles simultaneously pursued negotiations with Burgundy. This contradictory approach, military pressure paired up with diplomatic outreach, created strategic confusion. Were we truly attempting to recapture Paris, or merely demonstrating military capability to strengthen Charles's negotiating position? The Duke of Bedford, English regent for their child King Henry VI, recognised our momentum and retreated from direct confrontation, reinforcing Paris while yielding smaller surrounding territories. On August 14th, Charles signed a 15-day truce with Burgundy, supposedly creating space for peace negotiations, while actually providing English forces critical time to strengthen Paris's defences. I opposed this truce vehemently, sensing opportunities slipping away. "While you exchange pleasant messages, our enemies rebuild walls and restore courage," I warned Charles. "The moment for decisive action passes with each day of delay." The voices, though less frequent, reinforced this urgency. "Paris must not remain in enemy hands," Margaret insisted during prayer. "The city's liberation will break English resolve completely." Charles wavered between my continued insistence on divine mandate and his councillor's emphasis on political reality. The compromise that emerged satisfied no one. Our forces would advance to Paris's outskirts but avoid full assault while negotiations continued. By late August, we established positions at Saint-Denis, within sight of Paris's northern walls. The city's proximity affected me strangely. After months of campaigning focused on this objective, actually seeing its towers and spires created an almost physical yearning to complete what the voices had promised. Daily, I rode reconnaissance along positions facing the city, studying defences, planning approaches, and praying for clear instruction that came with decreasing reliability. The truce with Burgundy expired without meaningful agreement. On September 8th, I convinced our commanders to attempt an assault against Paris's defences near the Saint-Honoré Gate, despite Charles withholding full support for the operation. This partial commitment meant attacking with insufficient forces against prepared positions, a military mistake justified only by my increasingly desperate insistence that Heaven would provide necessary advantage. "God will blind their gunners," I promised troops assembled for the assault. "Divine protection covers us as we reclaim the kingdom's heart." The attack commenced at noon. Initial progress seemed to confirm divine favour. We reached the outer moat with minimal casualties and established positions within bow range of the walls. I led a contingent testing depth at the inner moat, seeking crossing points while carrying my standard forward as visible inspiration. Then reality asserted itself brutally. Paris's defenders had prepared thoroughly during the negotiation delays. Cannon and crossbow fire rained down upon exposed positions. The moat proved deeper than expected, its bottom studded with sharpened stakes invisible beneath muddy water. Men died attempting crossings that proved impossible without proper equipment we lacked. Near dusk, a crossbow bolt struck my thigh, penetrating deeply. Unlike the Orleans injury, this wound immediately incapacitated me. I continued shouting encouragement from where I fell, insisting the attack continue despite my condition. But commanders ordered retreat upon seeing the standard-bearer down. Soldiers carried me from the battlefield as darkness fell, our forces withdrawing in frustration rather than defeat. We had never established positions from which victory was possible. The wound itself, while painful, would heal cleanly. The spiritual injury proved more significant. For the first time I had promised divine intervention that failed to materialize. "Why?" I whispered that night while surgeons extracted the bolt using methodical cruelty necessary to prevent festering. Why was Paris denied to us when Orleans was granted? The voices remained silent through hours of pain. Their absence felt more painful than physical harm. Had they abandoned me due to some failure? Had I misunderstood Heaven's intent all along? Charles, receiving news of the failed assault, ordered immediate withdrawal from Paris's vicinity. In my view, this sensible military decision represented a personal betrayal as it abandoned divine purpose in favour of political convenience. When I was finally permitted an audience 3 days later, I found that he was already reframing recent events for the courtiers. "The maid accomplished what God sent her to do," he explained smoothly. "Orléans liberated, coronation achieved. Perhaps heaven never intended Paris's immediate recovery." "You speak for heaven now," I challenged him, struggling to stand straight despite the pain in my bandaged leg. "The mission remains incomplete while Englishmen occupy French soil." Charles regarded me with a complex emotion, gratitude for past service tempered by growing political inconvenience of my unyielding position. "France's restoration will require years, not months," he said gently. "Even heaven must recognize earthly limitations." This exchange marked a fundamental shift in our relationship. Where Charles had once needed my perceived divine sanction to legitimize his rule, successful coronation now provided independent authority. The maid remained useful symbolically, but increasingly problematic practically, as military campaigns transitioned toward diplomatic solutions requiring compromise and voices prohibited. Through autumn, I accompanied the royal court as it withdrew to safer territories along the Loire. My wound healed gradually while my position diminished subtly, still honoured ceremonially, but increasingly excluded from meaningful councils. Charles granted me noble status in December, providing arms depicting a sword supporting the crown beneath a fleur-de-lis, recognition that pacified my supporters while effectively sidelining me from direct military command. This period marked my most difficult spiritual challenge. The voices returned intermittently, but spoke with disturbing inconsistency. Michael demanded continued aggressive action, while Catherine counselled patience. Margaret sometimes suggested accepting a ceremonial role within Charles's court, but she also insisted that my work remained unfinished. These contradictions created profound doubt I had never experienced during the clarity of earlier missions. Had some of the voices I heard been false all along? Was I now mishearing divine instruction? Or was heaven itself divided on France's proper path forward? Christmas 1429 found me in ceremonial attendance at court celebrations, outwardly honoured but inwardly conflicted. I watched elaborate pageantry commemorating Charles's coronation, performances that already incorporated stylized depictions of the maid as a semi-mythical figure guiding France's resurgence. The actual Johanne, still bandaged, increasingly isolated, observed her transformation into a symbol with growing discomfort. That night, kneeling alone in the castle chapel long after formal services concluded, I experienced the voices with unusual clarity after months of ambiguity. "Your time grows short," Michael stated without preamble. "You must continue the fight while freedom remains yours." "The king no longer heeds my counsel," I protested. "Commanders follow his direction, not mine." "Then you must act independently, Miro," came the reply. "Better capture by enemies than surrender to comfortable irrelevance." Although troubling, this guidance offered direction that I had been lacking for months. As 1429 ended, I resolved to escape the increasingly gilded constraints of court life and return to direct action, even without royal sanction. This decision, tactically questionable, politically naive, would determine my fate in ways the voices never clearly revealed. The new year began with me effectively sidelined at court while Charles pursued diplomatic arrangements with Burgundy. I chafed at inactivity, sensing precious time wasting, while the voices grew increasingly urgent about continuing France's liberation. By March 1430, I could bear ceremonial confinement no longer. Without royal permission, technically desertion, though my status remained ambiguous, I departed secretly with a small company of loyal followers. We rode for Compiègne, a strategically vital town threatened by the Burgundian forces north of Paris. This decision reflected both military logic and the voices' insistence that action could not await royal convenience. My departure created political complications for Charles, who neither officially condemned nor endorsed my independent operation. This ambiguity proved ultimately fatal. Had I remained clearly under royal protection, subsequent events might have unfolded differently. We reached Compiègne in April, where the town's governor, Guillaume de Flavy, welcomed reinforcement despite its unofficial nature. Burgundian forces under Jean de Luxembourg had been methodically isolating the town, capturing surrounding positions. Our arrival boosted defender morale temporarily, but the strategic situation remained precarious. On May the 23rd, I led a sortie against Burgundian positions at Margny, initially achieving surprise. However, enemy reinforcements arrived quickly, forcing retirement toward the town. As our forces retreated across the single bridge into Compiègne, disaster struck. The drawbridge raised prematurely, stranding rear guard defenders, including my cives, outside the walls. Accounts of this moment vary dramatically. Some claim deliberate betrayal by Flavy, who supposedly ordered early closure knowing I would be captured. Others suggested simple miscommunication during confused withdrawal. The voices had warned of betrayal for months. Trust only heaven, not changeable men, Michael had cautioned repeatedly, but provided no specific protection against this development. Burgundian soldiers surrounded me, and after a brief battle, they pulled me from my horse. A minor nobleman, Lionel of Wandonne, claimed my surrender, technically capturing me by laying hand on my leg, according to contemporary accounts. My sword, raised to continue resistance, lowered upon recognition that futile struggle would only result in unnecessary deaths among my few remaining companions. I am worth more alive for ransom than dead, I told Wandon in a practical manner, even though I knew that the ransom would likely never materialise. The voices had never specifically predicted capture, but had indicated great suffering lay ahead as part of Heaven's plan. Initially, captivity seemed relatively benign. Luxembourg treated me as a valuable prisoner rather than a criminal, housing me reasonably at his castle at Beaulieu. I made one escape attempt, nearly succeeding by squeezing between wooden bars, before being recaptured and transferred to more secure confinement at Beaurevoir Castle. There, Luxembourg's Aunt Jeanne and wife Jeanne Bonne treated me with unexpected kindness, providing female clothing and gentle encouragement to abandon male attire and military aspirations. Their compassion, the first feminine companionship I'd experienced since leaving Domremy, tempted me toward compromise I knew the voices would forbid. Why must I maintain a male appearance now that fighting has ended? I asked during prayer, receiving Catherine's uncompromising response. Your mission hasn't changed with capture. Male attire remains both practical protection and a visible sign of a divine exception to worldly constraints. News reached me at Beaurevoir that Compiègne's situation worsened daily. In desperation, I attempted a second escape in October, this time jumping from the tower window approximately 70 feet above ground. The fall should have proved fatal. That I survived with only bruising and temporary unconsciousness was later presented as either a miracle or evidence of demonic protection, depending on the interpreter. By November, political machinations surrounding my captivity clarified horribly. The English, recognising my symbolic value, arranged a purchase from Luxembourg for 10,000 livres, a substantial sum indicating my importance to their strategy. Charles made no counteroffer, effectively abandoning me to the enemy's judgment. The English faced a dilemma regarding my disposition. Simple execution of a captured enemy combatant would risk martyrdom, potentially strengthening French resistance rather than weakening it. A more complex strategy emerged: systematic destruction of my divine claims through ecclesiastical condemnation for heresy. This approach would not only eliminate me physically, but, more importantly, delegitimize everything I represented, divine sanction for Charles's rule, and heaven's support for French resurgence against English occupation. In December 1430, they transferred me to Rouen, firmly within English-controlled territory. Conditions deteriorated immediately. I was placed in secular prison rather than ecclesiastical custody, normally accorded those facing religious charges, confined in iron shackles, and guarded continuously by common soldiers whose behaviour ranged from verbal abuse to attempted assault. Why does heaven permit such treatment? I asked during increasingly desperate prayers. What purpose does this suffering serve? Remember Christ before Pilate, Margaret answered. Truth remains truth, even when power condemns it. The trial officially began February 21st, 1431, under Bishop Pierre Cauchon, whose appointment revealed the proceedings' predetermined nature. He was a known English sympathiser with personal animosity toward me. Assessors and judges were carefully selected to ensure the desired outcome. Although it was technically an ecclesiastical court, the proceedings were entirely controlled by English authorities. Looking back now across time's distance, I see legal complexities I couldn't recognise then. My request for balanced representation from both English and French clerics was denied. My appeal to the Pope, technically my right under church law, was ignored. Most cruelly, highly educated theologians denied me counsel, twisting simple statements into heretical formulations. Do you believe yourself to be in God's grace? Cauchon asked early in the proceedings, a theological trap. Answering yes would imply a presumption that is condemned by church doctrine, while answering no would indicate an admission of guilt. If I am not, may God put me there, I replied, after a moment's thought. If I am, may God keep me there. This answer frustrated the interrogators, but I simply expressed my actual understanding, showing unexpected theological sophistication. Grace remained God's province, not mine to claim absolutely. For 5 months, interrogation continued, sometimes publicly before a full tribunal, sometimes in private prison questioning. My male attire became the central focus, providing tangible evidence of defiance against natural order. Voices were dissected endlessly. Were they angels or demons? Why did they speak to an uneducated girl rather than through the established church hierarchy? I recorded and examined each of my answers for inconsistencies and potential heresies. What records don't capture the physical deterioration during this period? Prison conditions, continuous shackling, poor nutrition, sleep interrupted by guards' harassment, gradually weakened a body already compromised by previous wounds and hardship. By May, I suffered recurring fevers, dramatic weight loss, and periods of confusion during longer interrogations. The voices remained present but changed character. Less commanding, more comforting. They spoke increasingly of heavenly reward rather than earthly victory, preparing me for an outcome that seemed increasingly inevitable. Will I burn? I asked directly during one night's prayer. The body is temporary, Catherine answered gently. What matters is truth maintained until the end. On May the 24th, I was taken to the Rouen cemetery, where scaffolds had been erected, one holding officials who would witness my anticipated recantation, another displaying instruments of execution should I refuse. Exhausted physically and isolated completely, I briefly wavered when presented with a document I was told contained a simple abjuration of male clothing and independent interpretation of voices. What I was unaware of was that the actual document contained a comprehensive admission of fraud, demonic influence, and heretical intent, completely repudiating everything I had experienced and represented. Unable to read, I trusted partial translations provided by clerics, whose deceptions served their predetermined purpose. I signed with a simple crossmark, unaware that I was giving my enemies exactly what they needed, an apparent admission that everything I had claimed about divine guidance was false. This temporary weakness, a product of extreme duress rather than a genuine change of heart, provided legal justification for what followed. Returned to prison rather than transferred to ecclesiastical custody as promised, I found myself still surrounded by hostile guards, still denied female companionship that would have made feminine clothing practically sustainable. When my clothes were taken while I slept and only male attire was left available, I faced an impossible choice: remain naked among male guards or don forbidden garments. The voices spoke with unusual clarity that morning. Better modest impropriety than immodest vulnerability. I dressed in male clothing, knowing this relapse provided the final justification enemies sought. When judges returned to document this transgression, I formally recanted my previous abjuration, stating clearly that voices were indeed divine, that the mission had been heaven-sent, and that temporary weakness had betrayed truth. I would rather do penance once, with death, than bear imprisonment suffering continuously, I told them with renewed clarity despite knowing the consequence. On May the 30th, 1431, the final sentence was announced. Declared a relapsed heretic, I would face public execution by burning, the most painful death authorities could legally impose, deliberately chosen to create maximum suffering they hoped would produce a final public confession. That morning I made a final confession to a sympathetic priest and received communion despite being formally excommunicated, a small act of compassionate defiance by a cleric who recognised injustice unfolding. Wearing the traditional long white garment for heresy executions, a cart transported me through Rouen's streets toward the old marketplace, where execution awaited. The crowd's mood surprised me, not triumphant but sombre, many openly weeping. These were not my French compatriots, but Norman subjects under English rule, yet something about my situation transcended political loyalty. Later accounts would claim English authorities grew concerned that sympathy might transform into riots, and that martyrdom was being created despite their careful legal manoeuvring. At the execution ground, officials had me a final opportunity to recant before tying me to a tall stake erected atop a substantial pyre. The method was deliberate. Slow death by suffocation and burning rather than quicker execution methods available. "Jesus!" I called repeatedly as flames were lit, no longer concerned with appearing strong before enemies, simply seeking comfort in the name that had guided my journey from its beginning. The voices spoke one final time as smoke began rising. "Your suffering ends today. Your vindication begins." The physical agony that followed transcends description. Historical accounts claim my heart remained intact among ashes afterward, a symbolic detail probably invented by later chroniclers seeking miraculous elements for potential canonization. What mattered wasn't physical preservation, but the truth maintained until the end, that simple faith could withstand elaborate machinations of power, and that divine purpose worked through unlikely instruments. 25 years later, Charles VII, firmly established as France's legitimate king, would order an investigation that formally nullified my conviction, declaring the trial prejudiced and illegitimate. In 1456, a rehabilitation trial formally cleared my name of heresy charges. Yet full vindication waited nearly 5 centuries, until May 16, 1920, when the Catholic Church declared me a saint. Official recognition that voices condemned as demonic had indeed been divine. History remembers outcomes: Orléans relieved, Charles crowned, France eventually liberated from the English occupation. These visible victories obscure the internal journey that began with a garden whisper and ended in marketplace flames. The voices never promised earthly reward or personal glory. They offered only purpose, direction, and the chance to serve as an instrument for something larger than myself. They called me Maid of Orléans, dubbed me a miracle worker, labelled me a witch and a heretic, and eventually recognised me as a saint. Yet through all the transformations, I remained Johanne from Domremy, a simple girl who answered when voices called, who held to truth heard within more firmly than to comfort offered without. Perhaps that represents the most enduring legacy, that extraordinary purpose may inhabit ordinary lives, that divine participation in human history rarely follows expected channels, but instead works through unlikely vessels willing to say simply, "Here am I, send me."